Hey, welcome back to my channel, everybody. Welcome to this particular video series on building a brand new FlutterFlow application using the fantastic Supabase as our database backend. We are together from scratch going to build a goals tracking application. This application will allow you to add some goals in. You can then add some tasks against those goals, and then you can then track the progress of those goals within inside the application. And the fantastic thing about this series is we're also going to be implementing Supabase authentication in the app. We're going to implement row level security as well. We want to make sure that our data is locked down to the users who are manipulating that data. And the great thing as well is that we're also going to be then going even further than that, and we're going to be putting some very, very special modifications into our application, which will allow us to kick off triggers and routines with inside Supabase that's then going to then update data with inside our application. So then we don't need to do that with inside our application, put all the hard work on the server side. We don't want to do it inside the app. So I'm going to show you how that works as well. So before we actually have a look at the application, then we just need to ask these simple questions on who is this series for, of course. So if you're just starting your journey with FlutterFlow, this walkthrough will provide kind of valuable information really on app structure. And of course, there's probably some useful takeaways in there for you as well. If you are considering FlutterFlow, if it's the right tool for your project, you might be coming from another no-code tool and you want to see if FlutterFlow checks out for your own project, then you're definitely in the right place. So do have a look through and just see if it builds up to something that you are looking to use yourself. Now, Supabase is becoming a popular choice for FlutterFlow developers. Of course, we've got Supabase in there, or we've got other sort of back-end services via API. Now, Supabase is becoming really extensive with inside FlutterFlow. So this is going to really bring you to home there on how you can use Supabase with inside FlutterFlow. And of course, if you like to follow along building the same app, so this app on the right hand side is what we're going to build, you'll be able to follow along. And the idea is at the end of the series, then your application should work exactly like this as well. And of course, along the way, hopefully you're going to learn lots of new stuff as well to enhance your own skills. And of course, the application will be extended with your own ideas as well. Now, the series is suitable for beginners. So of course, we always welcome beginners on the channel. Of course, you should be able to follow along, and hopefully you can pause and start and all that kind of stuff with the video, but at least hopefully you'll be able to pick up those skills as you go along. And then you'll be able to then start implementing that with inside your own applications. So next up then, what are the application features? So we're going to be building a full FlutterFlow project with user registration, sign in using Supabase as the backend database. We're going to implement that really important row level security to restrict access to the data which is being associated with the user. Now, there's many videos up on YouTube that just kind of skips past using row level security, but we're going to actually use that with inside this application. Now, the application contains 4 pages and 5 components, so not a massive application. Of course, remember, in FlutterFlow, you can create applications in a whole different ways. Okay, so with our particular application, we're going to build it in this particular way to suit kind of what you're seeing on screen here. But of course, there's many different ways of building these applications. We're going to use some of the new features in there as well, like theme widgets to apply UI consistency as well. And this is the fun stuff. We get to use some advanced techniques within Supabase as well. So you may be a beginner, but my gosh, by the time you get to the series, you're going to start learning some real key features of Supabase as well, to enhance the UI experience. The idea really there is to ensure that sometimes you can reduce the complexity with inside your FlutterFlow application, actually put the hard work at the database level, certainly on the back-end service level. So I'm going to show you how that applies with inside this application as well. Now, this is a full no code with inside FlutterFlow, so you don't need to write any code whatsoever. You'll be able to design it using the UI builder and the widget tree. Now, when it comes to Supabase, however, there is going to be some low code. We are going to have to get our fingers dirty with some sort of more low-level sort of like SQL queries and things like that. But I'm going to really try my best to keep it really, really simple in understanding, and I'll walk you through how we go about doing that with inside Supabase. So but yeah, so don't worry too much about that. Well, I'll explain everything along the way. So what we're going to need for this application, so we're going to need a free or paid subscription for FlutterFlow. That's a great thing. You can get started right away. Please do see the link in the description to grab yourself a FlutterFlow account if you haven't already got one. And with Supabase as well, you just need a free account as well. So there's no money to get started with this. You're going to build everything you see on the right hand side. You're going to be able to build that. Of course, there's going to need to be a little bit of willingness to learn, of course. So please do stick with the series. Please do be patient. And of course, the good thing thing about it is that I'm going to have a base project for you to use right off the bat that you can then start building as the series goes on as well. And at the end of the series, then I'll produce the final clone of the project, which you can then take, and then you can actually modify yourself as you need, as you see fit. So there's just a little bit of low code there at the database level, but I will really, as I said, try my best to explain how all of that hangs together as well. So it's walkthrough time, okay? So please do get yourself comfortable for this particular series, and of course do hit me up there on all the social media channels as well. And you can see there as well that I'm a FlutterFlow ambassador for Europe as well. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of comfort in knowledge that I'm here to kind of help you along the way. So without further ado, let's have a look at the application and see what it looks like. So here we go then, let's have a look through the application then. So here I am at the sign in screen. Of course I can sign up here if I wanted to, but I'm just going to simply log in, okay, and that's my email address and my password. So let's sign in, and I'm going to be taken to the home screen here. This has got a couple of goals that I've already created inside the application. You can see here we've got the goal title and we've got some description here. We've got a bit of a progress bar that goes along here with a percentage indicator that sits in the middle of each goal. We've got the time the goal was created, and this is a section here which will shows you how many tasks are associated with each goal and how many are completed. Okay, so I can simply just sort of select this, and you can see here that I've got some tasks that's associated with this particular goal. If I go back and choose this one here, then I've just got a couple of tasks there that are associated. And of course I can come in here and I can actually just hit that one there and just say that it's complete and go back, and you can see here that I've got 2 here against the 1 that has been completed. I can go back in here, select that one, and of course I can then see now we've got 2 of 2 completed. Now the goals and tasks are distinctively separate with inside the actual goal. If I just hold the left mouse button down here, or of course if I was on a screen I can then hold my finger down on the goal, you can see here now that I can independently choose whether this is in progress or it's completed. If I go back to not started, you can see here now that as I move the kind of the progress indicator here, the status in the drop down changes. But I can just sort of say 35% and hit update, and you can see now that I've got an orange or like an amber color that is representing here that something that is actually in progress at this moment in time. Of course I can just go back here and I can choose the update again to 81. It will just go up. If I just hold this down again, I can then say here that actually it's now completed. If I say update goal, I then get a nice green kind of color to represent that the task has now been completed. And of course I can hold down this and I can just go and archive that now. Once I'm sort of done with that, hit update, and it will disappear from view as well. And if I wanted to get those archive ones back, I can just hit the little archive option here, a little bit of animation, and I can say show archived and just put that there to turn on or off. And of course then the archive ones will be then hidden or not displayed. So that's fine. I can just go back here, turn that off here, and of course I can hit the little plus here and I can create a brand new goal. And I'm just going to say test goal, just put some sample information in here, and then just sort of say, well, okay, well this is now kind of in flight. I can say it's in progress, hit create goal, and it'll then create it for me so it's underway. So very, very simple application, but there's a lot going on with inside this app. So we're going to start with completely literally a blank canvas. Okay, I've created some assets with inside the actual sort of clonable project, and I've got some theme widgets already created, but that's going to be the foundation for us to now build that application. So in the next little section, we're just going to then focus on actually cloning the project, and then in the next video we're going to then start the graft to actually then build the UI out. So we're going to be chopping and changing between sort of Supabase and the UI throughout the whole of the series. So yeah, please do keep track, and let's move on to the clone of the project. So the first thing that you need to do is grab yourself a FlutterFlow account if you haven't already got one. The link is in the description if you need one of those. It's absolutely free. And then you also are going to need to have the link, which is also in the description, which is the base project. This is the starting project ready for you to then start building out the application. So please do hit that link. It will take you to this particular screen, and then you just need to hit on the clone project option here and then give your project a name, and then you'll be ready to go. So here we are then with our cloned project. This is our base project ready to go. Here we are in the UI builder of FlutterFlow. This is exactly what you should be seeing right now. I'm going to click on the left hand side here on the actual widget tree. Just hit that and you'll see here that we've got our structure to our application somewhat already created. So we've got a couple of folders, one called app pages, which are just containing this single home page at the moment, and authentication, which is containing a couple of blank pages that will support our sort of our login and our sign up screens. And then components doesn't have anything in there at the moment, but as we start building out the UI, then the components folder will start filling up with various parts of our application. So that's the structure of the application within inside the widget tree. Let's have a look and see what else we've got. So on the left hand side here you can see app state, got nothing in there at all, but we will be putting some pieces in here for app state as we move along. So app state will just track various pieces of key information, like whether the filter bar is being displayed or not, and all that kind of stuff. So we'll be putting that in there. We aren't using any API calls within inside this particular application because we're going to be using all of the great functionality that FlutterFlow provides with hooking our application up to Supabase, so we don't need to worry about that. And within inside the project media and assets, we've got one asset in here, and this is just a Lottie animation that we're going to use within inside our application. You might have seen on the preview that we've kind of got this animated kind of arrow hitting like a bullseye of a target. That's that particular animation that's just kind of in there. The rest of the application, there's been not too many changes to. We have no custom code or anything like that. The great thing about this particular application is we're going to be writing no custom functions or custom widgets or actions or anything like that within inside this application. So where there is some changes is within inside the theme settings. So down here within inside the themed widgets, there is some setup that's already been sort of created for you. So I'll describe what these are actually within inside the application and when we're actually using them. But generally, they're just some preset styles that we've created and some couple of key widgets that we can then apply to the widgets within inside FlutterFlow. So it just means that it just keeps it a little bit quicker for us in terms of the styling. You don't have to spend so much time within inside the properties and styling everything up individually, because I've kind of already created these here. But we'll walk through and I'll show you how all of that functions throughout. Within inside the actual colors, there's some colors that's already been set up in here. Generally the application, although does support a dark theme as well, so you can easily use a dark theme inside your project. In here we've got a light mode, which primarily is what we're going to use, but of course if you wanted to add anything into the application to toggle between light and dark mode, then the application will easily support the dark mode. So the palettes have all been set up to support that within inside this particular application. So not much else really to talk about within inside the app details. There's nothing here I think of note to mention about. We'll delve into each of these as we start implementing authentication and setting up Supabase and all that kind of stuff. So I'll walk through that completely from scratch, so don't worry too much about that at all. Okay, so let's focus our attentions on building this particular screen. This is the login screen. So as you can see here, we've got this little Lottie animation that just sits up here. It's a little target with a bullseye, and then we've got a piece of text here, which is kind of like the heading of our application. This is kind of in its own kind of column, and then we've got another column down here which contains a container, which contains some rows and all that kind of stuff in order to support our application. So let's build that now. So within inside the widget tree, I'm just going to choose the login page here. That's how we're going to start our application. And just down here in the widget tree, there's nothing there other than the page itself. So let's first add that particular container. So hit container, we've got that there. And on the right hand side, we're just going to choose these options here, which is going to make it kind of the full width and then the full height. So everything is now fully stretched to the right and to the bottom. And we're just going to choose this here where it says fill color, change the secondary background to the primary background. That's kind of got that slight sort of subtle sort of grey look to our application. Now within inside our container, we're going to focus on this bit here, this kind of Lottie animation and this title. So let's move here. Let's just make a change and let's hit the column option here. So now we've got a kind of a column, and then we're going to just within inside that column, the first thing that we're going to do very simply is just type in Lottie here, type Lottie animation, and then we're just going to hit the little plus, and then we're going to add a text in there as well. So we just got that just just below. Now with the Lottie animations, if you just select Lottie animation, we're going to choose the one that I've already loaded with inside the base project. So on the animation source on the right hand side, choose asset, and then in the asset animation, choose a target icon. And then that's all that we need to do here. We're just going to move actually down to animation type. We want to just do this once. So we just want the animation just to play out once when the application loads up. Now our Lottie animation, we're just going to give it some padding from the top of say 30 here. So just make sure Lottie is selected, just choose 30. That just brings it down from the top. So we're just going to choose the text option there, and we're just going to give the text a name to My Goals. And then with inside this particular option with the theme style unset, we're going to choose that, and we've already got a style with inside our application that we want to use. So just choose a text style heading, and you'll see now that will make it much bigger and more in keeping with the design that we kind of see just over there. So with inside that should be everything that we need with inside that top column. We'll probably come back and make some minor adjustments very shortly. Just one thing to point out actually is that with inside whenever you apply one of the text sort of the widget styles, there seems to be this little niggle with inside FlutterFlow that seems to occur where you kind of get a conditional visibility that gets selected. So we don't want any conditional visibility. We always want this to be displayed with inside the UI. So it seems to be happening now, but of course at the time that you might be watching this video, this might not occur. But if it does, just make sure that you just turn that off there. It doesn't have any impact with inside the application, but it's just, you kind of see a little eye icon that just appears down here. We don't really want to see that with inside our application. So next up then, within our column, let's hit column and let's add another container. So just choose container. And this time within our container, I'm actually going to give the container a name. So just at the top right there, let's call this container and call it form container, like that. Just hit a little tick there. So it's nice to give your widgets a good naming convention if you can. You don't need to do it across every single widget, but certainly when you are building out quite a complex UI, by giving names to your widgets will easily help you identify where they are actually in the widget tree when you sort of expand and collapse and all that kind of stuff. So just bear that one as a little tip there. So with inside our form container, let's also hit the little plus here. Let's hit column, and then with inside our column, let's add a couple of other widgets in there as well. So let's just put a couple in there. We'll come back to those in just a second. Now with inside the form container, just select that, and we've already got a style that we can apply to this particular widget already. So with the form container being selected, let's go up to where it says widget styling and choose container primary. And what container primary will do, that will just add some preset styles that we've created for an actual container, where we kind of got a little bit of a sort of a shadow, a sort of rounded borders and all that kind of stuff really. So again, you can see those with inside the theme widget section, but that's what I've got selected at the moment. So we just need to make some changes to the form container. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're just going to give the width an infinite width. So just going to move that out. And then with inside the actual padding, we're just going to choose 20, and then we're going to give 20 at the top. And in fact, let's do 20 on the right hand side as well. So it just brings it in. And then naturally what will happen now is as we start adding more and more widgets with inside that form container, then the container will actually then extend in height. So what we're now going to do is with inside the actual first column that we've got here, we've got these couple of text widgets. So let's sort those out first. So within the text widget, the first one that we're going to do is we're going to make a slight little change. So within that one being selected, let's move up to theme style. So just choose that one, and we're going to choose a text style heading. So that will just make it a little bit larger. And we do need to come in and we do need to kind of reduce the height of that. So let's choose say font size 24 there. We don't want it to be too large. Everything else that we got there, the color and everything is looking pretty good. And then what we now need to also do is we now need to just kind of work on the actual column padding as well. This actually inside with the column selected here. This is the column which is inside the container. We now need to give it some padding to bring everything off of the edge. Okay, so up the top here, let's just choose a 32. Let's hit the little lock option, and that will lock in the same across all of the respective sort of the top, the bottom, and the left and the right there. Okay, so you can see everything now has been brought off the edge. So this next piece of text we now need to change. So under the theme style here, let's choose that and let's choose a text style body. That's just moved it. Actually, we've got a bit of padding there. This moved off the top there. That's absolutely fine. 16 at the top and 16 at the bottom. What I'm going to do now, let's just change this text in here. So the first bit I'm going to type in is fill out the information below in order to access your account. There we go. So that's all that we need to do. And then in this top one here, let's change that and let's change the title to welcome back. So that's the first piece that we've got there. And if you look now at the sample that we got there, that's very, very similar to what we have got there. So let's move now down. So this is the column. As you remember here, we've got the kind of the visibility, conditional visibility that's been set with the text style. Let's just quickly turn those off so we don't need those now. Next up, what we're going to do with inside our column, as you know, with a column, everything is vertically stacked. So with inside our column, we're now going to add some text fields in because we're going to want the user to actually now log into our application. So move up to the little plus here. Let's do a search for text field. There it is, just at the bottom there, text field, just choose that. There's one that's been added there. Let's just then right click and then let's just say duplicate. So you can see here we've got two. Now let's now apply the style into both of those. I could have done it on the first one and then of course duplicated it, but I didn't quite do that then. So let's just click on theme style here and we've got one called a single row. So just choose that. And then on the text field below, we can also choose single row. So there we go. Now we've got some padding that's been sort of applied here. So with inside the text widgets, we do want to actually turn that off. Let's turn that horrible conditional visibility that gets set off. Let's just take off the 16 on the right there. And let's do the same thing here as well. Let's turn off that conditional visibility. Let's just delete those out there as well. So that's looking pretty good. This field here is actually going to be a password field. Okay, so just with that selected, let's just move down here. Just keep scrolling down here and you can see here there's actually a password field. So let's just select that. That just means that it will kind of like, you know, hide any of the text that we actually put into that particular field. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now just going to rename these particular fields. So with text field, the first one selected, let's just change the name up here to email address. And you'll see why this is important later, because when we actually reference these actual text fields with inside our actions, we can then reference them by their name. So email address will be quite obvious to us. And then of course, password will be as well. So with the next one selected, let's just choose text field. Let's move up here and let's give this one a name of password. Okay, that's all that we need to do there. So we need to just change this hint text here as well. So just with that selected, let's just move up here to the actual hint text here. I can find it, there it is. So it says some hint text. Let's just change that to enter your email address, something like that. And then with inside here, we can just do the same thing as well. Enter your password, something along those lines. That's good. Now with inside the column, just choose the column again. Let's now add a button in, because obviously you're going to want the user to actually log in. That's going to be quite important. So let's just hit the little plus here and let's just do a search for button. There it is, just choose button. And we have got some styles already set for a button across our application. So just with it selected, choose a theme style and choose button primary. And of course, we're going to probably just move our button off the top there. So let's just choose 16 there on the height. That keeps things pretty in keeping with the rest of the spacing that we've got between those particular rows. And then where it actually, the actual title of the text, the button, sorry, is called button. We just want to change this to sign in like that. That's all that we need to do there. So that should be pretty good. It looks like we've got a bit of a margin going on here. So let's actually just extend that out there. So there we go. So that's now in line with the actual form fields as well. So that's looking pretty good. So next up, we're going to add another widget into our column. So just choose the little plus there, and we're going to do a search for rich text. Just select that, and then within inside the rich text widget, we've got a rich text span. That's going to be our first piece of content. So that's going to say don't have an account. So let's just select that, and we're just going to say don't have an account like that with a question mark, and put a couple of spaces in as well. And we're going to now choose the next span in as well. So let's, with that rich text selected, let's say add text, and then in here we're going to say sign up here like that. So that's perfect. Now with the rich text selected, let's just put another piece of padding in here of say 16. That just brings it down a little bit. And then within the font weight, let's just choose font medium as a size. Makes things a little bit more bold on the top line there. And then what we're going to do on the first rich text span, we're just going to make sure we've got a font family selected as themed fonts, and primary family, which is Poppins, is the font. And then we just need to change the text color to be the secondary text. So choose secondary text, just makes that a sort of slightly grayed out look. And then within the second one, just choose rich text span. And with the font weight, we're going to make this pretty strong of say 600 semi-bold. And then on the text color, we are going to choose the primary color there. So that's pretty well much our rich text set up there. And of course, when we come back onto the screen again, we'll then link that through to the creation of the account page once we get there. So that's this screen pretty well much created. In fact, I've just seen here that we've got that that kind of visibility, that's the conditional visibility that's been added. So let's just make sure that is turned off there. So that's pretty well much as we need. And of course, the Lottie animation is not going to display on this particular page at this moment in time, because it's the first frame of the Lottie animation is completely empty, so you're not going to see anything. But of course, when we do run this up, you'll get that animation play out. So that's this particular login page screen created. Let's take this screen and then let's create the next screen, which is going to be the create an account. And we can duplicate this particular page and we can then create that. So let's get ready to do that now. Okay, so let's take the contents of our login page and let's copy it and move it across to our create an account page, and then we'll make the changes. So with inside the actual container here of the login page, just right click and just say, or literally click on the little copy option here and select that. And then on the create account page, just move over there and right click and then hit the little P there to paste it. And we're going to get everything as we had it previously. And we can now just make those adjustments that we actually need on this page. So let's move up to where it says welcome back. Let's just change the text there to get started like that. And then we can just change this piece of content here as well. Okay, let's get started by filling out the form below. Just a very simple piece of text here. Now on the password field, we're going to duplicate this because we need to have a confirmation box for our password. So just hit the duplicate there. And then within here, we can just change the hint text here to confirm password. There we go. And then with inside this password field, we're just going to move up to the top here. We're just going to actually change where it says password. We're just going to say confirm, and then uppercase P, confirm password. Just made a little typo there. It's confirm password. There we go. So I like to, with my fields, funny enough, it's just a programming habit, but you'll notice there that I'm using kind of like a camel case. I've got like a lowercase kind of first letter, and then I've got an uppercase letter. I seem to do that when I'm actually applying it to my text fields. So please forgive me for that, but that's just an old habit. But pretty well much everything else I do there, I kind of have like an uppercase letter for the actual widgets when I actually change names. But that's just a personal thing. But of course, you can follow whatever convention that you would like. We just need to change this button here. Now we're just going to change this to let's just find the actual sign in here, and we're going to change this to create account. Quite simple. And we just need to change the text across the bottom here as well. So on the first rich text span, let's just change this to say already got an account, like that, with a question mark. And then where it says sign up here, we just need to change that. So just choose rich text span there, and let's change that to login here, like that. That's all that we need to do. So that's looking pretty good. That's looking good. So I think that is how easy it is to, with inside FlutterFlow, is to take something you've already got, you literally copy it, create, and you've got a new page, you paste it on there, and you've pretty well much got the foundations of everything that you need in order for that page to work. So here we are then on the home page of my dashboard for Supabase. As you can see, I've got one project already created called Goals. If you just created your Supabase account, then you'll have no projects on here. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a brand new project now. So I'm going to hit New Project and click on the organization, which is mine is called the Digital Pro. So I'm just going to put my name down here and I'm going to call this project My Goals, and database password. I'm just going to sort of generate a new password here. So just, you don't need to make a copy of it, but sure, put that into a notepad somewhere so you've got that somewhere safe. I'm going to choose my region as the West EU. I'm going to keep it on the free pricing plan. I don't need anything more than that, and hit Create Project. So this will take just a couple of minutes to provision your database and get it up and running. So just leave that to do its thing and we'll be right back. So our project has just been created. As you can see, this is the home page. You're likely to see something very similar to this. Now we are going to create two tables within inside our project. Now the tables are going to hold our data. So if you're not too familiar with databases, we've got two tables in this project. One is called Goals and one is called Tasks, and they're both going to contain different sets of data, but we're going to link the two together, and I'll show you how that's done very, very shortly. So let's first up start with by creating the table. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring up a couple of slides, which is going to give you an indication of what the contents of those tables will look like. So this slide is showing you our goals table that we're going to be creating very, very shortly. It's going to be used to hold all of the goals data within inside our application. On the left-hand side, you can see the columns that we're going to be creating very, very shortly. Pretty self-explanatory there. I'm going to show you kind of how they all kind of operate and link together very, very soon. On the right-hand side slightly, we've got the type of the column that we're going to be creating as well. Plenty of text-based columns in there as well. There are other data types available. I selected text for this particular project. But if you were looking to constrain perhaps the data within inside your table, you might choose a varchar, for example, where you can actually give it a predefined set constraint, such as like 100 characters or 150 characters. But I've just used text on this particular occasion. There's also int2 in there as well, which is like a small range number that we're going to be containing in that particular database column. And also as well, there's some default values there as well. So you'll see how they are defined very, very shortly when we do that with inside the creation of the actual database table. There's one more table I need to make you aware of, and that is tasks. Now, of course, with each goal, there's going to be tasks associated with the goal. So I'm going to show you how that kind of links up a little bit later. But generally, you can see here we've got a smaller number of columns in this particular table with some simple sort of data types there as well. So again, I'll show you how that gets set up very, very soon. So that you please use these slides as a reference point into creating those tables, just to make sure you've got everything set up correctly, but I'll quickly get those set up very, very shortly. So let's now commence creating our goals table. So just move over to the left hand side and click on database. Tables is already selected, and then just hit new table up at the top right. So my table is going to be called goals, and I'm going to turn off row level security just for the moment. We will come back to that, so just turn that off. Let's clear the warning, just hit confirm, and then down here, this is where all our columns are going to be created for our database. So leave the first two as they are. We don't need to change those. Let's hit on add column, and I'm going to type one in here called title, and the type that's going to be for this column, if you remember, is going to be called text, and that's all that we need to do. So I'm now going to carry on creating all of the columns as per the previous slide, and we'll come back and check it in just a moment. Okay, so I've added all of the columns to this particular table. You can see there that's pretty well much as the slides that we had earlier on. The only difference, of course, is with inside the default value, I've just put 0 down there because that is the default value that we're going to be including. And I've just also made sure as well on the actual cog here that we actually take the little checkbox off is nullable. And you can see the difference here between this one, this one, this one, and this one. That's what I've taken off. We want to make sure that we're pretty clear that that particular field is not going to contain a null value, basically nothing at all. So we know we're going to set some values in there. So that's pretty well much our table set up. So hopefully I can just hit the save now and our table will get created. So let's now create the task table. So just hit new table here, type in tasks, and let's turn off the row level security just for a moment, hit confirm, and I'm just going to go through now and start creating the additional columns that we had in this particular table. So we'll come back and check that in just a moment. So now all of the fields are now created for our task table. You can see that's pretty well much as we expect it to be. If you just follow along and just key those in as well. You can see the only change that I've made here is just on this little cog here. I've just made sure that is nullable is unchecked, and just make sure that you've got the default value of false in there as well. So that's pretty well much our tasks table set up. So let's hit the save option. Let's just make sure that that table actually saves okay. Of course, if you've made any errors, it will come up and actually give you an indication of what the error will be. You can just go in and then change it and then hit save, and hopefully you'll be presented with what you see now. So both of our tables are now created. So now that our tables are now created, let me introduce you to the world of policies. Now, this is going to be a step we're going to introduce, which is going to move us towards enabling row level security within inside our Supabase project. Now, the key thing here is that what policies are going to do for us in this instance is that when a user is authenticated within inside our application, so they're signed in and they are exchanging sort of requests back to the Supabase platform, we're going to want to put some controls in place that's going to check to see if the user that is making that request, whether they're updating data, whether they're pulling data in, we're going to want to check to make sure that that user is who they say they are. Okay, that's really important. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create some policies that's going to enforce those measures within inside the database. So let's walk through that now. So let's move over to the authentication option here on the left hand side, and you can see here that we've got an option called policies on the left hand side. Just select that and you can see now that we're going to get these warnings about that we haven't got row level security enabled. Don't worry about that, we'll do that very, very shortly. But let's now start thinking about our policies. So we're going to want to apply some restrictions on our goals and our task table. We're going to want to make sure that any operation that is taking place within inside those tables, the user who is making those requests are who they say they are. Okay, so that's important. So for example, if you have data that is associated to a particular user and the user is requesting that data back, or they're making changes to that data, we're going to want to check to make sure that they are who they say they are. And the way that we do that is we introduce some policies. So just move up to the right hand side here against the goals table, hit new policy, and there's this option where we can use some templates or we can do a full customization. Now we're just going to do a full customization here. The templates that's actually part of this this window aren't what we're looking for, so we're going to create a brand new one, and I'll talk you through how that this particular section works. So we need to put a policy name in, so we'll do that in just a moment. You can see here that we've got these allowed operations: select, insert, update, and delete. Now these are just traditional sort of operations that you can do on the database. So selecting is obviously when we're just trying to select and retrieve data. Insert obviously is for inserting data, and updating is updating data, and deleting is deleting data. So it's quite self-explanatory. So what we need to do is we now need to put controls in against all of those operations. Okay, so we're not going to select them individually, we're just going to choose all here, and then in this particular area here we now need to apply some expressions in here. So we're going to need to check for something. Okay, so the way this works is that when our application makes a request into Supabase, we're going to be passing over a token. Now this happens behind the scenes in FlutterFlow. Okay, so this token will be exchanged between the FlutterFlow application and Supabase. We now need to take that token, we need to check inside it, we need to pull out a value which is going to be our user ID in this instance, and we need to check to see if that user is allowed to perform these actual requests. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we can do, but there's a very, very simple technique within inside Supabase that allows us to check this, and it's actually got some helper functions that support it. So what does this token actually look like? Well, let's have a look at the FlutterFlow application here. Now this is the live version that we had in one of the earlier videos for preview, and what I've done is I've just logged in, okay, and I'm just looking at some of the requests that are taking place back and forth, and you can see here that there's a request that was made to actually pull in all of the goals information within to the application, and you can see here in the header there's this authorization token that is being exchanged between the FlutterFlow application and Supabase. You can see here that I've just shown you here is authorization. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this token here. I'm just going to copy it. We don't need the bearer bit. We just need all of this data here. I'm just going to make a copy. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move over to a really helpful website called jwt.io, which is going to allow us to almost basically decipher or decode that particular kind of token, and we can see the contents of it. Okay, so there's nothing that's not insecure here, so that this is pretty an open token, but what it's actually showing you is this particular data. Now this is kind of decoded, and this is what the actual token contains. And you can see here there's some different bits. It's got my email address in there, but there's nothing particularly too sensitive. We've got some session information, all that kind of stuff. But what's really important is this particular one here, because this is the user ID of the user who's actually authenticated within inside the application. So what we can do is we can actually store that value as some data within inside our database tables. If you remember, when we actually created those database tables, we created one called a column called user ID. So what we can do is we can associate that value to the user ID, and then when the request then comes in, we can use some supporting functions within inside Supabase that actually allows us to check to see, does that value there match the value within inside the database? And if it does, then it returns true. If it doesn't, it returns false. So that's what we're going to do here. So just keep an eye on here. This is the sub. Okay, so we're going to be pulling this value out of the token, and then we're going to be able to perform that particular check. So going back into Supabase, then we can put an expression in here which allows us to do that check. Okay, so let me put that expression in now for you. So the expression is now being loaded. Okay, I've just put a policy name at the top there. Okay, but just would describe exactly what it's doing. But you can see here that the using expression has been added. So I've got all selected here. That's really important. And then here, what we're doing is this particular command here is kind of something that Supabase actually understands. So auth is something it knows itself. It is .jwt, and it's pulling out a sub here, which we know is of type text, and it's checking it against the user ID. So this is the column that's within inside the table that we created earlier on. Of course, the task table also contains exactly the same thing. So really, we're just basically checking to see the sub value is matching the user ID, which we know if it does, it's going to return true back. Okay, so that's super important, because if that's true, it means that the operation that we're looking to do will be successful. Okay, so we now need to put this actually in the bottom expression as well. And so this bottom expression is used for doing inserts and updates. Of course, you could actually write some expressions in here. It could be checking other things. So for example, there might be maybe a value within inside your database. You can actually say, you know, so let's say an age, for example, somebody who is over the age of 18 or under the age of 18, you could actually check on the server to see, okay, is that person over the age of 18, which if they are, then you can then make the change to the database, or if they're not, then obviously it doesn't make that change at all. So there's some controls that you can put in place if that data was available to you. But in our instance, this is really simple, is that we're just checking the contents of the token that's available to us and checking to make sure that they match. So that's pretty well much all that we need to do. So I'm just going to keep this in my clipboard, because we're going to apply exactly the same thing as well to the task table. So let's just hit review, and this should be successful for us. So don't worry too much about this. It's just pretty much giving you the statement that it's going to run to set everything up for us. Hit save policy, and that should all be set up for us. So you can see it says policy successfully saved. So we're now just going to do the same thing now to the task table. So just hit new policy up here, click on this one here, and I'm just going to select all, and I'm just going to paste that into there, and I'm just going to give it the policy name as well. So enable all actions for users based on their user ID. So again, that's exactly the same. We can just hit review and hit save, and those policies will be created for us. So we know that now when we now activate row level security, we know that we've got those controls in place at this particular stage. So before we enable row level security within inside our database, there's a couple of extra little bits that we just need to do, or that we can do this at any particular time, but I'm going to do that at this point. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to associate our tasks with our goals. Okay, so we're going to want to define a relationship between the two tables. And the way that we do that is we just go into the task table. So just hit the little pen here. Just make sure you're actually on the database and you're on the table section. Just hit the little pen here, and you can see this is the view that you you saw previously. But one thing we didn't set up earlier is this little bit here, which is this particular sort of association of a foreign key to create this relation. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit the little sort of like link there, and we're just going to choose the table that it references to, which is going to be the goals. ID is going to be the ID of the goal. So what's going to happen is that every task that we create will have the ID of the goal. Okay, so that's how the two tables are going to be associated. Okay, so what we can also do here though is that is this particular option here, which is quite important actually, is that we don't want to leave any sort of tasks redundant within our table, okay? Or we don't want to have any issues where we have constraints where we're trying to delete something, but actually we're going to leave something as an orphan, or it's just going to kind of exist on its own, or it's going to cause us some issues with constraints. So what we need to say that actually is that if we actually delete our goal, then we're going to want to delete all of our tasks as well. We don't want to have to do a follow-up operation of any reason to delete our tasks, or delete our tasks first and then delete our goal. Okay, so whenever we delete a goal, we want to delete our tasks, and the way that we do that is we set this particular option here of cascade. Okay, so cascade will mean that when we delete that record, then it will cascade down to the tasks and delete those as well. Okay, so just hit save, and then that relationship should all be set up for us now. So if we hit save, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get an update and we'll get that successfully updated. Okay, so that means our tables are now set up from that regard. I think we can go on now and we can enable row level security. So let's just click on the goals up here. Let's enable row level security and then hit save. And that should be good for us. And then move on the pen there as well. And let's do that as well. So we've now got everything created for row level security. So excellent, everything is all in place. So there's some further steps that we now need to do in our database just to get us ready for the next video, where we're going to end up getting the UI linked up to the Supabase database. So within inside the actual sort of authentication area there, if I get the right place, we also need to choose the providers option. So within inside our application, and the only thing that at this time of recording that the FlutterFlow supports is email as a provider. Okay, so we can't use Facebook or any other sort of social media or anything like that. But in order for that to be nice and smooth and run nicely for us, we just want to choose email up the top there as a provider, and let's take that off there for secure email, and take that one off as well, confirm email. That's all that we need to do. Just make sure you hit the save option there, and that's successfully updated for us. So now that we got our basic login and create pages created, we are now ready to hook up our application to our Supabase project that we just created previously. So what we're going to do is we're going to move over to the settings option here on the left hand side. So just choose a little cog here, and now we're going to move down to the authentication option, and we're just going to enable authentication for our project. So just choose that, and then here you've got a couple of different authentication types. You've got Firebase and Supabase. Obviously we're using Supabase in this application, so just make sure that's selected. And then within inside the initial page, this is where you're going to want to make sure that you've got this set. So our entry page will always be our login page. Now the power of this particular application is that when the user is already authenticated inside your application, they will bypass the login page and they'll be automatically redirected to the logged in page, which is the home page. Now of course, if their session times out for over a period of time, then they'll go straight through to the login page. But that's something that FlutterFlow is going to handle for you. Okay, so just make sure you've got login page set as your entry and your home page as set as your logged in page. So next up, we're going to need to tell our project about our Supabase database that we've actually got created. So if you move down to here to integrations, just select Supabase here on the integration. You can enable Supabase, so just select that option here. And these particular details we're going to need to pull from our Supabase project that we created earlier. So let's do that now. So here I am now within our Supabase project. So I'm going to move over to the cog here just on the left hand side of project settings, and I'm going to move up to API. So these are the settings that we're going to need to take across into FlutterFlow. So the first thing we're going to do is on this URL, we're just going to hit copy. So this is the URL to the location where our FlutterFlow project is going to communicate to our distinct application, which is this particular one here. So you won't see anything here that's kind of easily identifiable, but this is the reference into Supabase that we need. So just make sure you got that copied, and then move back over to your FlutterFlow project, and we're inside the API URL. If you just paste that there, we also need to capture something else, which is a key. So just go back to API settings, and then with inside our project API settings, just take this one here. Okay, so just hit the copy option, and then let's move back over to our FlutterFlow project and just paste that in there. So we can now hit the get schema, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get our details come back. So there we go. So we've got our tasks table that's come back and our goals table here. So pretty well much that's how we left it when we actually created everything with inside Supabase. So there should be no surprises there, but that is a good sign that our application is communicating through to Supabase. So we're set up here. That's great. And the next bit we're now going to do is we're going to move back into the UI, and we're going to start configuring our login page to then hook up and authenticate against Supabase. So let's do that now. So this is the page that we created previously. This is the running version, the final version of the application. You can see here that this is the login page. We can simply just hit the kind of the sign in button out, and our user will then enter the application. So I'll just hit that and in they go. So our application doesn't do that, but we're going to do that now. We're going to set that up. We're going to want to put some defensive application building in here as well. So of course, once the user has tried to key in their details, so for example, we just kind of delete these details out here and we hit the sign in, we're going to want to put some form validation in there as well. We're going to want to make sure our user is actually putting in the right details. And of course, if you put that in there, of course, it will validate that it's an email address. And of course, we want to make sure that we put some limits as well on the password as well, because within Supabase, the minimum password length is 6 characters. So we're going to want to support that within our application. So let's make those enhancements now to our application. Let's get our sign in button hooked up, and we should then be able to get ourselves ready to then create a user account, which is going to be some more modifications to our create page. And then of course, we then should be able to get both of these pages working together. So let's do that now. So here we are then on the login page for our application. We're now going to want to add a form validator into our page. We're going to want to ensure that what the user is typing in is accurate before we actually hit the sign in button to Supabase. So we can simply do that by, on the left hand side, moving over to the column. The column is what contains all of our form fields. So now we're going to want to right click, and we want to wrap that widget with another widget called form validation. So just choose form validation, and you'll see that it gets created here. We're just going to want to change the name of it, so just make sure that you've got it selected. Up on the top here, we could just want to then change that to say login form. It's always important to rename sort of key widgets within inside your application, certainly ones like this, because we're going to reference these within inside the action flow editor very, very shortly. So once we've got that selected, on the right hand side here, you can see that we've got the validation options for this. The email address and the password are the two fields that it's detected that we actually have within inside our form. Now we're going to want to make some changes to these in just a moment, but let me explain to you what automatically validate means. And what that really is, if I was to turn that on, what that would mean is that as the user is actually typing in to a particular field, then all of the form will end up getting validated. Now that's not going to look particularly great for our users, because we don't want to see big sort of error sort of boxes or red text that would appear when it's not really applicable to the field that we're actually completing. So for large forms, it's not particularly ideal to include that. I know we've only got a small form here, but I just want to keep our application quite clean. So we're going to validate on the point that our user has actually hit the sign in option. Okay, so that's when the form validation will occur. So we're going to keep that turned off, but what we're going to do is move over to the email address here. We're just going to choose this and turn that on, just select it. Now we are going to want to not make too many changes here, other than the fact of the text validator here at the bottom. So just choose text validator and choose email. So the values that's going to be keyed into that field will be validated against a valid email. So it will determine whether we're typing in an email that conforms. And if it does conform, then the validation will pass. If it doesn't look like an email address, then the user will see an error message. So let's move now down to the password option just down here on the left, on the right hand side here. Just choose password, just hit that, and we're going to want to make some changes in here. So within the minimum amount of required characters for a password, Supabase only supports 6 or more. So we're just going to want to choose 6 here, and then in our sort of our minimum characters error text. Now this is the text that will appear if the user's typing anything under 6 characters. So I'm just going to paste some text in here, and it's going to be passwords must be 6 or more characters. So that's what will also get displayed on the screen. We don't need to include anything else here, but that should be good for our form. So that is our login form validator set up for the time being. Of course, we're going to want to sort of kick off that form validator, and we're going to do that with inside the sign in action, and that's what we're going to focus on next. So the next change that we're going to want to make is we're going to want to put an action behind this sign in button. So the user's going to have completed the form, they're going to hit the sign in option, and then we're going to need to authenticate against Supabase. But first we're going to want to validate the form. So just hit the sign in here, click on the action flow editor up here, just make sure you've got that selected up the actions, and just click open. And here we are with the on tap event. So here's your different events up here, but on this one we're just going to simply just put one on the on tap of the event. So a very, very quick press of the button. So we're going to now want to add an action, so just choose add action here, and what we're going to do here is we're going to first look for validate here. So let's look for validate form, so let's just choose that, and that's the first one that's going to get selected. And now with the option here where it says unset, we're going to want to choose the login form. Now this is again is where it's quite important that our names of our widgets are quite useful to actually be something more meaningful. So here we've got login form. So that's the first thing that's going to do. That's going to kick off the form validator, and it will not continue with inside this flow until that form is actually valid. So what we're then next up going to do is then we're going to actually then do the key action, which is going to be to then sort of authenticate against Supabase. So let's just choose add action there, and up here we're just going to do a little search for Supabase. There it is, and we're going to go to Supabase authentication, and we're going to want to choose the login option. So just choose login, and then on the auth provider we're going to choose email, because that's the only provider that we currently are supporting with inside FlutterFlow. Of course, depending when you're watching this particular video, there could be more auth providers available, but at the moment there's only email. So we're now going to want to choose our email field. Again, important to keep your widget names there, because here we can choose email address, and then the password field is also going to be password here as well. So that's referencing our fields directly within inside our form. Incidentally, you can see here there's this little pen option here. Of course, if you were storing values with inside a variable, which could be in sort of the application state or the page state, then you can actually reference the actual values that you would be storing there. But we're actually just referencing our actual form values directly from on the actual page itself. So just bear that one there for the future if you were looking to do that. So that should be it. That is all that we need to do. Now FlutterFlow will take care of everything else now. As soon as we then validate and we get a successful response back from Supabase, then our application will automatically move through to the home page of our application. Of course, if there's an error that comes back from Supabase, then what'll happen is then there'll be like a message within inside the application to say that the username or the password is incorrect or something like that. So but there's other means and ways that you can actually handle responses back from Supabase, but FlutterFlow provides this really, really simple for us. It will just block the user from progressing until they've corrected their mistake. So that's all that we need to do. Just hit close there. And then that should be our page now all ready to go. So we can't do nothing with this particular page at the moment because we actually haven't even created any accounts yet, of course. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to work on our create account page. We're going to get that up and running with very similar techniques that we've got here. We'll create an account, and then we should be able to then use this screen then also to log in as well. So let's move on to that now. So here we are then on the running version of the create user account screen. You can see here now that if I put my email address into this particular field here and hit the create account, then the form validation takes place. As I start typing in some details here, I hit create account. It said the password must be 6 or more characters. So it seems to be working quite nicely there for us. If I hit the value there, password must be more than 6 characters. Now if I do type in more than 5, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, but just do 1 2 3 4 5 6 and hit create an account, then we've also got another error that's coming up saying that the passwords must match. So that's like an extended piece of functionality with inside the action flow editor that I've introduced, and we can put that in our application as well, just to make it a little bit more defensive, because we don't want any errors coming back from Supabase there. We want to try and correct it with inside the form directly. So we'll implement all of these features now for this particular page. Here we go. So back in FlutterFlow, I've got the create account page loaded, and I'm going to add the form validation widget to the column that just as we did on the previous screen. So just hit wrap widget here and choose form validation. We're just going to change the name up here to the create account form here to give it a good meaningful name. And then of course we make sure the form validation is selected, and we're now just going to go through now and just modify our validation field. So just choose email address here. We're going to want to choose the validator as an email, just as we did previously. Move down to password here, choose the details we need here. So the minimum number of characters is 6, and then in this particular field, just as we did before, let's just put our content in there. Passwords must be 6 or more characters, and we're just going to click on confirm password as well, and we're just going to do the same thing there as well. So minimum number of characters is 6, and then put that value in there as well. So that's all that we need to do on that particular form there. That's all set up for us. Let's now focus our attention on the create an account actions that we now need to do now. So let's choose the create account option here. Let's move over to the actions, and then let's open up the action flow editor. And the first action I'm going to add is going to be the actual form validation itself. So if we go back and do a little search for to validate form, just choose validate form, and of course I'm going to select my create account form. So that's now going to validate the form. We next now need to add in the piece for Supabase to actually create the account for us. So let's hit the little plus here, click add action, and on the right hand side here just type in Supabase, and we're going to want to select the create account option. So just make sure that's selected, and we're going to choose the auth provider as email, and this is where we're now going to want to set the fields from our application. So just choose the email field here and just choose email address, and the password is going to be password, and you guessed it, the next one's going to be confirm password. So it's that simple to create authentication with a Supabase. And what will happen now is that if we were to run this application, our form will be validated. If that passes, then straight away our account will be created and they'll be signed in and will be moved to the home page of our application. But that's not particularly defensive, of course, because we do have this little challenge on our hands with the password. Now, if the user types in or mistypes in a password, or it doesn't match, we're going to want to handle that within inside the application itself. We want to try and do that as close as we can at source to when it actually occurs. So what we're going to do is now we're going to extend the application now to include this new error kind of row that will just display this mismatch. We're going to create some page state as well, just to track the visibility of that particular error, and then we're going to come back in here and we're going to see how the error then plays out as far as the logic that we're going to need to add. So let's move over and do that now. So here we are back on the create account page, and we're now going to create this state variable now to track the conditional visibility of the text row that we're going to add very, very shortly. So on the right hand side, let's just choose the little option up here where it says state management. Let's click the add field option, and inside the field name, I'm just going to paste this in here, but it's called is passwords mismatch. If this value becomes true, because it's going to be of type Boolean, if it's true, then it will display that row. If it's false, then it won't be displayed. So just choose a type where it says here, and then choose Boolean here as an option. Take the little nullable checkbox off. Let's just toggle this field to be red. We don't want it to give it a positive value to start off with. If we left that as enabled, then what would have then happened is that as soon as the page had loaded, we would then see that message appear instantly within inside the UI. So I'm going to keep that one turned off, just hit confirm, and then that's all that we need to do as far as the state management variable is concerned. So let's now move on, and let's now create that row within inside the widget tree. So within the column on the left hand side of our page, just choose that and then hit the little plus option here. So we're going to add a row in, and then within inside that row we're just going to hit the little plus, and we're going to actually add some text in there, and we're going to want to reposition this. Okay, so we're just going to move this above the button, so just hold that down the left mouse button, move that up, and then just drop that in there. And we're just going to go to our row, and we're just going to want to firstly give our row some padding at the top there of 16. That keeps it then in keeping with the rest of the the gaps in between our fields. And then within inside our text here, we're just going to want to make a slight change here. So we're going to go down here to the size. So where it says body medium, choose that down to body small, just makes it slightly smaller. And within inside our primary text, just select that. And we're going to want to choose the error color there, just to give it that kind of red look. Now the text that we're going to want to just include in here, of course, will be passwords do not match. Okay, so that's just a very quick statement that just to give the user some guidance there on the status. So that's that. With inside the row now, of course, we now need to give this now some conditional visibility. We're not going to want to display this off the bat. So this is where we now use our state variable here. So let's move up to conditional visibility. Let's just turn that on here. And the conditional visibility that we're going to set is going to be a condition. So just choose conditions, and it's a single condition. It's just a single check that we need to make. So in here, we just need to choose the first value here, choose this, and we're going to go to page state. Okay, and we're going to choose the is passwords mismatch. Now we're going to want to say, is this equal to, and then of course this value in here will actually be a specific value, and it will be true. That's all that we need to do. So if the value is true, then display that message. If not, it disappears. So just hit confirm. So that's all that we need to do to get that row up and running. Now, of course, nothing's going to happen at this particular stage because we're not actually setting that value. So let's now move back into the action flow editor, and let's get that sorted right now with some conditional checks to get that displayed. So let's do that now. So let's move down to our create account button here. Let's choose the actions option up here and then choose open on the action flow. This is exactly where we were before, but we're now going to add a conditional check-in. We want to see, do our passwords match or do they not? Okay, so just within inside the plus here, just choose that and say add conditional. And then up here, we're going to go to conditions, and it's going to be a single condition because we're just checking between the two values. So the first value we're going to be checking will be the first password. So we move down to widget state and we choose the password there, that one just in the middle, and we're going to say, is that equal to the other one? Okay, to the other password value. So this is the confirm one. So we're going to go to the from variable here, and we're going to just choose this, and we're going to go to widget state, and we're going to say confirm password. So we're just saying, are they both equal to each other? Hit confirm. Now, of course, if they are equal, they're going to move in this direction. If they're not equal, they're going to move down in this direction, the negative state. Okay, so on this particular location, we're going to want to clear the visibility of that particular row and then carry out the authorization if it's false. So if the passwords are not matching, we just want to make sure that we then display that message that's on the conditional visibility. So let's just do that now. Let's just hit the little plus on the false here, add the action, and we're going to want to update here. So just do a search for update. I can find it here, update page state here, so just choose update page state, hit the add field option, and it's the is passwords mismatch. So we're just going to want to set this particular value so we know that the passwords don't match. So we're just going to go set value. We're going to go here, instead of saying false, we are going to say true. Okay, that's all that we need to do here. And then on what we're going to do here though, we're going to copy this action, and then we're going to go here, hit the little plus, and then we're going to paste that action just here, because what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to set it to false, and then we're going to want to do the authorization. Okay, now there's going to be a slight in the UI, the create account is going to happen really quickly, but it's just good practice just to remove any kind of errors from the screen, of course, because if there was an error that come back from Supabase, it may likely not be that the fact of the two passwords are mismatching. So we just want to do good practice there and make sure the UI remains clean all the time. So with inside here, just select this, and we're going to want to just choose this and say false. And then with inside this particular this auth here, we just want to copy this here, and we're going to go up to the little plus, and then we're going to paste the action in here, and then here we're just going to want to then delete that action so it's not needed. So we've got everything we needed. So we know that we're here in a positive territory, down here false. That should be all that we need to do in terms from the form validation perspective. So just hit close, and I think we are pretty close now to trying to run this application to see what behavior that we get. So let's give that a go and let's see what happens in test mode. Actually, before we run this application up, I've just spotted that we haven't actually hooked the pages up to actually take us to the create account page. So with inside the login page, we need to add some action to this particular row here. So just choose that, and we're going to move over to the actions here, and we're just going to click on the add action. And here we're going to just do and just type in navigate. Okay, so we're going to navigate to the create account page, of course, and we're going to allow this. We're going to set all these up as default, and that's all that we need to do. What we're also going to do with inside the create account page, we're just going to do the same thing as well. We're going to go down to the already got an account. We're just going to click on the actions up here. We can add the action in here, and we're just going to go to navigate again. Just type that in, and we're going to navigate back to the login page. So it just allows us to go back and forth between the two pages. Right, that's all that we need to do. So let's now run this in login. Let's actually run this now and try logging into the application. But firstly, we're going to create an account in the test mode. So let's do that now. So here we are in run mode. Let's give this a go. Let's hit on the sign up here option. Let's type in my email address, thedigitalpro@outlook.com there, and let's put a password in here. Okay, so I'm just going to put an invalid password in for starters. Let's just see if that's all working for us. Create an account. There we go. Passwords do not match. That's fantastic. I can just show you here the password that I just typed in there. So it's just mistyped it slightly. So let's just take that off there and then hit the create an account. Let's see if that works. Bingo, that's exactly what we would like to see. Now, we've got nothing on our home page whatsoever, so that is fantastic. We should have our account created. Let's just have a quick look in Supabase here. Let's go to the actual authentication here, and you can see here that my account has been successfully created. That's just as I would like to see it. So we're looking good. So hopefully our login page will work as well. So of course, if I was just to reload this now, then our application is going to remain logged in. So I'm going to end the session, and I'm going to reload it back up so I can try signing in. So I'm going to do that now. So of course I should have realized this, of course, but what I've done is I've ended the session, I've reloaded the application, but of course I'm still authenticated. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to put a button on our home page here, just for a convenient way for us to kind of log out us as being a user. Okay, so let's just move back over to the dashboard here. Let's go to our home page, and let's really simply just add a little option in here. Let's add a button in, so just choose that, and then we're inside the action flow editor. Just select that, say add action. And then we're going to want to go to Supabase here, and then we're going to say log out, and that's all that we need to do. So let's go back to our application. Let's just do a quick instant reload, and then we should then magically see that button should then sign us out of the application. There it is. Just hit the button there, and then we're all signed out, which is fantastic. So let's now try logging in now. So let's put my password in. Okay, hit sign in, and then magic. Brilliant. So that's everything working for us. So both our create page is working and our login page is working. Of course, we need a little bit of animation on there as well, as you might have spotted on the actual preview of the final application. We've got some animation going. Of course, we're going to come back and do all of those niceties on another video. But for now, the main key point of this video is to kind of get most of the functionality implemented, and we can put the bells and whistles in a little bit later. So that should be everything we need right now. So let's focus our attention on building the homepage screen. This is the first screen that users will see as soon as they're signed in. They'll be directed to this page, and it's going to display all of the goals that they've got created within inside the database. As you can see here at the top here, we've got our row that kind of is our head of our application, and then just below that we've got a list view that contains independent containers that will then display each and every goal, and obviously the properties that are related to each of the goals themselves. And just at the bottom here, we've got a fan button. Of course, when you actually hit that, a bottom bar will be displayed, which will then allow the user to actually create a goal within inside the application. So let's focus on building this screen out, and of course there will be some more bells and whistles that will put onto this screen as the series develops, but we'll at least get this set up ready for us then to hook into Supabase to then pull those goals into the application. So just remember then, if you want to start from this particular point within inside the application build, please do check the link in the description, and there'll be a link there for you to clone this particular particular project. Please remember as well though that when you actually then clone that project, you'll also need to make sure that you just go into the settings here, and you're going to need to make sure that you set up your API URL and your anonymous key from the previous videos we did when we set up our Supabase project. Just make sure you put yours in there as well, because the clone project won't have that, and every time you do clone a version of this project, it won't include that in there. So just make sure that you pull that in. So let's move back to the UI builder then, to the widget tree should I say, and now let's start now focusing on building the home page out. So just select home page here on the left hand side. You can see here that we've got nothing else in our page whatsoever. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is add a container in. So just choose the little plus there and let's just choose container. And then within inside our container, we also need to make sure that we then put a column in there as well. Okay, so going back to the container, we're just going to want to stretch this container out to be the full width and height of our application. So let's now go over to where it says width there, just change that and just click on the little infinity option there. That stretches it right out to the full width of the UI, and then of course we just need to do the same thing for the height. And with inside the fill color for the secondary background, let's just clear that color, because we don't need to set a color on our container because the background already contains the base color for our application. So that's everything set with inside our container. Now with inside the column as well, we now need to start working on that as well. So the first thing that we're going to want to do in our vertically stacked column is we're going to want to add a row in. Okay, so that row is going to be the header of our application. So just choose a row. So it's going to kind of be like a bit like an app bar really, but we're going to sort of customize it ourselves. So with the row, the first one that we're going to put in there, okay, just hit the little plus here, is going to be our Lottie animation. This is the little goals animation that we got at the top left. So just choose Lottie and choose Lottie animation. We'll come back and we'll sort the properties out of this in a second. Next up, we need to hit the little plus there, and we're going to put a text in there as well. That's going to be it's going to say my goals, which is the title of our application, and we're going to hit a plus as well. And we're also going to choose the icon button here. So just do a search for icon and then choose icon button, and then we're just going to right click and we're just going to duplicate that widget as well. So we've got two icon buttons. We'll go and sort those out in just a second. So moving back over to the Lottie animation, let's make some changes to our properties on the right hand side. So where it says width of 150, let's change that to 70, and on the height, let's just change that to 70. With inside our animation source, just select that and then choose asset. Now of course we've already got the target icon already loaded with inside our project, so let's just choose target icon. And then where it says animation type, we're going to want to change this, and we're just going to want to say once. Okay, we're going to keep auto animate selected, so when this page loads for the very first time, the animation will play just once, and then when we then kick off events with inside our application, we'll then make a call into the Lottie animation to then play its little animation. Okay, so we'll do that as more of a finishing touch a little bit later. So that's that then. Let's now move over to the text. So we just need to set the widget styling. So we have a style that's already set for this. So just choose a text style heading, and it just makes it, it kind of makes it a little bit too large, actually, the text style heading that we've got here. So we just need to drop the size down. So just down the font size there, just choose 24. And we might just lose the padding actually of 16 to the left-hand side there. I don't actually think we're going to need that there. So that means our text style is now set for our heading. We're just going to now focus on these icon buttons as well. So let's now work on those. Now we're going to need to make a few changes to our icon that we've got selected down here. So let's just choose the icon, and we're going to do, we're just going to keeping with our application, just put a sign out option there. So just select this particular one here. So I'm just going to choose log out there, and then just choose log out as a icon there. And then on this particular one, we're going to make this one a filter type icon. So just type in filter, and then you should find one that looks just something like this here, filter list rounded. Or we can have that one there, filter list up the top right. There we go. That's perfect for us. We just want to drop the size of these icons down a little bit because they do look a little bit large. So let's just drop that down to 24, and let's just select that particular icon there and drop that down to 24. So I think that is looking pretty good for our icons for the moment. We might need to just come back and pad those out a little bit later, but that looks pretty good for our application. So with inside the text here, we're just going to quickly change that. Instead of it saying hello world, just going to say my goals, like that, and that should be everything that we need in our header at this moment in time. So let's now work on the next part of the application that's just below. So let's now create a column with inside a column. So just choose the little column there and hit the little plus here and just choose column. And we're going to want to call this this column goals column. So just up the top right there, just rename it, just hit the little tick box there, and we're all good. Now we need to make some changes to the properties of the parent column. Okay, so just choose parent, because we're going to want to set everything up that falls within inside it, just to make sure it's got the right setup. So on the right hand side, we want to actually mark this column to be scrollable. This will be the primary scrolling column within inside our application. So as we add more and more goals to our application within inside the list view that we're going to create in a moment, the goals will actually fall off the screen once there's more than what the screen can hold. So that's going to be the scrollable column within inside our application. The list view is not going to be doing the scrolling for us. Okay, so by saying primary, it means that is now the primary scrolling, and then on the cross-axis alignment, we just now need to shift everything over to the start of the column. So you can see here the main axis is pushing everything up the top. This one here is just pushing everything over to the left-hand side. So everything that falls within inside this particular column will be positioned to the top left. So now we need to now add our list view now. So within our goals column, just hit the little plus here. Let's just choose a list view. So just choose the list view here. And within inside the right hand side, let's just turn off that primary, because we've already selected it to be on our column that we did just a moment ago. And I think that is everything that we need at this moment in time. So what I'll do now is we'll go in now into the list view, and we'll start now building out the goals container that's going to sit within inside there. So just looking at the final application here, this is the section that we're going to now focus our attention on, is this particular panel. Don't worry about this panel, because this is a repeat of this particular one here. But you can see here that we've got like this container, this white container, and within inside that container we have a column, because everything is vertically stacked. Within inside that column we've got a number of rows which contain text, and then we've got this one here which is a progress bar, and then that progress bar over the top of it has another sort of container with some text in. Now they are situated within inside a stack, because a stack allows you to sort of overlay widgets on top of each other. So we're going to build that out very shortly. And then just down on this particular row here, we've just got a simple icon. We've got the number of tasks and how many is completed is represented in this particular piece of text here. And then we've got another icon then with the date of the actual goal when it's created. So let's now build this out. We're not going to worry about this little bar that runs along here. That we're going to come back in a later video and introduce that into the UI, but let's focus on getting this fleshed out right now. So let's do that. So back in the widget tree, then let's now start making some changes to the UI. So we're inside the goals column, just choose that, and we're just going to give this some padding. Okay, so just put 16 in here and just hit the little lock. That just locks everything in around even all of the directions of the actual column itself. Now within inside the list view, just hit the little plus here. Let's add a container in, and let's now rename that container to a goals container. So just say goals container, just hit that there. And within our styling, we just want to choose a theme style and just choose that, and we're going to say container primary. So just choose that, and we know that we've now got the correct styling that's associated with our sort of our parent container that's going to contain everything that we need. So just by clicking away, you won't see it yet, but when we start actually adding in widgets in here, you'll start to see the style take shape. So within inside the goals container, let's now add another column in. So just choose a column, and we're going to want to give this a column a name as well. So let's just call this one goal details column, like that. Just hit the little tick there. And within inside the goal details column, now let's start adding the applicable rows. So the first one that we're going to add in is a row, and we're just going to rename this row to a title row. So just select up here and say title, title row, like that. Just hit the little tick there. Now within inside this title row, we actually then now have a column, and within inside this column we have further 2 rows. So just choose that and choose row, and within inside this first row we're going to include some text, and then we're going to click on this particular column again. Let's just add another row in, and then we're just also then going to choose the new row and then just choose text. So we've got our 2 text widgets that we need in there for our goal title and our goal description. So let's now style those up. So let's commence in with some formatting then of our title row. So if you just choose title row here on the left hand side, now this is obviously the kind of the grouping of our title for our goal and our description. So let's give that some formatting. Let's on the right hand side here, let's just sort some padding out here. So 16 from the left, 16 from the top, and then 16 from the right. That just brings it off of the edge. Now let's then look at the actual column itself. So I think we need to actually do some alignment here. So let's just push everything up to the top there. So it's just sort of pushes everything to the top left of the actual row itself. And now we've inside our actual formatting of our text. So if you just choose text there, this is the actual title itself. Let's give this a formatting of title small here. That's good there. I don't think we needed to change anything there. And now just choose the description, which is going to be this text down here. Let's change the actual font style to be then a body small. So it's just slightly smaller. And our primary text is going to be the secondary text. So it just gives it that sort of slight grey look. We also want to change the line height as well. So just put 1.4 in here. And what that will mean is that when this then wraps to a second row, if the description is quite large, then you'll see a slightly more gap between both rows. It just makes it look a little bit more pleasing to read with inside the user interface. So let's now select the column here on the left hand side. Now let's expand that column out to the full width there. And we also then need to go into the actual text themselves, and we also then need to press the expansion against the text. So we'll do that for both of these. And the reason why we do that is because if we don't expand, then what will happen is if the text then becomes too large for the row, it then will not then wrap. Okay, so by doing this, it means that the text will then wrap to a second line instead of it just disappearing as a boundary error off the side of our UI. So that's everything set up now with inside our title row. We can come back and we can make some further adjustments to that when we need to. So now let's move on to then the next part, which is the progress bar just below. So let's move over to the goal details column. Just select that and hit the little plus there. Let's now add a container. Now with inside our container, we're just going to want to take off the width and the height. We just also want to take off the fill color. Let's clear the fill color. We're not interested in that. Just hit clear color. So that's everything that we need now. And of course, it's going to look a little bit odd with inside the UI, but we're now going to put the progress bar in that as well. So just hit the little plus on the container. We're going to choose and search for progress bar. Now you're going to see a circular looking progress bar. We're going to want to change that from circular to linear on the right hand side. Let's just take off the width and the width there, but let's put the thickness as a 5. So it's just going to make it a nice, very, very narrow sort of height actually that we want on our progress bar. And the end radius we're just going to choose as 5. So this will just give us some nice sort of circular kind of edges to be more in keeping for our application. And then the text down here, let's just remove the text. We don't want to display any text, and that should be everything that we need set up on our progress bar for the time being. Now we also now want to move on now and now wrap the progress bar with a stack, because we're going to want to put another container on there which is going to display the percentage. So let's do that now. So let's now right click on the progress bar. Let's just say wrap widget, and we're going to wrap with a stack. Now you won't see anything visually different with inside the UI builder at this particular stage, but what we're going to do is now include a new container here. So just press the plus, let's hit container, and we're going to have this rather large container that's going to look somewhat overlaid with the progress bar. So let's make some changes to the dimensions of the container now. So on the right hand side here where we've got width 100, let's make a little change here. So let's just make that 40, and then on the height let's just make that 25 like that. And then just further down we're going to want to change the border radius to then 16, so it just gives it that sort of rounded edges. And with inside the border color, just select that where it says unset, and let's turn that to be accent 3, so just a slightly lighter gray with inside the actual border color itself. So let's now position the actual container. So let's just move over to the stack itself. Let's now just literally press the little row there, and then press the little row there, and you'll see that now our actual child element is now positioned nicely centered with inside the stack as well, and it overlays quite nicely there with our progress bar. If I just click away, you'll get an idea there of what's going on. So let's just do some little bit of formatting here with our container. You can see it's going right to the edges here. We just need to make some adjustments. So just with the container selected, let's just choose 10 from the left. Let's choose 10 from the right. And then at the top, just choose 5. And then from the bottom, just choose 5. So you can see that that's now nicely spaced out from within inside the panel itself. So let's now add some text within inside this particular container here. So just down on the container here, just hit the little plus here. Let's hit text, and then we're just going to want to then make some changes to the theme text style. So just choose that and choose a body small here, and let's move down here and put a font size of 10 in. And just to replicate what the UI will be doing, let's just put something small in. Instead of saying hello world, let's just put, say, 50% in. This will then mean that when we now do the positioning of like the centering with inside the container, you'll then get a proper representation of that. If you just kept hello world in there when you try centering it, then you wouldn't have seen anything visually different inside the container. So if I just scroll down here, in fact I could go to the container itself, sorry, just scroll down, and then you can see we've got the child and the horizontal and vertical. If you just choose a little 0 there and a little 0 there, you can see that everything is now nicely centered. If I just kept hello world in there, you wouldn't have seen that centering occur. So that sets us up from a style perspective very, very nicely for when we then start binding all of these fields to the data that comes back from Supabase. So we now need to focus on the next row that's just below. So let's now start doing that now. So let's get ourselves ready then. So let's just collapse down some of these previous widgets that we don't need, so like title row and just container. Let's just collapse those down. Just gives us a little bit more room now to create our next row. So just hit the little plus there against gold details column. Let's add in a row. So just choose row, and then we're also then going to give this row a name. So let's just call this task footer details row. Just hit the little tick there, and then with inside this we're probably going to want to just adjust some padding here on the left hand side. So just choose 16 there, just choose 16 there, and let's just give this one perhaps just a height of say 4 there, and of course maybe at the bottom just a further 16 just to push it off of the bottom. We can make some minor adjustments to this later if it's not quite what we're looking for. So within the task footer details row, hit the little plus. So if you recall, in our row we've got an icon with some text, and then we've got some icon and then with some text. Okay, so the first icon that we're going to add is going to be the little tasks icon that we had. So just choose that, and on the left hand side just choose the icon size of 16, and we're just going to set the actual icon itself. So let's have a look for one called task. Okay, not what we want. Let's choose font awesome. There we go. That looks like a little task list. So just choose that. And then we're also going to want to change the icon color. So just choose that to be secondary text. So it just gives it that little gray look. And then the icon, we're probably going to want to put a little bit of padding on the right hand side, so it pushes our text slightly away, that we're going to now add. So just hit the little plus there. Let's add the text in, and we're going to just rename this to say task counters text. Just hit the little tick there, and we're just going to reduce the size of the text to body small like that, and then we are going to want to choose the expansion to go right across, and you'll see why that's important in a minute. It's going to push our icon and our text that's going to be after it to that particular side as well. So now let's just add in the next one. So just hit the little plus here. Let's add in another icon, and then with inside this icon just choose the size of 16. Let's change the icon color to be the secondary text color, and the icon, we're just going to change the setting to look like a calendar. So just find a calendar icon that's suitable. So maybe just that one there should be fine for us. And then we're also going to do the same as well. Let's just put a 5 padding there to the right. That'll push the next piece of text over. So just hit the little plus option here again. Let's add in another piece of text, and we're just going to change the actual title to be task goal date like that. Hit the little tick there, and we're also going to want to reduce the size down to body small. We're going to change the actually I think that's probably all that we actually need to do actually there. Yeah, I think that sets us up quite nicely now to when we then start now binding these values to the data that comes back from Supabase as mentioned previously. So just one more small thing that we need to do with inside our application in this particular video, and let's add in the Fab button. So just have our home page selected up here, hit the little plus, and then let's just choose Fab there and then just select it. And then the Fab button is going to be created down the bottom right hand side, but of course there's going to be nothing in it. We're going to need to put an icon in there. So you guessed it, we need to look for icon and then just select that. And our icon by default will just be black, but we just need to change the color of that. So let's just move over to icon color, and we can choose the custom color here. We've got one called primary button text. Just press that, and then we need to change the icon up here. So just choose that and do a search for plus, and then we can choose this icon just on the side here, which is called add. So that is pretty much all that we now need to do with our user interface in this particular video. And we're going to end up getting ourselves very, very close then to start binding this into Supabase to then start seeing some real data appear within inside our application. So the first thing that we're going to want to do in our application is create a brand new component, and this component will allow us to create a new goal within inside our database. So let's do that now. So on the left hand side within inside the widget tree, we're just going to move down to the components folder just there. We're going to right click and we're going to say add a component, and we're going to keep it as a blank component. We're going to create this one completely from scratch. We're not going to use a template. So just hit the create blank, and then we're going to just call this one create goal component, just like that, and then hit the create component option, and there we're just in with a brand new component now that's just situated within inside our components folder. So let's just move this out a little bit here, just gives a little bit more screen estate. So the first thing that we're going to do on the left hand side is we're just going to press the little plus there. We are going to create a container for our component, and the first thing that we're going to do on the right hand side is just hit the little infinity option here. Let's stretch that out to the full width, and then the height of our component is going to be 500. That should just give us enough room to contain our form items that we've actually got on screen. So the on the border radius, we want to just give this these edges here at the top here a little bit of a curve. Okay, so just on the left hand side here, just take the little lock off. We're just going to hit 16 here and then 16 on the top right, and if I just click away here, you can see that we've now just got those curved edges. Now within inside our container, the first thing that we're going to do is put a column in there, because we want all of our child widgets to be vertically stacked. So let's just press the little plus and hit column, and then the first widget that we're going to put inside there will be a row, and that row will be our little bar that will be presented at the top of the bottom bar that looks like we can actually then hold it and then drag it back down to the base of the screen. So just hit the little plus here, hit container, and that should be fine. And let's give our container some properties here on the right hand side. So on the width, we're just going to put in here 50, and then our height, we're going to put in 4. And on the border radius here, we're just going to keep the lock on there this time, but we're just going to put 8 in, and that will just give it some rounded edges on the actual container. And then for the fill color, just choose that and choose accent 3. So that will just give it, if I just click away, in fact, I just need to give it a little bit of padding there actually, just from the top here. So let's just put a bit of padding at the top here, let's say 12, and just click away, and you can see here that it's now positioned nicely in the center, but it's kind of just got those rounded edges. Now, before we go any further, I just want to make some changes to our themed widgets within inside our project. So just move over here to the left-hand side, click on the little theme settings option here. Let's scroll down here to these particular sort of form elements down here. So I want to make some changes to the colors that's currently set within inside these particular form elements, because when this base project was actually created, the scheme that it was set is not quite how I want them. Okay, so just select the text field a single row first. So just scroll down, and just on the border color here, we just want to select that, and we actually just want to choose accent 3. So just select that yourself, and then within inside the error border color, just choose that, and then on the alternate, just select that there. So that's how we need it to be. So just hit the save, and we also need to do the same thing for our text field multi-row. So just scroll down here, and then up the border color here, just choose accent 3, and then our error border color, we just want to make sure it's alternate. That's fine, and just hit save. And then finally on our drop down standard, not quite so many in this particular one, just scroll down here, and then on our border color, just choose accent 3. That's all that we need to do. So just hit save. So that's now put us right back to where we need to now. We can carry on now creating the form fields actually on the screen itself. Right, back with inside the widget tree, let's make some further adjustments. So with our actual container, what we're going to now do is we're now going to wrap this into a row because we want to centrally position the container within inside the row. And then what we're going to then do in the column when we add further widgets actually in there, such as the header and then the further text fields, they're going to be justified to the left hand side. So we want to make sure that the container here maintains its central position. So with the container selected, just right click and say wrap widget and then choose row. And then we just need to make sure that on the right hand side here we say main access alignment. We're just going to click that, and you'll see now if I just click away here that our little container in the middle here just remains centered within inside the column itself. So now with inside the column, we just want to select the column here, and then on the settings here we just want to make sure our cross axis alignment is set to be to the left. And of course you can just see here that by default we everything within inside our column is pushed basically to the top, to the left hand side. So that's just how we want everything to be set up. So let's now continue now creating our fields within inside our component. So with the column selected, just choose a plus here, and we're going to create a text widget, and we're just going to go up to the theme style here, and we're just going to select that, and we're going to choose a text style heading. We just want to remove the expansion that's been applied here. So if that's happening to you, just make sure that you choose this one here to the left hand side, which will just mean that the widget will not fill the actual available space. So just select that and it will just drop it down here. And our font size is currently set as 28. We don't want 28. We want to change that now to 24. We just want to reduce it just slightly. And just one more final thing up the top here with inside the padding, just put 16 here, and it will just drop it down a little bit from that row that we've got above. So we're now going to carry on now creating our actual text field widgets. Okay. So on the left hand side, just within inside the column itself, just hit the little plus here, and we are going to select the text field. So just do a search for text here. You can just see here at the bottom called text field with that selected. Now this is where the styles that we've now just modified, we're now going to apply to the text field. So the first text field that we've got here is the actual goal title here. So just with that selected, move where it says theme style unset. Let's choose a text field single row. And if I just click away there, you can see that we're starting to see the look that we actually need for our application. So with that just selected, we just want to make a name change here. So instead of it saying text field, we just want to call this one goal title text. Like that, just hit that. And then we just want to then change the actual hint text here as well. So just set the hint text as enter your goal title. I'm actually just going to make a change here. Actually, I'm not quite, I've made a bit of a mistake up here. I said goal title text. We don't actually want to be called text here. We just want to be called goal title. There we go. So next up, we need to then add the next one in here. So that's going to be the goal description. Okay, so just hit the little plus on the column here and choose text field here. Just select that. And this time we just want to rename this now to goal description, like that. And then the theme style we're just going to choose as the multi-row, so that will give us the look that we need. So we're just going to now change the hint text here also to say enter your goal description, like that. And then with just a couple of little dots after it as well. So that's that selected for us. Now we're inside, I'm just going to stretch this down a little bit here just to give us a little bit more space here. So I'm just going to just validate to make sure that our container is still set as 500. Yeah, that's good. That's what we've set. So let's carry on now creating just a further sort of widget. So just hit the little plus here. And we're going to want to do a search for drop down. So just choose drop down here. And again, just up to the theme style here, just make sure that we choose drop down standard. So that gives us our nice looking drop down that we're going to configure very, very shortly. So next up, with inside the actual column, let's add our little slider that we're going to add in. So just hit the little plus here, and we're just going to do a search for slider here. You can just select that there, and we're just going to make some property adjustments to our slider as well to get it to the style that we actually need it. So we can see here the maximum we want to change to be 100, because we're going to go from a progress of 0 to 100. And then with the actual color here, the inactive color, I'm just going to make a little change there, and I'm going to set that to Accent 3. So that just sort of just tones down that dark gray background that we had. I think that's all the changes we actually need to do there. And then finally, next up, we're going to then add another row in. Okay, so just choose the column here. This is going to be for our button. Just choose a row here and then hit the little plus here. And we're just going to choose button here as our option. Just hit button. And we're also then now going to give our button the style that it needs. So just with that selected, go to theme style, and we're just going to choose button primary. Just going to drop this down a little bit more so it gives a little bit more space here. Now with inside our row, we just want to make sure that everything is then centrally positioned. So just with the row selected, just choose center here as the main axis alignment. And of course, we're going to want to change the button text as well. So we'll go back and change that. In fact, we'll do that right now. So let's just going to change this to goal submit button, just like that. And then our title of our button, let's just move down here and we're just going to say create goal, just like that. That's all that we need to do for the moment. So that's pretty well much the main form elements actually created here. Let's just make sure that we change the drop down here. Let's just move up to the name of this. Instead of calling it drop down, we're just going to call this goal status, just like that. And then with inside our hello world here, we just want to change this to say create goal. Okay, so that's pretty well much everything that we need on the form there. We've got our sort of field names and everything. That's perfect. Our slider, we just want to change the name of this as well. So let's just select the name up here and let's just call this goal progress, like that, and just hit the little tick. I think also we might want to just put a little bit of padding on here as well, just to push the button down just a little bit. So let's just choose 5 on that. In fact, let's actually just bring that up to say 16, like that. I think that is pretty well much what we need. Let's just drop that down a little bit. We might need to make some adjustments to this in just a moment, but I think that pretty well much, when we actually then display that with inside the actual the parent page, there might be some just little adjustments that we can make with the spacing in between the rows here, just to make sure it just fits nicely in our 500 sort of height that we set this particular component. So next up, we need to wrap a form validator around our form, because we're going to want to make sure that the user does key in these details. Okay, so with the column selected, let's just right click here and let's say wrap a widget, and we're going to want to choose form validation, and we're going to call this one form create goal, just like that. Just hit the little tick there, and we're going to want to make sure that we select our goal title, field is required, and our goal description. We want to make sure that that is selected as well. So that's fine. That's all that we need to do for now. That'll just ensure that the user is actually keying in those particular details. Okay, so let's just make a slight little change here on the actual slider here. Just make that selected. Just scroll down to the right hand side. We just want to make sure that we've got the number of decimal places is going to be 0, because what this actual component actually will do is it will actually produce you a decimal point number. So, okay, so when we actually go to actually create the goal, we're going to have to convert that decimal number actually into a whole number, because it's going to be a whole number that we're going to be storing within inside our database. So just make sure that set is 0. And we want to select the show value as well, because as you obviously move the slider, we're going to want to see the number on the UI as well. So now that that bit is done, let's now move on to the more interesting stuff now. Let's actually create the goal within inside the database. So let's choose the create goal option here, move up to the action flow editor, hit open. And the first thing that we're going to want to do is validate the form. We just want to make sure that the user has actually put some details in. Okay, so choose add action, and we just want to select a validate form here. So just select validate form, and the form that we're going to validate is the only form that's on our component, which is form create goal. So that's now all in place. Now let's now make that call into Supabase. Okay, so hit the little plus option here, hit add action, and on the right hand side, let's just do a search for Supabase here. And we're going to want to insert a row. So hit insert row, and our table that we're going to make that insert is going to be on our goals table as we're creating goals. So now we need to set the actual field values within inside our Supabase table. So choose add field here, and where it says ID, just select that, and on the field actually choose a title. So the first field that we're going to select is we're going to set as title, and then we've got the value, and that is going to be our widget state, and it's going to be the goal title. So whatever's keyed into the title field is going to be then saved into the database column. Let's hit add row again, sorry, add field, hit the field name here and choose the description, and then within inside the description, inside the value, choose widget state and then choose goal description. That's that one done. Let's hit add field again, choose that one, choose the field, and then move down to the status. With inside the value, we're going to want to choose widget state and choose a goal status. Just collapse that up here, and then we're going to add the field again, choose this one here. Now this is where it gets slightly a little bit more complex, is because, as I said previously, the slider is producing a decimal point value. Okay, so it could be anything from like 0.2 or 3 or something like that. We're going to want to convert that into a whole number. So what we need to do is we need to choose the actual progress field, because that's the field in the database we want to set, but the value is actually going to be a code expression. Okay, so we're going to take the value in as a floating, as a decimal point number. Okay, and then we're going to convert that to the whole number. So the first thing we're going to want to do is choose add argument, and we're just going to choose this particular value here. We're going to just change this then to progress, like that, so it just matches the name. It can be anything, but it just matches the name then of our field. Where it says type, choose a double, because that's what it is, and we're going to choose the value of that. It's going to be then our widget state, and it's going to be then our goal progress. So just choose that. So now we've got that value available to us. Now we're going to want to now take that value and make this change. So just scroll down here, and we're going to want to, in the expression here, in fact, we're just on the return type here, we just want to make sure that integer is selected. Yes, it is. So it's going to be integer, which is the default type here. And within expression, we're going to take the name of it. So this was progress. This is what we just set just above. And we're just going to want to do this operation here. So just do type the word round. So we're going to round the number up. We just need to put the brackets in there. Okay, so it's so then it's complete. The expression will then validate. So we just say check errors, and you'll see here then we should get a no errors that's come back. So that's literally all that we need to do. Okay, so that's how very quickly you use an expression. We're taking a kind of a double type, and we're converting it into a whole number. So just hit confirm, and away you go. Now, if we didn't do that and you tried selecting the actual progress, you would have seen that it would have been red, because there would have been a mismatch in its type. Okay, so that's how you get over that particular problem. So just a couple of more fields that we need to set with inside our create goal. So just hit the add field here. Let's choose the ID here, choose the field ID here, and select archived. And we just want to make sure that that value is true. The next field that we're going to need to set is our user ID. Okay, so this is the authenticated user that's actually into our application. We're going to want to make sure we set the user ID, because all of both the goals and the tasks within inside our database will be associated to the user that has actually created them. Okay, so just where it says field ID, just change that then to user ID, and within the value we're now going to want to pull this from the authenticated user source. Okay, so just select that and then choose the user ID. Of course we don't, that's all that we need to do there. And then a couple other little fields just for good measure, just need to set, and just select here and this field here, and we're going to say the number of tasks. So of course a brand new goal won't have no tasks, so just set that as 0. And of course, finally, there's one more field we need to set, and this is going to be the number of completed tasks. So just select that, number of tasks complete. We are going to set this value as 0 as well. So that's pretty well much everything set up there. We just want to do one final thing, and it is that once the row has been created, we then want to just close the bottom bar that's actually going to be shown to the user. Just hit the little plus here, hit add action, and then of course we're going to want to hit this option here, close dialog, drawer, etc. So just select that, and that will mean it will just disappear from the screen. So that's pretty well much all that we need to do there. So we just want to quickly add a sign out option to our icon button just up here. So just select that, go to the actions option here, click on open here, hit the add action, and then on the right hand side just do a search for Supabase, and we're going to want to do a logout. So just select that and hit close, and that is all that we need to do. So back on the home page of our application, we're going to want to now display that create goal bottom sheet. Okay, and the way that we're going to do that is by just adding an action to the floating action button down near the fab button. Just with that selected, just move over to the actions, hit open, and we're going to want to now add an action on here. Okay, so just select that, and the one that we're looking for is bottom sheet. So you want to select show here, And then we are going to want to then set the height here. So just set this as 500. And the component that we're going to want to select is the create goal component. That's the only component that we've actually got within inside the application. So pretty well much it. We don't need to set anything else in any of these values or anything like that. That's pretty good. And of course, that once the actual bottom sheet is then closed, it's actually then finished, we're going to then want to refresh the database that's actually on the page. Now we haven't quite got to that yet, but we're going to be adding another action in here to actually then do that refresh, which will then ultimately then refresh the actual list of goals that the user is seeing behind the scenes, so we can then see that newly created goal. But we'll come back and do that when we then apply the actual updates to the actual home page that actually then displays that goals. We'll come back and do that shortly. So that's fine, just hit close, and I think that is pretty well much all that we need to do. So let's now try firing up the application. Let's see if we can successfully get a goal created before we then move on to the next section, where we're going to start working on this particular screen, which is then going to display the goals within inside the UI. So let's do that now. So here we are in test mode. The first thing you're probably going to want to do, if you've come back to this after one of my previous episodes, you're probably going to want to sign out, because it might be that actually your session at this moment has gone stale. Okay, so it might be that your token is no longer valid. So just hit the little sign out option here, and I'm just going to sign in as myself. Okay, so put my username and password in, hit sign in, and here I am on the home screen, which is fantastic. I'm just going to hit the little plus option here, and I'm going to try creating the goal. So this is the screen that we just created, and I'm going to put this is a test goal. I'm going to set one of our options here, say in progress. I'm just going to move this up here to that, to any number, it doesn't matter, hit create goal. Excellent. So we're not going to see anything visually here because we haven't made changes to our screen to show the goal. But if we go over to our Supabase database, let's have a look and see if the goal, there it is. So our goal has been created perfectly for us. I'm over on the table editor here, and I've got the goals table selected. You can see here that we have a goal created. So it looks like all of the details are in there. We've got our user ID, we've got the description, we've got the status, which is passed across, and the progress of 42. That's looking really, really good. Number of tasks 0, number of tasks complete. That's perfect for us, and archived is set as false. So it looks like we are all in a good position to now start building on the next episode, where we'll start fleshing out that home screen. So let's look at the first change we're going to make. This is the running application. As you can see here, that we've got the goals that are being listed on the front screen. Now, our application doesn't do that, but we're going to make those changes very, very shortly. We're also going to set some application state up that's going to get us in the position to handle the filter option here. We've got this show archives option that we can toggle on and off. So we'll get that set up in the app state as well. So let's start making the changes to the application. So back on the home page then within the widget tree, let's move over to the application state option that's just over here. So just choose app state here, and we're going to create a new state variable. And this variable is going to be called show archived, like that. And it's going to be of type Boolean. Okay, so it's going to be simply true or false. It's going to start off in false. So we're not going to actually have any archived records being shown. But of course, as the user then toggles, they'll then see that. And then just hit create. And that's simply our application state variable. That's the only one we're going to need to create at this stage. There will be further application state variables that we're going to create very, very shortly. So we're now back on the home page within inside our application. We're in the widget tree, and we're going to choose the list view now, okay, on the left hand side. And what the list view is going to do for us is going to allow us to make that back-end query that's then going to show all of our goals within inside the home page. But of course, we're going to filter on those goals. We only want to see the records that are important to us, which is the non-archived records at this particular stage. Now, of course, we've just set that application state variable up, so it's going to be false when the application first loads. But of course, later on when we add the filtering in, we're then going to set that to true, and of course then the list view is then going to update and then only show us our archived records. So with list view selected here, just move up to the properties here, just make sure that you've got backend query selected, choose add a backend query, and on the query type we just want to choose a Supabase query here, and then our table we're going to choose goals. And then of course we've got the query type here. We're going to be bringing back a list here, so just make sure you've got list of rows selected. We're going to keep the limit as it is for now, but this is where we now need to put our filtering in. So choose add filter, and if we just move down here to the field name, this has now pulled these from Supabase. We know that we've got the schema already loaded with inside FlutterFlow, so it knows about these fields, and we're going to choose archived here. Now the relation to this particular field is going to be equal to, so just choose equal to, and then with the value, this is where we now need to set our application state variable. So just choose the little toggle there, and then within aside the app state option just down here, choose the show archived. Now we know that show archived, as I said, is going to be false by default, but of course then as we set that elsewhere in the application, that'll become true, and then it will show the related records. So further down, we're going to need to do some ordering as well. So just scroll down here, choose add order, and the order of the goals that we're going to have displayed at this particular time will be on the date that they were created. So let's just choose decreasing here. So we're going to be putting the newer records actually at the top. If I was to choose these to ascending, then the older ones would be at the top. So we're going to keep that as decreasing, and we're just going to hit confirm. So if we just need to just bypass this dialog box now, just hit confirm here, and you'll start to get that view of inside FlutterFlow that shows that this is actually almost like a dynamic widget now. So we're seeing all of these ghosted kind of panels in here to show that it's a dynamic one. So that's pretty well much our list view configured. We're now going to go in and we're going to now start setting the individual values of these to bind to the fields within our Supabase table. So let's do that now. So let's start binding our fields to the Supabase goals column. Okay, so just select on the hello world here. This is the first one we're going to do. Now, if you remember, this is going to be the title. Okay, so just move over to the little selector here, just select that, and we're going to go to the goals row. Now, if you remember, the goals row is each row that comes back from the Supabase table. We're just going to choose title here. That's quite simple. And within the hello world, the actual description here, just select that. And of course, we're just going to go up here, choose the goals row, and choose the actual description, which is just there. There it is. So next we're going to move on then to the progress bar, which is a little bit more complex, but let's do that now. So within the widget tree, just select the progress bar, and then on the progress value, we just need now to select that. Now this is going to be the value that we're going to pull from the database. Let's move down to the code expression. Now if you remember, the actual progress value that is stored within inside the actual slider itself is down as a double. Okay, so it's a floating point number. So we need to convert that into a whole number. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in this argument here. So just select add argument. Within here, we're just going to choose and type in progress. So this is what we're going to reference in the code expression, just like we did actually when we did the bottom bar panel that come up. So very, very similar to that. And the actual type here is going to be the double. Okay, and the value is going to come from our goals row, and it's going to be the progress that's there. So we've now got a variable that we're now going to use, an argument that we're now going to use that's come from our this referencing our progress field within inside our Supabase database. So of course now this is where we now need to do the conversion. So quite simply, all we need to do is we just need to divide this by 100. Okay, so we're just going to type in progress / for division and then 100. So that will then give us our whole number. If I just hit check for errors here, that should pass okay and give us a little tick, which it does, and we can hit confirm. So now we're going to be able to translate whether we set something at 10, 20, 30. We know we're going to see that then within inside the progress bar. So now let's focus our attention on this little value that's just here. So let's change that now. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in a text combination change here. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the progress, and then we're going to put this little percentage indicator on the end. So we can do that quite easily by just choosing that option up here, and we're going to choose the combined text option. And the first text is going to be our progress. We're going to go to the goals row, and we're going to choose progress and hit confirm. We don't need to make any further changes. And then add the text, we're just going to simply put a percentage symbol in here. Hit confirm. And quite simply, you'll now see that we've kind of got the reference to the variable, but you see this little percentage symbol just there. So let's now focus on this particular row just here, which is going to be quite simple for us to set up. So on the left-hand side, choose task counters text. Okay, we're going to do something very, very similar. We're going to use a text combination for this particular one. So just move up here to the little selector here, choose the combined text option. And the first one that we're going to put in here is going to be the field. So this is going to be the number of tasks that we've actually got. Okay, so if we just move to the goals goals row here, choose the number of tasks here. We're going to hit confirm, as simple as that, and then add some text in. And here we're just going to put a space in with a /, and then another space, and then we're going to add the next piece of text in. We're going to choose that, and we are going to choose now the goals row once more, and we're going to scroll down and we're going to do the number of tasks completed and just hit confirm. So we'll see that combination come together when we hit the confirm button. You can see that now. So now let's focus on the date now that our goal is actually created. Let's choose the hello world here and then choose a selector up here. Now on this one, we're going to choose date time from Unix. Okay, so we're going to select our actual row first. So let's go to goals row and choose the created at and hit, in fact, just the time unit. We just need to change 2 seconds actually. And then the default value, just put 0 in there and just hit confirm. We know we're always going to get in date and time from this particular field. Now the time unit we need to choose here against is seconds here. And then the available options, we just need to select this and say date time format, and then the date time format that we need to choose is one that's going to suit our application. So I'm based in the UK, so I'm going to choose DMY to represent the date, month and the year. So I'm just going to choose that. Of course, feel free to choose year, month and date and day if you are obviously in the States. Just hit confirm, and I think that's all that we need to do. Just hit confirm there, and we'll have our formatted date and time now. So of course, so whenever you're working with any kind of dates, definitely have a look at that. You might be able to format them with inside FlutterFlow instead of doing it on the server side, depending on how they originate at the source. But certainly use that to your power of inside FlutterFlow to format the data if you would like. So that's pretty well much our panel now set up. Let's quickly fire up the application and let's see if we actually get our goals displayed on the screen to make sure we've got no errors. So let's do that now. So here we are then in run mode. I've just put my details in. Let's hit the sign in option and hopefully we'll see the goal. Excellent. There we go. Our goal is being displayed, and it looks like all our details are looking pretty good. We've got 42% in there. We've got no tasks and then no task completed and the date. Let's quickly move over to the Supabase here. Let's just change this then to say, I don't know, 66. We can just move over here and we can just put the archived as, let's put the archived as true here, and then we need to just, we haven't got any refresh option here, but let's just sign back out and sign back in again, and we shouldn't see any goals displayed with inside our application. So let's do that now. Let's just hit the sign out. So let's sign in again, and excellent, no goal is being displayed. So our filtering is definitely working. That's good. Let's just set that back. I'm just going to set some tasks here. Let's just put one in here for completed as well. Let's go back to run mode. Let's just sign out, sign back in, and there we go. Looks everything as we expected. We've got the 66% in there. We've got the details being displayed there. So perfect. Everything seems to be hooking up really, really nicely for our application. So let's just head back to FlutterFlow and make some further tweaks. Actually, just before we go any further, I want to talk to you a little bit about row level security and why what we did in a couple of videos back was so important for us. Okay, so when we actually created the list view here and we did some filtering, so we went up to edit backend query, you can see here that we only just put one filter in, and that was just for that show archived indicator. What we didn't do is we didn't put a filtering in for the user ID. And the reason why that's important is because what we've done is we've actually let Supabase do that for us. Okay, so that's really, really important. We're letting the back end actually manage that security level for us. We don't need to filter it here, so we can be confident that the rows that will be coming back will be for the user ID that will be associated with each record within inside our table. So if you just move over to Supabase, you can see it in operation here. So here's the user ID. We know that when we actually create a goal, we're actually passing that user ID actually into the record. We could have done that actually at the Supabase level. We could actually have pulled the actual user ID out of the token and then associated that with the row at that particular time, actually at the database level. But we chose to do that with inside FlutterFlow, which is fine. But what we are certainly doing here is then controlling the further operations that we need on the actual database row, actually right at the source. Okay, so that's one thing we want to try and make sure that we do whenever we're building these type of applications, is to ensure that we lock down the security as close as we can to the data as possible, instead of it just being on the client side, because FlutterFlow is really in all intents and purposes is a client-side application. So of course, if you had a website, then you could then be in a situation where if you don't lock it down at the database level, you could then compromise the security of your application. So by doing it here, that's a really, really safe bet for us. And if you recall, of course, we went into the authentication option, we went up to policies, and we've inside one of the row level security. So if we look at the goals here, hit edit, you can see here that this is the token that is coming back and forth between FlutterFlow and Supabase, as we mentioned earlier. We're pulling out this term called sub, which is just text from the actual token itself. And of course, that is the user ID. So of course, on all of the operations that we're doing on our database, you know, select, deletes and updates and all that kind of stuff, we are cross-checking to make sure that the token contains that user ID. And that's why it's really important then that we see inside our FlutterFlow application that I don't need a filter on those those users itself. The database is doing that for us. Okay, so just a bit of interesting information there, just to bring you up to speed on how the row level security is working with inside our FlutterFlow application. So back to our application then, let's now create the update goal component. We're going to want to obviously update our goals with inside this application. Now the good thing about this is we don't need to start from complete total scratch. We're going to take the create goal component and we're going to change it to how we need it for the update goal. So just right click on that, let's duplicate the component and then just scroll down here, and then we just need to rename it first. So just move up to the pencil up here and let's rename this now. Let's just move the copy like that and then just change this to update goal component. Just hit the little tick here and we're going to just change our form here and we're going to rename our form to form update goal, and then everything else is pretty well much how we want it. We just want to change our goal submit to the button to goal update button. Okay, just like that. And then with our title, we're just going to rename this to update goal, like that. So what we now need to do is we now need to pass the record from the home screen into this particular component in order for us to update. So the record is going to be the Supabase row. So we're going to pass that into this component. We're going to then hook onto it. We're going to then make these changes and we can obviously then update the row with inside the database. So the way that you do that is you need to set up a component parameter. Okay, so with the actual update goal component selected there at the top, let's move over to the components. So just up at the top right here, just go to where it says components and you can see if I just hit the little plus here, you can see we've got some options here where we can set that component up. Let's choose add parameter and we're just going to call this goal here, and then in the type we are going to choose a Supabase row. So just down the bottom there it says Supabase row, pass that in, and the table name is going to be the goal. So that's all that we need to do. Just hit confirm, and then once that's then passed it in, we can then now start hooking on to the actual fields themselves. So we're going to want to display the details from that row with inside these particular fields, and the way you do that is just simply select the actual goal, move it over to the actual text field there, just select that and choose the actual goal itself there, and we're going to choose a Supabase row. We're going to choose the title and then just hit confirm, and we just need to do the same as well for the description. Just select that one, choose the toggle, choose the goal, and then choose a Supabase field as description. Hit confirm, and then here with the goal status we just need to do exactly the same thing as well, but this is slightly different. We need to move down to the initial option value. Just select that, we go to the goal itself, go to Supabase row, and then we choose the actual status there it is, and just hit confirm. So we know now that when this particular field gets that value, is that it will actually identify the initial value, then matches these ones here. Now remember, when we actually created these particular drop downs, when we actually first built the application, we used a themed style widget which already had these options defined in it as well. So of course, if you wanted to add some additional options into this, not just these ones, or you want to make changes to them, then obviously you can go in here and make those changes. But all of that was passed across from the widget styling that we had set previously with inside the base project. So finally then, let's set the goal progress here. Just choose the goal progress here, and on the initial value just need to select that. We can go to the goal, and then we can use a Supabase row field, and we're just going to choose progress, so we know that we're going to get that set. Let's hit confirm. Oh, we just need to put the default value in, so of course we're always going to get a value passed across, but just put 0 in there, just hit confirm, and that's pretty good. We just need to update this button here. Let's just change this to update goal here, and we're just going to move now into the action flow editor, and we can then put the actions in there to then actually make these changes within inside the Supabase database. So let's move up to the action flow editor up here. Let's click open. Now this is the actions that were part of the create. We now need to make some changes. So where it says validate form, just have that one selected. We just now need to choose the new name because we obviously renamed it previously. Just choose form update goal. And then within the backend row, we're not actually inserting a row now, we're actually doing the update. So just within to the action type, just say update row. And of course, the good thing is that all of these kind of are remaining for us, but we just want to remove a couple of fields out. So we don't need to worry about these particular fields here. So like number of tasks, we don't need to have those within inside here. So we can actually remove that out, We can remove the user ID out as well because this is an update. So those values are already in our Supabase row. So we don't need to worry about that. We'll keep archived in there for now because we will need to come back and we're going to add some additional details into our update panel to then support the archive. So we're just going to keep that in there as well. Progress remains the same. So all of these details now remain the same. And then finally, after that, of course, we then just close out the actual drawer itself. So that should all work fine for us. So just hit close. So that's pretty well much our actual update component created already. So that's really, really quick to get all of that completed. Well, what we now need to do is we now need to go back to the UI. We need to now then make a change to the UI to actually then show this bottom bar. So let's do that now. So back on the home page then, within the widget tree on the left hand side, let's choose the goals container. So this is the goals container that's going to take our long sort of key press. Okay, so that will then show this bottom bar. So that's the overall panel here for the goals. So we just need to move over to the actions here and just choose action flow editor. Let's load that up, and we need to choose the on long press. So here's your different kind of your tap events here. We just want to choose on long press, hit the add action, and we're going to want to show the bottom sheet here. So just choose bottom sheet show, and then of course we now need to set some details with inside here. So we need to set 520 here. We're going to select the components and we're going to choose the update goal component, and we're going to want to pass a parameter in as well. So just choose the pass here option, and we're going to choose the parameter goal. So this is the one that we created on our component, and we're going to want to set the value to that. So just choose the value, and of course the goals row. So this is the row within inside the list view. That's the one that we need. So just going to select that and choose the Supabase row and hit confirm. And that means that we've now got our component now hooked into the parameter that's going to be passed across. Everything else can remain the same there, so that's fine. And then of course after that, now what we're going to do is when the bottom sheet is then it's closed, we can then want to refresh the table actually within inside the home page. So this is going to be refreshing the list view. So just hit the add action option here, and let's just do a search for refresh, and we're going to say refresh database request. We're going to choose the list view as our option, and that's all we need to do. We don't need to set any more sort of details on here for the moment. So just hit the close, and we are good to go. So let's now fire this up in the run mode, and let's see how it works. Actually, before we run this up, I was getting a little bit excited. There's something that I've actually forgotten to do. Okay, and that of course is when we're actually updating, we need to actually tell Supabase which row that we are actually updating. So I was getting a little bit ahead of myself there. So just move over to where it says update goal. Let's move over to the action flow editor, and within inside the update row action, we need to move down to the matching rows option here. So just select that, and then we need to add a filter in there. So choose add filter, and then within inside the field name, we need to choose ID. Okay, so the relation to this is going to be equal to, and it's going to be to the goal ID that we actually had passed in. So just choose this. So we need to make sure we just choose a Supabase row field as ID, and then just confirm that, of course, and the two will match. So the goal will be passed into the component. We grab the ID, we match it with inside this filter, and that means that everything that we set then below will be matched to this particular goal, and of course then the update will then occur. And there's probably Probably one other thing that I've also forgot to do, and this is maybe something that is slightly a bit of a quirk maybe in FlutterFlow, but of course is that when we actually renamed and we made a copy of this particular sort of component, what tends to happen is, and I've noticed this as well, that our actual form validator kind of almost like turns itself off. So we just need to choose the form update goal here, and we just want to make sure that we continue to validate our goal title and our goal description. So just put the two sort of tick boxes on there, and that should be good for us to then mean that our form will remain in a kind of a valid state before we actually then update the goal. So let's now run this up now, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, everything's going to work for us. So here we are back in run mode. Let's hold the left mouse button down on the goal. So we've got the goal bottom bar that's been displayed, which is fantastic. We've got the goal title here. So I'm just going to change this to my goal 1, and then here I'm just going to type in my goal description here. Let's put a status of, say, in progress here, and then let's just move this down to say 30 there, and just hit update goal. Brilliant, there it is. All of our details have been updated. Our progress bar has been updated as well. So everything is looking really, really good. So I think we're in a good place now. There is just one more thing that we actually need to do. So we'll go back to the update goal component, and we're just going to add that archived indicator onto the actual update goal component. So let's go and do that now. So then back within our update goal component, let's add the archived indicator in for us, so we can actually now set that within inside the UI. So let's make some changes. On the left hand side where we got the text for the title, just wrap that. So just right click and say wrap with widget, and we're going to say a row. And the first thing we want to do is, with that text, is we're going to want to reduce the height of the padding. So just remove the 16 from the top there. And what we're going to do is we're going to introduce that 16 on the actual row. So choose 16 on the row. Just put that in there like that. That means that we now can add some further text in. So just on the row, hit the little plus. We're going to choose text, and this is just going to be called archived like that. We'll sort out the spacing and everything in just a moment. We're then going to add in our next sort of widget in there. So just hit the little plus and do a search for toggle. So this is going to be when I write, funny enough, I call it toggle, but it's actually a switch in FlutterFlow. So just choose the switch option there, and we're just going to style that up now to how we actually want it within inside our application. So just on the active color, just choose the primary there, that just gives it its blue. And on the active track color, let's just choose Scent 3, that just then makes it a little bit more toned in the background. And then on the inactive color, just choose the secondary text color there. Now that should be everything that we need there, and we just need to set the initial value. So of course this is going to come from the Supabase row itself, so just select that, and then we need to go to where it says goal here, and we're going to say Supabase row fields, and we're just going to choose the archived option just there. Just hit confirm, and that should be everything that we need set up. So just within inside the first text there, so just select that, and we're just going to now expand that out to the full width. So it just pushes everything over to the right hand side for us. Probably going to want to lose the padding actually just there. It doesn't really make too much difference, but let's just move that out there just so it closes up a little bit more, because I don't think our two widgets are ever going to sort of touch each other. So that's okay to do that. Keep it nice and clean, and I think that is pretty well much everything that we need. So let's now fire this up one last time, and let's see if our archived indicator then works for us. So here we are in run mode. Let's just hold this down. Of course, we're not going to get an update happen at the moment, but you can see here that it's displayed quite nicely with inside the UI. So what we just need to simply do now is hook this into the action that's going to be updated. So we just need to set that with inside our action flow editor. So let's just hop over to there. Let's hit on the update goal here, go to the actions, and we need to go to the backend call here, and then on the archived option just here, instead of just having this default value of false, let's just select the little toggle here, and we are going to choose the actual widget state just down here, and we're going to move down to the switch of value. Now of course we could change this and rename this to perhaps like goal archived toggle or something like that, but we've got it as that, and that's all that we should need to do. Just hit the close here, go back to test mode. Let's just do an instant reload, hold our left mouse button down here, toggle that archived, hit update, and there we go. the goal has now been archived. Perfect. I think we're in a really good place now. And in the next session, we're then going to sort of build out the UI even more. But I think that's in a good place for us to manage our goals at this particular stage. We do need to add the delete in there as well. We'll come back and we'll do that in a new video. But for now, we're in a good place. So let's have a look at what we are going to create in this particular episode. So we're going to now focus on building out the tasks page of our application. So this is where you should be at this moment in time if you are running the application. We've kind of got our goals screen generally created. There's a few little additions that we're going to need to make, such as deleting goals and all that kind of stuff. But this is what you should be presented with so far. The sample data will obviously be different depending if you've been running it so far. But what we want to do now is we want to actually just select a goal now, and we want to be in this particular screen where we're going to want to start creating tasks. So quite simply, I can come down here to the plus here and I can create a task in there, just put some information in for the description, hit create task, and we should see that task get created. So let's focus on start building that part of our application right now. So here we are then back in FlutterFlow and we're on the widget tree. Let's start now creating our new page. So just right click on where it says add pages, hit the little plus there, hit add page, and we can very quickly come up with this wizard here. And we're just going to want to say create blank, and you're just going to want to call yours tasks page, and just hit the create page there. And so we've got that all set up for us. We don't want to have any of the basic widgets that are in there at the moment. The app bar we don't certainly need. So just on the right on the app bar here, just press the little X and it's gone for us. We're going to kind of introduce our own app bar, and we kind of did that on the home page. So we're going to go there now, we're going to copy that, and we're going to bring it across to this page. So if you go back to the home page and on the row itself, just right click and then hit the little copy icon here, just hit that, go back to the task page, go back to the column, just right click there and hit the little paste option, and then that's going to be carried across. Now the bits that we don't need, we don't want the Lottie animation here, so let's just choose Lottie animation, delete that out. This particular icon button we can delete here, and on this particular icon button we're going to reuse this one. Okay, so we're just going to move this by holding down the left mouse button and very quickly dragging up to the row and dropping, and we got our icon button there. So let's make some changes to this now. So we want to make sure there's no actions in there. No, we haven't put any filtering on there at the moment. So let's just move down to the filter list. Let's just change that, and we're going to want to look for a back. So we just want to choose any kind of back, the arrow here. I think that one there is quite simple, chevron left, that's what we want. Everything else should be set up the same for us. That's perfect. And what we'll do is we'll now go in and we'll actually create the action now to navigate back to the home page. Okay, so we're not going to be technically going back now, we're going to be actually navigating back to the previous page. There's a very good reason for us doing that, and I'll explain a little bit more about that later. So on the actual actions here, so just hit the little action icon up here, just select that and say add action, and just do a search for navigate there, and we are going to want to navigate back to the home page, so just choose that. Well, now we're going to want to turn this option off here to allow back navigation, because we don't want it to remember us from sort of going back, so we just want to just turn that off here. And then our default transition is going to be a slide right, so that's kind of the visual effect that you see on the screen when you actually hit that icon. And the milliseconds that we're going to put in here is 200. That at least gives us that nice more pacier look of the navigation moving back to the previous page. Everything else is perfect for us, and we're just going to want to change the text here, and we're going to want to change this, and just select it and just change the word to goals tasks. In fact, goal tasks would probably be better. There we are, goal tasks, and that's everything that we need to do on this particular sort of row that we just introduced. So then next up, we need to create our list view, but that list view is going to contain some further widgets for us. Okay, so we're going to need to introduce a panel, and that panel is going to have a couple of different widgets inside it that's going to have visibility rules associated with it. For example, this task here as a sample is not complete, but if I was just to select that now, then you're going to see that the visibility rules have now played out, because we've now marked it as complete, and you can see here that we've got some strike through on some text. So we're going to now introduce that panel with these widgets now, and of course we've got the little delete icon here that we can introduce at this particular stage. So let's go and do that now. So let's carry on then building our list view for our tasks. So on the left hand side where it says column, we're going to want to add another column in. Okay, so just hit the little plus there, choose column, and we're going to want to call this one tasks column. So just up the top there, I'm just going to rename this to task column. Of course, as a long-term FlutterFlow user, I always rename up to the right there, but you can also do it just down here in the actual widget tree. You can just double click and you can rename there as well, but it's just by habit that I go up to the right hand side. So choose which method that you prefer yourself. So once we actually have our task column, we're going to want to put some tasks in it, and that we can do by adding in a container, and then within inside that container, then we've got another row which will contain all of the additional widgets. So within the task column, the first thing that we're going to do is add our list view. So that's going to be our wrapper that's going to contain our multiple tasks. So just click on list view here. If I type it right, there we go, list view, and then of course list view is then just added in there, and of course this is now where we can start adding in those visibility widgets. So the first thing that we're going to add in is our container, so just choose container, and then the first thing that we're going to do is move over to the style here. Let's give our style the selection of container primary, so just select that. Now you won't see anything visually there straight away, but what you will see of course is that the panel has actually got that now associated with it. But what we're going to do with inside the actual task column itself, we're just going to put some padding in just to bring that off the edges here. So just choose 16 here, and we're just going to lock that in. So of course all of the directions are all covered there by our padding. And if I just click away here, you'll just you can't quite slightly see yet. Let's add a container in here. Let's add the row in, and you'll now start to see, if I click away, you're starting to see the styling of the container coming through. So now let's work on our row. So if you remember back to the little preview that we had just a moment ago, our row has some icons which represent whether something is completed or not completed. So we need to add those in. And then also as well, we've got some text in there as well. We've got two text widgets that will have either a strike through text or a non-strike through text to represent that it's not complete, that particular task. And of course on the right hand side we've got our icon as well. So everything is horizontally positioned, so this is where we're going to use a row. So we've got the row already in line there, so let's now start adding the widgets in. So hit the little plus. So if I'm just going to do a search for icon here, let's choose the icon option that's just here. Let's just choose that, and we're just going to duplicate that. So just right click and say duplicate, and then of course we're just going to add a text in there. So hit the little plus, just hit text there, and of course we're just going to duplicate that as well, and we're going to hit another little plus here, and we're just going to choose an icon, and we're just gonna, this is going to be actually an icon button of course, because it's going to be a button that will actually have like a little trash can associated with it. So just hit the little plus there, and then we've got our icon button in place. So we'll come back and we'll style those in just a second. So let's just change our icon names here. So let's choose icon, just type the right word in, icon complete, and let's just double click this one and say icon not complete. Okay, and then with our text, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to wrap our text actually into another row. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to make the actual row actually push out to the full width. I want to push that icon to the right hand side. Okay, if I just right click on the text there and just say wrap widget, let's just choose row. So we've got a kind of a row inside a row, and we're just going to push this text actually inside there like that. So it's all inside a row here. Now when the row is actually selected, we can just choose the little expansion icon here. Let's just click that, and that pushes everything out there. And of course during the recording of these videos, you'll notice that with the FlutterFlow team are obviously continually updating the product, so things will gradually change depending what time you start watching this series. But you can see here that the icon buttons have changed here. So the one that we've been using quite often in here is this one here on the right hand side, which will expand the widget out to the full available width of the space that it's with inside. Okay, so just remember the icons do change along the way. So that's good. So let's now make some further sort of cosmetic changes now. So with our icon we want to now select the right icon here. So let's just choose that. The color is going to be our primary. So let's, that's going to be our secondary, of course. That's just going to be a slightly sort of hint of green. And we're going to, our icon size is absolutely fine at the size of 24. And then we want to actually then change the name of the actual icon. So let's just select our icon that we actually need. So this one's going to be a solid circle. Okay, so this is going to represent the completion state. So if we do a search for solid, let's see if we've got anything under Font Awesome here. Let's try to type in solid check. So there we go, solid check. This is the one that we need here. So just choose this solid check circle there. And then on the next icon, let's just choose that one here. That's going to be slightly different. This is just going to be more circular. So let's just choose the color first, actually. Let's just choose the secondary option. And then within the settings outlined, let's change this one as well. Let's just search for circle. Let's see if we can find one that's going to work for us. It's under Font Awesome as well. That's looking pretty good. Let's just choose that, and you can see here that we've now got this circular. Now, actually, we don't want the icon color to actually be the secondary color. Actually, we're probably just going to want to change it to secondary text. So that's gave it its kind of its grey sort of look. Now that's looking okay there at the moment. We'll sort the padding out in a second. Now with inside these particular areas here, these two text fields here, we just need to make a change there to the text that we've got here. So let's move over to the styling. So let's choose a title small like that. That's just going to set the characteristics here of the actual look and feel. That's fine. We just need to do the same thing for this text as well. So let's choose that, and let's just choose title small. That's good. So now with the text selected, let's just make a couple of other little cosmetic changes. So we need to do a strike through for this particular text, and the primary text is now going to change to the secondary text. This just gives it that look of something that's just been kind of struck through, been completed, but it just kind of just takes the boldness of the text away a little bit, so it looks a little bit more meaningful. Let's focus on now the icon on the right hand side here. So let's choose the icon here, the icon button. Let's give this some details. Let's just select that. Let's move down here. So let's change the fill color. Let's say clear color there. So we've got no fill color. Now the border color, I don't think we've actually got any border color. So let's just clear that color there. So we've got no border color here. Now the icon needs to be a kind of like a trash can. So let's just do delete outline. So that's looking good for us. We can just take that one there. So it's got a little trash can here, and we can just change the font size down to 20. And whether it says the icon color, we want to kind of give it just like a ready sort of color here to represent. So just choose the alternate color there, and that gives us our little trash looking symbol. So finally, let's sort out the padding now of our actual row here. So this is the row that we need to make some adjustments to. So on the left hand side here, we've got 10, and then on the right we've got 10, and we're just going to do 5 from the top and 5 from the bottom. Okay, so things are looking quite nicely for us. We've got pretty well much most of the UI elements that we need in order for us to now make that call out to Supabase. We're now going to want to bring back all of the tasks for a particular goal. So the way that we do that is that from the home page, when they actually choose a goal, we're going to want to pass the goal ID from Supabase into the task page for then the task page to then do the query into Supabase to pull back all of the tasks that are associated with that particular goal. So what we need to do is we need to configure our task page to accept that parameter that's going to be passed into it. So let's create that parameter now. So on the tasks page, just choose that. We are now going to give the parameter, we're going to actually create the parameter on the page. So just press the little plus up here, and we're going to define a new parameter, hit the little add parameter, and all we're going to do is we're just going to type in goal and then uppercase I and then D. Okay, so it's called goal ID, and that type is going to be an integer because in our database it will simply just be a number that we're going to pass in, the actual ID of the goal. It is going to be required because every time you go to this page, you're going to always be passing that goal ID. So it's important to make sure you set that up as required. Everything else is the same. So just hit confirm. Of course, once we've got that, we can now hook onto that now with inside our actual list view itself that's going to then make that query. So let's now configure the list view to make that call out to Supabase. So let's head over to our list view then, just choose the list view, and we're going to move up to this option up here, which is the backend query option. Just select that. Let's add a backend query in. Now, of course, we are using Supabase, so just choose a Supabase query, and the table that we're now going to interrogate is going to be the task table. So let's just choose tasks, and we're going to bring back a list of rows at this particular stage. We're not going to put a limit on for now. Within our filters, just choose the add for the filter, and then in the actual field name, let's just choose that, and it's going to be goal ID. Okay, so just choose the goal ID, and then the relation to that is going to be equal to, and of course the value is going to be then the actual page parameter itself. This is the one that we've just created. Okay, so just choose goal ID, and that's pretty good. Now we need to add some ordering on here. Of course, we can hit add order. Let's now go to the table field name. Let's say the created at. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually put the actual task that was created most recently at the top, but of course you can adjust this ordering however you want. If you want increasing, then of course it will be then the oldest one at the beginning. So just hit the confirm there, and that should be everything that we need. Just hit the confirm, and then you'll see that we get this kind of ghosted look to the list view to represent that we've got a dynamic backend query that's actually occurring. So let's make some adjustments with inside the list view then. We're going to want to change the term hello world to map to the title, which is the field obviously in our Supabase task table. So just choose the text option here, choose the option just here against the text, and we're going to want to choose the task row. So this is each individual row that comes back from Supabase. We're going to want to map that to the title. So just choose title, and we're going to want to do the same for this one as well. So just choose that, select that, and go to the task row and choose the title. So they are all set. We just want to change a little bit of padding as well. So on the row here, we just want to push this from the left hand side of the two icons to maybe have like a 10 margin on the actual padding here. So just pushes it off the side there. That just makes it look a little bit more nicer. So let's work on the conditional visibility then. So on these two icons here, we're going to have some conditional visibility that's going to be set. That's going to either display them or hide them depending on the value from the database. Okay, so with this particular one here, let's just choose the icon complete, and let's add some conditional visibility behind this. So just toggle this option on, and then let's click on this particular option here on the unset, and we're going to want to choose a condition. Okay, so just at the top here, we're going to want to put a single condition on this. Okay, so just choose single condition. And the first value that we're going to want to set is this one here. So this is going to be the complete field. Okay, so click on tasks, scroll down here, and there's one called complete. And we're going to want to say if it's equal to true, if it's complete, then we're going to want to display this icon within inside the UI. So just choose the second value here, choose value source. We're going to say specific value, just scroll down, and we're going to choose this to be true and hit confirm. In fact, what we'll do, we're just going to literally select that, and we're just going to move up to here, and we're going to copy this because we're going to want to do the complete opposite of this. Okay, and we'll be able to copy that in, so we'll be able to paste that in, and then we'll be able to then change those values. So just choose the copy option, and then on this particular icon here, if we just choose that and we go up to conditional visibility, just choose that on, and then with inside here, just choose this little option up here which is called paste variable. So when you've got something in the clipboard, it will then allow you to paste it in. So just choose paste, and everything else is going to be exactly the same, but on the actual second value here, we're going to want to display is false. So we're always going to show one icon, okay, but of course it's going to be dependent on the actual condition that we're applying here. So just choose confirm, and we are good. So that should actually work for us now if we had a task within inside our goal. So funny enough, we now need to do exactly the same thing actually on our title, but this time we're going to choose the one that's a strike through. So we're going to paste the same condition that's going to be the same as this icon complete here, because both of these are going to be on a completion. Okay, so with that one actual selected, just choose conditional visibility. We're going to go here again, and we're just going to simply paste that in and hit confirm. And of course on the title here, just select that one, go to the conditional visibility, let's just choose that one, let's paste that in there, and quite simply on the second value, just switch this around to then false. So we should have everything set up quite nicely there. So let's now work on the delete action now, this on the right hand side. So let's now choose the icon button and let's click on the little actions up here and let's open up the action flow editor. Now, of course, when somebody taps on this, we're going to want to delete the row from the database, and that's done really, really easily with inside Supabase. So let's hit the little plus action, and we just need to simply make a call out now to the Supabase database to make that happen. So using the power of FlutterFlow, just choose Supabase on the right hand side, and there's one just waiting for us called delete row, which is great. So choose delete row, and now this is where we now need to set some details up. So with inside here, we just need to set the table. So it's obviously a task, it's going to be deleted, so just choose tasks, and then we're going to want to then say the matching row. We need to match this to then identify which task that we want to delete. Now obviously with inside a list view there's many rows, so we can simply just reference that row with inside here to then make sure we're selecting the right one to delete. So with that just drop down selected, just choose add filter. Now with inside the actual filter itself, choose a field name, and we're going to choose ID because every single task that gets created within Supabase is going to have a unique ID created for it. So we just need to say ID, and the relation to it is going to be equal to, and then the value is going to come from the row itself. Okay, so just choose task row there, and we're just going to quite simply just select ID from here. So we've got a match between the ID that we want and then the value that we're passing in on the row, and that is all that we need to do. So just hit close. No, sorry, we're not going to hit close just for a second. There's one more thing we need to do actually. Once we've actually deleted the row, we're going to need to perform a refresh of the actual database query. Okay, and you can do that really simple. We can just hit the little plus here, hit add action. And if you just do a search here for refresh, we can say refresh database request, and the widget that we just need to select is the list view. We've only got one list view on this particular page, and this is going to make a quick call out to Supabase, do a refresh, and of course we'll instantly then see that task deleted. So that's all that we need to do. Just hit the close, and we are in a super position right now. So everything's looking pretty good. Obviously we can't actually create any task yet, but we certainly got everything hooked up just as we need it in order to display all of the tasks that we've actually got with inside the UI. Okay, so let's have a look at the next bit that we're going to build. We're going to want to now start creating tasks. Okay, so we've got the little plus button down here. When you hit that, then you get the create task kind of bottom bar that will appear. Now, this is nothing different to the creating the goals, but obviously there's less fields on here. It's a much more simpler bottom bar. So let's have a look then at how that works. So what I've done is in our project, I've actually created the very basic elements of this. And all I've simply done is I've just copied the create goals one. I've renamed some fields just to get ourselves ready for us to then start hooking that into UI. So let's walk through that now. So back on the task page then, let me talk to you about the duplicate of the goals component that I've done. So all I simply did is I went over to the left hand side here. As I right clicked on create goal component, I just said duplicate. I gave it a name of create task component, and then what I did was with the new component now created, I went in there and I then went to remove the stuff that I weren't interested in. Okay, just to get it looking like this, we simply got a title and two fields for this particular component. And then obviously we've got our button, which has been relabeled to create task. So all you simply need to do is just rename the form to sort of form create task. Obviously I've renamed these as well, so please go ahead and do that. And we have everything as it was on the actual create goal. Obviously all the stuff that we don't need, I've got rid of. We've got text heading there of rename to create task, and then we've got title and description, and I've just simply renamed the fields there, and the button has got no actions or anything like that associated with it. So it's pretty clean. The first thing that we need to do is just click on the form create task. We need to make sure that your task title and task description are checked. If they're not, make sure you do that. So just hit the little ticks against the side of these, and then the validation of the form will become then active and ready for us to then make a call with inside the button itself. So just make sure that's all done. Sometimes it applies it, sometimes it doesn't, but I don't think it's actually ticked by default. So I'll just make sure that you've got those selected there. So then next up, what we need to do is we then need to do the most important part, and that is actually creating the task itself. But before we do that, what we need to work out is how do we associate a task with an actual goal. And the way that we do that is what we'll do is we'll now set up a parameter in this component where we'll pass in the goal ID. So this will be the ID that we would have passed to the task page. Okay, we're going to pass that into this particular component, and then we've got it available to us, and then we can then perform and reference that particular goal within inside this particular action itself. So the way that we do that is we go up to the actual top of the component and we create a new component parameter. So just choose the little plus here and we're going to say add parameter, and quite simply we're going to type in goal ID, GOAL, and then uppercase I and then D. Okay, I just put an uppercase I in there. You don't need to do that, of course, but that's just from my programming days that I always do, like a camel case there. So then with inside the actual type, we know that it's going to be an integer. It's going to be a number that we're going to pass in. It is required into this particular component, so just make sure that's selected and then hit confirm. So we've got that now set up, ready for us to now hook onto in just a moment. So we're going to go to the create task now, of course, and this is where we need to make all of the magic happen. So let's open up the action flow editor, hit open, and it's on tap, and we're going to add an action in. So the first action that we're going to add in is the validation of the form. We're going to make that call out to the form validator just to make sure that everything is good for us, and just hit that, and then we just want to choose that it's the form create task that we want to make sure is selected. Hit on the plus, and this is where we now need to call out to Supabase now to perform our insert of our task. So with this one selected, just move down here to Supabase, and we're going to do the insert row, so just choose that. Now of course the table that we're going to be referencing here is the tasks themselves, so just choose tasks, and then in the set fields just choose the add now, and this is where we're now going to want to set up the actual, like the title, the description, and of course the goal ID, which is really important as well. So where it says ID, just select that, and the first one that we're going to choose is the actual title itself, and the value, so just choose a little selector here. The value is going to be the widget state just at the bottom. If I just scroll down and choose task title, and then we're going to want to then add another field in as well. Just choose that there, choose the field name, choose description, and just choose a selector, and we're just going to scroll down here to widget state, and we're just going to choose task description. So that's the two main fields now hooked up with inside the UI itself. Now this is where we now need to set the goal ID. Okay, so choose add field, choose the ID, and we want to change this to goal ID. Okay, and the selector, just select that, and we are going to select the component parameter. You can see it's just kind of expanded for us, and we've got the goal ID in there. Okay, so just to recall then, we're passing the goal ID from the home page itself into the task page, and we're then passing the goal ID from the task page into this particular bottom bar component that then appears on the bottom. So with all of that selected, that's pretty good. We don't need to set any of the other fields for us. In fact, probably what we'll do is, well, just for completion actually, I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll just choose the field here, and we'll choose complete, and we'll just pass in the term false. We know that when we create an actual task itself, we're just going to force it to set it as false for us. So now finally, all that we need to do now is then actually close out the bottom bar. So just choose the add action, and we're just going to select the close dialog drawer, etc. Just select that, and we know that will just naturally then close that bottom bar up. That's all that we need to do. Hit the close, and we should be in a good position now that once this is actually up and running, we should then be able to create the actual task itself. Okay, so we're not quite done with our UI changes just yet, because we can now create tasks, but of course we're going to want to update them as well. So what would happen is in the running application, we'll just hold down on the actual task itself. The update task bottom bar will then display the component, and of course we can make these changes and hit the update. And once we do the update, then the actual task behind the scenes will then refresh. Now we're going to make some changes just like what we did before. I'm going to take the kind of another component, I'm going to make a copy of it, rename it, and let's walk through that together, and I can show you the changes that we've done in order to get us ready for us to start adding the logic in to then apply those particular changes. So let's do that now. So then back with inside the widget tree, you can see here on the left hand side we've got this update a task component. So all I simply did was I just right clicked on the create task component, duplicated it, and then called it update task component. So let's have a look at that now. Now what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to make some changes to this, of course, because the behavior is going to be slightly different, because instead of us passing a goal ID actually into this particular task, we're going to need to pass the task in order for us to update it. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to want want to do is, and once you've kind of renamed all of these fields, so just have a quick look at this now. You can see that everything is as it was before. We just need to rename all of the fields, and remember to do the form as well if you haven't done that. So just select that, and then on the right hand side, just make sure that both task title and then task description are ticked. So just make sure you do that. But everything else should be as you had seen it previously, but just with those changes. I've removed all of the actions out of the button update task as well, because we'll walk through that together in just a moment. But up the very top here, we're going to want to make a change. We want to remove the component parameter that was actually up there. So you remember it was passing the goal ID, so just simply remove it. But we're going to want to make a change, because instead of passing that goal ID in, as I said, we want to pass the Supabase row in that represents the actual task. So just choose add parameter, and we're just going to call this parameter row task, like that, and then the type is going to be then a Supabase row, so just choose a Supabase row there, and then the table name of course will be then the actual task itself. So that's all that we need to do. So once we've then got our row task, we can then do some further binding now on the UI, because we're going to want to put the title and the description actually into these fields. So we can do that really easily in FlutterFlow. So just choose the task title there, and then down here we just want to set the initial value. So if you just make sure you select that, we're going to want to choose the actual row task itself. So just choose a row task. And then within inside the Supabase row field, we're going to want to choose title, and then we just want to hit confirm. And we just need to do the same for this as well. So choose task description, go down to the selector, go to the row task itself, choose a Supabase field as the description, and then just hit confirm. So we know that as soon as we then load this up, we're going to pass in the row, and then we're going to see the details that we need within inside here. And of course we now need to move on to the update task piece. We're going to want to update that row, so let's walk through that now. So just with that button update task selected, just choose the open of the action flow editor, and of course, just as we did before, we're going to want to validate the form first. So just hit add action, just go up here and type in val, and then you can see you've got a validate form. Just select the actual form itself, so that just enforces it. And of course, hit the little plus, hit add action, and this is where we need to do the magic bit, and then go to Supabase here, and we're going to want to update the actual row. So choose update row, and then in the table it's going to be the actual task itself. On the matching rows, choose add filter, and then the field name is going to be the actual ID itself. So this is the ID of the row, and the relation is going to be equal to, and then the value will be then the row task, and it will be the Supabase row field, which will actually be the ID. So that will just make sure then that it knows that the changes that we're making will be to that particular row. Just hit confirm, and then we have a matching row set. Now, of course, the set fields was very simply just as we did before. We just need to say add field, choose the right fields that we need. So it's going to be the title, and of course that's going to come from the actual widget state itself. Just scroll down and choose the task title. We're just going to minimize that there, and then go to add field. We're going to choose that there, the ID, and just change that then to description. And then on the actual value itself, we're just going to move down to the widget state, and we're going to choose the task description. So that should be our two fields that is now going to be set up. That's actually all that we need to do now. So finally, we're just going to then do what we did before. We're just going to close out the actual row itself. So let's just, the actual bottom bar, just hit close here. And then we're going to choose the close dialog drawer, and that's all that we need to do. So that should be all set up for us to then hook that up to the actual UI to then actually then display the actual task. So let's now move on to that stage of the project now, where we're going to start hooking up all of these components that we created, and then hopefully we can then fire up the application, and hopefully if we haven't made any errors, the application will be up and running. But let's do that now. Okay, so in order for us to create a goal actually on our page, we now need to add the fab button in, just as we've got on the goals page. So let's go to the home page. That is the goals page. Let's go down to the bottom here and choose a floating action button. Let's just right click on that and say copy, and then we can go to the task page here, and then we can right click on the task page just here, and then hit the little P option there to paste that in. So you can see that now nicely at the bottom. Now we need to select the actual action here, because we're going to need to now hook that in to actually show then the actual bottom bar that we need. At the moment, we've also pasted across the actual action from our goals page, so we don't really want to actually set that. So let's go to the action itself. So hit on the little action option, open up the action flow editor, and we're going to want to change the properties of this. So instead of the actual create goal component, we now need to make a change to actually say, you know something, let's choose the let's choose the create task component there. Now the height probably isn't quite right, so we probably need to make some adjustments to the height, because we know that the create task component is not so high in its height. So I'm going to make a bit of a guess here, and I'm going to say 370, but we might want to come back and we might want to make that particular change. Now, as we do know that we're going to also want to pass in the actual goal ID actually into the create task component, of course, because we're going to need to tell everything inside of that what the goal ID that we're creating a task against. So that's quite simple to do. So just where it's got the actual pass here, we need to select that. So we need to choose the actual parameter here, so choose goal ID, and we need to set a value here. So just choose the value, and you can see here that our page parameter is the goal ID. So just choose that, and we know that we've got the two hooked up there. So we know now, of course, that what will happen is our bottom sheet bar will be displayed and the action will actually pause at that particular point. Now, it's not until that bottom sheet then disappears from the UI that the actions will then continue with inside this particular section here. So what we can now do is we can now call and call out to the database and actually do that refresh of the database. So just hit the little plus here, hit the add action, and we're just going to do a search for refresh, and we're going to refresh the database request, and on the widget, we're just going to choose the list view, and that's all that we need to do. And that will quite simply mean that as soon as that bottom bar disappears, the actual task will then be refreshed with inside the list view. So we'll know that we'll create it and it will then get displayed. So that's all that we need to do there. So now, of course, we now need to do the update itself. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to add it to this particular container here. Okay, so just select that, and then we're going to go up to the actions up here, and we're going to open up the action flow editor. And what we're going to do, we're going to do the on long press. Okay, so just choose on long press there, and we're going to add an action. And of course, what we're going to do here is we're going to open up the bottom sheet again. So let's just choose the bottom sheet here, and we're going to show it here. And the height again, we know, well, I'm going to guess it's at 370 again for the actual update, but we might want to come in and just change the height of that, of course. All of the other details there are pretty good. We just need to select the component, of course, and we're going to choose the update task component. And of course, what we now need to do is we now need to pass the Supabase row actually into that particular component. So put the little pass here where it says row task, just select that. We're going to select, just choose the little selector there, and of course we're going to go to the task row itself, and we're going to choose the Supabase row and hit confirm, and that's all that can be expected. Now, we could have done this in a slightly different way. What we could have done is we could have passed in the actual task ID, and then we could have then actually then done a query with inside the actual bottom bar component to then go to the Supabase, pull out that particular row based on the ID, and then we have it there in memory, and then of course we can then bind that particular row details to then each of those widgets. But actually moving the row around to the bottom bar is a very, very convenient way of getting all of the records that we actually need, because we got it at that particular time instead of having to do that requery again. So yeah, that's just the reason why I've done it in this particular way. So just a bit of helpful information there. So that's pretty well much everything I think that we need to set there. I don't think there's any other details that we need, so that's all pretty good. So let's just close that. And of course, once, in fact, I keep saying close, but I don't need to close it, because we need to actually also add another action in here as well. And of course, once the update has occurred, then we're going to need to do that database refresh as well. So just hit the little plus here, hit action, and let's hit the refresh database request and just choose the list view. There we go. So that will mean that the database will then get we'll get a requery, and then we'll see the update of the task within inside that particular screen. Now we can hit the close buttons. Let's hit the close, and we are good. So now we're super close now to getting this actually fired up, but of course we are still have a slight problem in that actually when we actually fire this up, we're going to see the goals page, but we're not going to be able to navigate to the actual goals task page. Okay, so we're going to need to sort of link the two screens together. So we can do that really easily. And if we go back to the actual home page, okay, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to move down to the goals container, and we're going to want to then bring up the action flow header to open. Now, of course, as you know, we've already got a long press here in order to actually update the goal, but we're going to want to actually select the on tap. So as soon as we actually tap it, we're then going to want to then navigate to the actual task screen. Okay, so hit the add action here, and we just want to choose the navigate to, and we're going to choose the task page. Now that task page is going to require a parameter, so we're going to have to set that here. So just where it says pass, just choose pass, and it's going to be a goal ID that we need to pass across. So just choose goal ID, and we need to choose a selector here, and we're going to choose the goals row, and of course the goal has an ID itself, so just choose ID, and then we're going to then be able to pass that through to that screen. Now on the actual transition type, we now need to change that to actual slide left. Okay, and then with the duration, just set that as 200, and we don't want to allow any back navigation, so just turn that off. So you'll see the reason to why that is going to be important actually as the application develops. So what we're going to do is we're going to be navigating without the ability to go back into the actual task page. We're going to then make the necessary changes here, and then when we actually then navigate back to the actual goals page itself, then we're going to be literally navigating back, not going back. Okay, so we can ensure that when we go back that there's a database refresh that occurs on that particular page. So it's just like we've gone to the page for the very first time, and everything then gets refreshed for us, and we'll then see the results. So that should be all that we need to do here. So just hit the actual close option. That's it. Of course, I think there's probably one more thing we need to do actually on the task page here. Let me just check here on the actual icon button. Yeah, we are going back there. I just want to make sure that I implemented that before we run it up. So I think we are in a good position. Let's try firing this up. I don't know if we're going to have any problems because we've done a lot in this particular video here, of course. So let's try it and let's see what happens. And if there's any issues, we can come back and correct them. Okay, so here we are in run mode. Let's give this a go then. Let's just choose one of our goals here. That's a good start. We've got the goals page that's actually displaying. Let's just see if we can go back. Yeah, that's looking good. So that's working for us. Let's try creating a new task. Let's just type here test task. Let's type in some details here and hit the create task. Oh, okay, so it looks like we've got a problem. Something's not working for us. So let's have a little check. I normally press about F12 in the browser here, and let's see what error is coming up. So always make sure console's selected. Let's have a look and see what's coming back. So it looks like we've got a security problem. So my thought process is when I'm kind of looking at these errors is I will always think about what is actually happening at that particular time. Now we're clearly trying to create something in the database at this point, and we're getting kind of like an error coming back. So it's likely that actually here with it being a violation with the security, it's obviously something related to the actual user itself. So it's likely that we've missed adding something into the actual update request. So that looks like that's the problem here. Let's just go to the network here. Let's just double check. Let's just hit that little create task as well. Let's see what's going across here. So we've got that 403. Okay, so it looks like we've got definitely something to do with perhaps the user. So let's go back to the application. Let's have a look here. So let's go back to the create task component and let's see what we're missing. Go to create task because that's where we know that the problem is. Let's have a look here. We know the validate form is passed. That's good. So we must be breaking in here. So let's have a look here. So we've got all of our details here. Right. Okay. So the reason why this is not working by the looks of it is because it knows nothing about the user that I'm actually that's actually creating the task. So it looks like I've missed out adding the user ID actually in with the field here. So let's do that now. Let's add the field in. Let's select the user ID here. Just choose user ID. And then of course the value of the user ID will come from the authenticated user. So just choose authenticated user and then let's choose the user ID itself. So we know that we need to apply that to our database table. That should be good for us. So let's go back then to the actual run mode itself. Let's give this another while. Let's just close that down. Let's just do an instant reload. So here we go. Let's try this again. Let's just click on that particular goal. Let's hit the little plus here. Let's try creating the task. So just going to say test title. Just put some gobbledygook in there. Hit create task. Ah, bingo, excellent. So that definitely was the problem. It's definitely to do with the user ID. And we can see that we've got our task here. So let's just try hitting this little option here. So we know we've still got to set the details up for that. Okay, so we've missed that. And that is something that was quite obvious to me that we've missed. So we need to do that. Let's just try deleting. Okay, that's good. So that's working for us. Delete's working okay. Let's just add that task in again. Test task. Create the actual task itself. Let's try holding and doing a long update there. Excellent. So that's looking good. We've got the rows being passed into our component, so that all of our details are coming up. Let's just try making a change. I'm going to just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. Hit update. Okay, that looks good. So let's just hold down again. And then brilliant, the details are all being persisted. So everything is looking really good for our update. So that's working great for us. But just clearly that there's just a little bit of functionality we're now missing in order for us to make this actually now complete. So let's go and fix the application now and let's get all those changes done. So by the way, well done if you've been following along and you've got to this stage so far. It's all part of the kind of the creation experience where you'll find that you'll run through things and then you'll test it and there's a problem and you need to go back to it. It's common, it happens all the time, so don't worry about it. So let's now fix up our application. I think we've done really well at this point. So let's focus then on these two options here. This is what I've missed previously. We've got actions behind these, of course. We're gonna let's work on this one first. Okay, so this is when a task is not completed. What we're going to need to do is we need to make a call out to Supabase and then mark that particular task as complete, and that's done really easily. Just select the actual icon itself. Let's go up to the actions. Let's load up the action flow editor and then let's add the action in, and we're going to add this backend call in here. So let's just choose Supabase here and we're going to update the actual row itself. We're going to select the table, which we know is going to be the task, and we're going to want to choose this matching row. Okay, so we're just going to need to make sure that we're only updating the task that we've got selected. So just choose the add filter, go into the field name here, choose ID, and the relation is going to be equal to, and then the value of that will be the actual task row. Okay, so that's the row specifically that we've selected. So just choose ID. So we know we've got a match here. We know we got our row. So what are we going to do? Well, we need to mark this as complete. Okay, so just choose add field, select this, go to the field itself, choose the complete, and then the value is going to be then true. And you guessed it, what we're going to need to do is we need to take this and then we're going to then apply this literally as a copy and then a paste into the other icon just to do kind of the reverse. We're going to turn a complete task into an incomplete task, and that's by setting this as false. So that's good. So we'll come back to that in just a second. We just want to do one other thing here. Of course, we're going to want to then do a refresh on the actual database itself. So just choose add action, just type in a refresh here, refresh database request, and we're just going to choose the list view. So that should be all good for us. So what I'm going to do here is I'm now going to copy these and then paste these into the other action. Okay, so let's just select that one up here, select a copy action chain, which will just copy all of these actions. Of course, if I just set a copy action, it will just do the single one. So copy the whole action chain and then just close that down there. And we're going to want to go into this one here, this icon here, go back to the actions, open up the action flow editor, and then we can just select this option up here. Because we know that we got an action in our clipboard, we can choose a paste action and just say paste, and then it's all there for us. We just need to go back into this update, and of course we're just going to go down here and we're going to do the reverse, which is going to be false. And that's all that we need to do. So let's go back to the application. Let's try this now. Let's make sure this works for us. So here we are back in the run mode. Let's just choose this particular set here. We can see this here. Let's just select that. Brilliant. So there we go. So it must be now marked as complete in the database. And we can do a little check in Supabase here. Let's just go to the task itself. Let's just do a refresh and we can see that that one is set as true. If I go back into test mode, let's just sort of mark that as complete, go back into Supabase, and you can see that it's now made it as false. So okay, so everything is working brilliantly with inside our database. So here's the final run-in application. We're going to start making some tweaks now to our UI to make it look a little bit more like this particular application. We're going to start off in our task page. So if I hit that and bring the task in, you can see that it says hit the plus button to begin. That kind of appears here. If I go back and just hit it again, you'll see that it just kind of animates into the center of the screen. There's also our kind of fake app bar up here that's kind of needs a little bit of padding that needs to be applied to it. So let's go and make those tweaks in our application now. So back then within the widget tree, let's create our empty list components. So on the right hand side where it says components, just right click there and say add component. It should pop up there. Just hit the create blank and let's give it a name. I'm going to call empty list component like that. Hit the create component. So this is what we have created by default. So we can resize this on the UI. So let's just make this a little bit smaller there. We don't need it quite that big. And now on the left hand side here, let's hit the little plus here. Let's add a row into the mix, and with inside there hit the little plus and let's add a text in there. And with inside the text on the right hand side here, just put these words in here. I'm going to say hit the plus button to begin, and then what we need to do then really just go over to our row and then just make sure that we have everything centrally positioned, which it is, and it's as simple as that. So that's our component created. Let's now add this to the actual task page itself. So here we are then on the task page, and we're going to want to add our empty list component to the actual list view. So when there is no data within inside the list view, we're going to want to then display that empty list widget, nice and centrally, of course, within inside the UI. So we can do that on the left hand side here. If you just select the list view here, and we're going to want to now go over to the right here, and we're going to want to toggle this option on where it says show empty list widget. Just choose that. Now we've got a choice here. We can either do an image or a component. Of course, if you've already uploaded some media to your application, you can use that, or you can use a component. And the great thing about using components, of course, is you can actually use Lottie animations. So you can put like a Lottie animation actually into that component, and of course then when that gets displayed, then something can animate it. But in our application, we're just going to keep it really simple by just putting some text in. Okay, so just choose the component option here. And then where it says select component, just select that. And of course, we just want to choose the empty list component. That's the one that we've just created. And we just need to make some adjustments here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this little toggle on where it says view in UI builder. You can see now instantly we're now getting that preview to what it would look like if this was actually running with inside the application. But we need to make a little change down here to the height. Okay, so if we just select that and just type in 80, and then if we do percent, that, oh sorry, just type in 80 and then you've got percent selected. You can see now that it's somewhat then more centrally to the screen. So I've kind of calculated that we've got about 80% roughly, and then this would be nice and central within inside the actual UI of the UI that's actually running on the device. So that means that will be displayed. Now that's, once that is displayed, we're obviously going to want to then animate that, of course, so we can do that really simple. So let's move over to the animation piece now. So if we were to take a look at this now in the test mode here, if I click on the actual goal itself, you can see quite simply now that that's all working for us. We've got the hit the plus button to begin, but it doesn't look particularly visually attractive. It just sits there in the middle. So let's now apply the animation. So let's just flick back to the widget tree here, and on the left hand side you can see I've got the empty list component selected. So just go there, and for this demonstration I'm just going to move this particular kind of box here. We're going to resize this out. This has no sort of influence on your project at all, but I'm just moving out, make it a little bit larger so we can actually see the animation previewed within inside this particular screen. So make sure you've got the text selected. Then let's animate the text. So on the right hand side here we've got this option called animations, so just make sure that is selected, and you can see two types of animations. You've got on action trigger and on page load. Now we're going to want to animate this as soon as this component is rendered within inside the actual UI, so it's going to play out pretty well much straight away. But you've got the other option to choose on action trigger. So if you're looking with inside your application to trigger an animation at a particular point, then you can actually, with inside the action flow editor, you can actually call out to your widget to then play an animation. So there might be cases where you might want to do that depending on what you're kind of building. So they're the two modes that we've got available to us. Now, as I said, we're going to go on to the on page load. So let's choose add animation. So what we want to do is we want to fade this actually into the UI, and we're also going to want to scale it from something slightly larger to then to its appropriate size, which is what the size is there at the moment. So the first one that we're going to select is fade, and of course we're going to play both these animations at exactly the same time, and we can do that by making sure that we select this option here, apply same duration and delay. So by toggling this on, that means any animations that I sort of add underneath here will all be played at the same time. But of course you can visually, if you wanted to, you can actually play out animations in a more linear way, where you can have one animation play, then another one, then another one, and you just time it to how you want those animations to play out. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the duration to be just 300 milliseconds. So this is how long the overall animation is going to play for. And of course here you've got one option called delay. So what the delay is doing, this is going to say how long do I need to wait before the animation plays out. So let's just select this to 300. So we're going to wait 300 milliseconds before the animation starts. I think that's absolutely fine. And then below that, of course, we've then got our options. So when it comes to fading, we've got the initial opacity as 0. So this is just not visual in the UI at all. And then the final opacity is 1. So it can either be 0 to 1. It could be 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. But we're just going to go from 0 to 1 within the 300 millisecond duration. So that's good. So that's our fade one set, because we're going to go from 0 to 1. We're going to now add our next animation then. So just choose add animation, and this one is going to be scale. You can just see in the previews, if I just move these, you can see the animations playing out there. So we're going to choose scale. Just scroll down a little bit more, and then we've got some options available to us. We got both the X axes and we've got the Y axes. Okay, so we're going to keep these all in sort of uniform, so we're going to set them all at the same time. So the initial scale is what's our starting scale. So for me, we're going to want to make this pretty well much double the size. Okay, so we're going to do this on both the X axes and the Y axes. So all we need to do is just slide this up to 2 and then to 2, and I think that is sufficient for what we want to do. And then the final scale is where it's going to end up once the animation hits the 300 milliseconds. Okay, so the good thing about FlutterFlow, and this is the fantastic power of FlutterFlow, is we can now preview that animation. So if you look very, very carefully here, let's hit the little preview option, and you can just see the animation playing in then. So that's all we need to do. That's our animation set, and we can then move back into the test mode now, and we can actually see that play out. So let's give that a go now. So here we are in test mode. Let's press on a gold and let's hopefully see our animation play out. Hit that. There it is. Excellent. So you can just see there that we've got that little subtle delay. It just gives an opportunity for the screen to kind of get itself set and ready to the user. And that little delay is just ideal, because it just means that if you've got quite a lot going on with inside your UI, there's just that little pause that just makes it feel a little bit better for the user, just to kind of get their bearings within the screen when it actually displays. So I highly encourage you to think always about the user who is using the actual application. Most users tend to take a moment or so just to settle into a particular screen when they actually navigate to it. So it's well worth putting in those little slight delays in there just to stop things from going a bit too fast. So you can see, just moving in, that's the perfect look that we're looking for. So we also need to apply that same actual empty list widget also as well to the goal screen as well. So let's quickly go and do that now. So on our homepage, then just make sure that we select list view, and then on the right hand side we can go then to the empty list widget. Let's toggle the option on here as well, and then on the widget type choose component, and then we'll just select the view in UI builder just so we can see the actual widget itself. Hit the select component, and we're going to choose empty list component. And if you recall from the previous example, we put 80 in there, and I'm going to make the same mistake again, because as soon as you press 80% it disappears. So just choose 80, and then you'll get it nicely centered with inside the actual display. So that's all set, and of course the same thing will play out again when we actually run this application up. Just one thing to note, of course, is that we've got where it says view in UI builder. Of course, you're probably going to want to then turn that off now, because we know that we've got that set. We want to be able to then see the rest of the widgets with inside the list view itself. So just make sure you take that off in the view UI builder. And you can also want to do the same thing as well on the task as well. So just make sure you've got list view selected, go back to this option here, just say view in UI builder, just turn that off, and we're right back to where we were previously. So let's just make a few more tweaks then to our task page. The first thing I just want to sort out is the padding on this icon button. I think we just need to increase the padding a little bit. So let's just increase it to 15 and let's just lock it in. And that just means it just brings it slightly off of the size a little bit for us. So I now want to apply a little bit of animation into this particular page, and what we're going to do is we're going to animate the container that is containing the task information slightly shifting up a little bit, so we'll get that sort of visual look inside the UI. So we can do that really simply. On the left hand side, if you just choose the list view, so we've inside the list view, you've got the container, that's the wrapper for our task information. On the right hand side, choose the little animation option there, and we're going to add the animation in, and we're going to choose the actual slide there. So it's a slight little slide effect. So just choose that. Of course, this is an on-page load animation. We're going to want to instantly play this out. And as I said, we're not doing a horizontal animation. We're actually doing a vertical animation. It's just going to sort of bring it up. So just down here, we're going to select the initial position here as 5. So if I just choose that, you see that will give us the effect of it shifting upwards, and you can see that now. If I just preview the animation, you can just see that little sort of section sort of play out there. Now the speed of it is a little bit slow for sure, so we're going to want to reduce that down. So let's just use down to 300, and that will give us double the speed. So if I just choose that again, you can see it's much quicker now, which is perfect. We don't want to put a delay here at the beginning because we want this to instantly play out on this particular animation. And I think that is all that we need to do here. So that's all ready to go. So let's now go into test mode and let's just check that animation plays out, and let's just make sure our padding looks good as well. So here we are then in run mode. Let's hit the little plus button here to create a task against a goal. So I'm just going to say test task here, just put some sample text in there, hit create task. We should see a slight subtle animation now as that task gets created. There it is, perfect. Just see it just kind of slide in from the bottom there. It did happen, I promise you didn't quite see it, but it definitely happened, which is great. So that's really good. And of course, if we wanted to, and of course this is maybe a little bit of homework for you guys, is that we could actually create an animation which will actually be a trigger animation, which we could actually put behind this little trash can here. So when I actually delete the task, we could then in the action flow editor call out to this particular container to then play another animation out as well. So that could be good. We could just kind of maybe slide it sort of up or something like that. Yeah, I'll leave you to have a play around with that, but we can certainly do that with inside this application. So that's that. Let's now move on to the next sort of tweaks that we're going to make inside the UI. So next up in our application, you can see here that we need to make some additions to our goals page. And you can see here that we've got this like subtle kind of border that's kind of representing the status of our goal. And if I go down here and I add a new one in and I just put, another test goal, and I'll put just some gobbledygook description in here, and I was to mark this as say complete and hit create goal, you can see here that we've kind of got this subtle green sort of border that's happening. So of course it's responding there, of course, to the data that we're actually setting with inside Supabase. So let me show you now how to implement something like that within the UI, and I'm going to introduce you to the use of stacks to create this effect. So let's do that now. So here we are then back on the home page of our application. Let me introduce you to the world of stacks, because we're going to use a stack now to layer our Flutter widgets actually on top of each other. Okay, so for example, we've got here the container that pretty much encapsulates all of our goal information. But what we want to do is we actually want to pad that container a little bit down from the top, but behind it we're going to want to put another container which is going to kind of represent the base layer of our stack sort of widget. Okay, so the way that we do that, and we need to do a little bit of adjustment first before we can introduce the stack widget. And that is by on the left hand side, we just need to adjust our goals container. Because at the moment it's got this width set as 100, which is not technically playing out because all of our our widgets underneath it are already pushing everything out. So we just want to adjust this, and we're just going to select this to be infinity. Now you won't see any visual difference with inside the UI, but it will be important for us to implement that when we actually add the stack in. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to collapse everything out of the way because we want to keep this really simple. So everything's pretty well much collapsed for us. And now we've inside the list view, just below that, we've got a goals container. We now want to right click, we're going to wrap the widget, and we're going to choose a stack. So you won't actually see much happen now with inside the UI, but you'll see here that we've got this stack widget and we've got our goals container. I'm just going to collapse our goals container down slightly, because what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to hit the little plus option here and I'm going to introduce another container. And I'm going to position that container just at the top here. So I'm just going to drop that in. Now you can kind of see it with inside the UI that it's kind of just sort of playing out, and you can see it there. But we're now going to set the properties of that container now to represent exactly what we want. So firstly, we're going to call this, we're just going to double click on this and we're going to call this container status, because that's exactly what it's going to represent for us. And before we adjust the properties there on the right hand side, just choose the goals container at the moment, because we're just going to drop this down. We're going to pad this by 2. So we're just going to choose 2, and you can just see it very, very subtly drops down, but we know that just behind it, our container will be pretty well much in view very, very shortly. So let's now set the properties. So on the container, the actual container status, just choose percentage here, and then just choose 100. That will just stretch it across. Now with the actual height in pixels, because we've got PX selected, we just want to give this a height of 25. And then below that, we're going to want to set these border radiuses to match the parent container, this on the top. We don't want to see any kind of visual differences with the edges or any squared borders or anything like that. So we can change the border radius accordingly. So the top left, we only need to set as 16. We just want to take the little lock off actually, because we want to choose 16 on the left, 16 on the top right, and then these are just going to be just going to remove these out. So we've got a square bottom. So that's all that we need to set. Now, of course, what we're now going to need to do is we're now going to set the fill color, but the fill color will be conditional, will be based on the status of the actual goal. So we do that by moving up to where it says fill color and choosing the little selector here. So let's choose a selector, and we're going to want to then choose this option down here, conditional value if then else. So just select that, and then of course we can now start setting those values itself. So what we need to do is we need to basically say that if our status is completed, then show a nice green color, and we can do that by just choosing this option here. And this is going to be a single condition, so just select conditions there and choose a single condition. And what we're going to do here is we're going to choose a first value, and we're going to choose this, and we're going to say to the actual goals row itself, and we're going to move down here to where it says status. We're going to say if the status is equal to completed, because that's the value that we're going to be storing behind the scenes, then we know that we can then say now set it as green. Okay, so just choose where it says second value. You just want to use a specific value, just scroll down here and type in, say, completed, like that, because that's the option that's in our drop down on the button bar that actually that comes up from the bottom. So just choose confirm, and then in the color we just need to set the actual value itself. So if we just choose the value here, and we're just going to choose the secondary color as well. So we've got our first condition now set. So what we also need to do is we need to also then choose the plus option here, because we need to actually add another condition in here as well. So we need to choose the kind of the in progress color as well. So within here, we just need again to do the same thing again, just to go to conditions and do a single condition. And our first value is going to be set from the database, as the database row, should I say, from goals row. And we're going to choose again status. And on this occasion, we're going to say is equal to, and if you recall from our UI, we have one called in progress. So just choose in progress like that and hit confirm. And here we can just go in here and set a value. Now we haven't got a like an amber sort of color selector, so just use anything here. If you need to choose an amber color, then just do that. I've got one here already in my palette, which I'm just going to select, which is that one there, and say use color. And then of course we then need to say for everything else, then just set no value whatsoever, so that it remains as it is, else it won't set it to anything at all. And that's all that we need to do. So just hit confirm, and we've now got that now selected. So if we now run this up in run mode, we should see our color play out. So there we go, instantly in run mode you can see the fruits of our labor there. We've kind of got the bar now being displayed, which is fantastic. This one hasn't got anything because we haven't actually set that, but let's just hold the mouse button down there. Let's update this and let's mark this then as sort of completed. If we say update goal, we then should see the green. So everything is working just as we want with the stacks. Perfect, let's move on. So since recording this series, the FlutterFlow product has moved on a little bit. There's been new features that's been added to the actual product that we're now going to take advantage of in this particular episode. So this is the final application. We're going to make changes now to get us more closer to this application in this particular video. But what we've done is we've got now the up in the top right here, we've got a little filter option. If you click that, and then you're going to now see this custom dialog that now gets displayed. And this is going to provide a nice container for us to add in this filter that we're using in this particular application. But of course, if you wanted to enhance this application further, you could add in more filters if you wanted to. So we've got this show archive goals. Just by simply hitting the little check here and then clicking away, we can then see that filter then take place. If I then click up here, take the filter off and click here, and then of course the filter then takes effect as well. So we're now going to start putting that together. We're going to use custom data types as well to store the values of those filters, which you can then easily enhance in the future. So let's move over to the to FlutterFlow now, and let's do that right now. So here we are then back in FlutterFlow, and on the left hand side I've got a data types option selected, and you can see that we're in this blank screen with nothing in it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a data type that is going to effectively store the actual filtered status of our actual list view itself on the home page of all of the goals. Okay, so we've only got one which is just archived, so we're going to create a brand new data type called filters that's going to include archived as a value that we can update and we can control within inside our application. Now the great thing about data types is that they're very, very flexible. We could just, if we wanted to, put all of our sort of our filtered statuses all within inside the app state. But what's really nice about a custom data type is that we can kind of just have one called kind of sort of filters, and then contain all of our different filters within inside that, of course, and it just makes it easy and makes it more manageable, and just generally is well organized within inside our FlutterFlow project. So let's do that now. On the up the top left here, we've got this little plus option here. We can add a new data type. And we're just going to call this one filters and hit create. And then within the actual schema, this is where we're now going to set out all of our filters. Okay, now, as I said, we've only got one in our project called archive. So we're just going to hit the add field, and we're going to call this one archived, and our data type is going to be Boolean. Okay, so it's just going to be a true or false. So if it's true, we're then going to display all of the archived goals within inside our application. If it's false, then we're not going to display any archived. Okay, so it's just one or the other. Just hit create, and then now we've got everything set for us. So that's basically all that we need to do with inside this data type section. Of course, if we wanted to put more filters in here, like completed or something like that, then we can add those in here as well. So on the left hand side now, let's move over to then the actual app state itself. So click on app state. Now this is a value that we created previously. Now we don't no longer need this because we've changed our application from when we first set the first episode out. Okay, so we're just going to delete this one out of the display. So just hit the delete, and that one's gone. And now we're going to add in this brand new state variable. So just choose add state variable, and within inside this particular state variable, we're just going to call this one filters, and then it's going to be type data type, which is just down the bottom there. Just choose data type, and the data type that we're going to choose is the filters, which is what we've just created. Okay, so just choose filters, and it's going to be persisted. Okay, so we're going to be storing this on the device at all times, not just on a one run time. We're going to be storing this continuously. So just choose the little persisted option and then hit create. So that's our filter setup. Of course, if I can just select this, you can see here that we just got archived in there. Now it's false by default. That's fine for us. That's all that we need to worry about. And now we can now move on and now start hooking that up with inside our application. So let's go and do that now. So any eagle-eyed spotters would have spotted that we've got this error that has now appeared up the top right. We can solve that really, really easily because our list view is currently set to use that show archived app state variable that we've just removed. Okay, so let's go down to the list view. Let's just move up to the backend query option up here. Just choose that. Edit the backend query. If I scroll down here, you can see here we've got this filters option, so just select that, and you can see here that the archived is currently saying it's equal to, well, it's unknown because we just removed it. Okay, so we need to make a little change here. So select that, and then on the little pen option here, just choose the edit because we're going to want to choose a brand new variable. So down, if you scroll down here, you can see we've got app state here, we've got filters. This is what we just added. So just choose filters. And then we've actually got the field here to be selected, which is now called archive. So just select that, hit confirm, and we'll know that everything is all perfect for us. So it's now going to use that particular value in order to apply the filtering to our list view for archive. So just hit confirm on that. So now we're right back to where we were. We've got no project errors up here. It's all gone back to a tick, which is really good. So now what we can do, we can now start implementing the functionality now to then display this new custom dialog, which is going to ultimately allow us to then choose this archive status. Now let's create this drop down component. So on the right hand side, let's click on components within inside the widget tree, hit add component, and of course up pops the create component sort of panel. Now the great thing about FlutterFlow is it's got so many templates that you can actually use. Now we're going to create ours from scratch because this is a full walkthrough video, but of course if you wanted to, you can just do a search for like drop down here, and you can see lots of different options that the FlutterFlow team have kind of designed, which is a great starting point if you're looking to kind of get yourself up and running really quickly. You could take one of these and just kind of customize it. Now what we're going to do, we're going to create something that looks a little bit like this. Actually, we're going to keep it really quite simple, but as I said, we're going to create that from scratch. So let's hit the create blank option here, and let's put a name in here of filter drop down, something like that, hit create component, and then we're back into the empty view. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add a container that's going to encapsulate all of the widgets that we need within inside our component. So let's just hit the little plus here. Let's choose the container option. And then with this container, what we're going to do is we're going to use one of our preset themes that we've got here. So just choose the theme style here and just choose container primary. And then that will then give it some of its characteristics that we need, obviously, for the look and feel, like the sort of drop down shadow and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to need to make some options, some changes just down here. So on the width, let's just choose the width of 300. That moves it just slightly across, and then the height is going to be. In fact, we're not going to keep a height in there for now. Actually, we're going to leave the containing widgets to set the height of the actual container. So we've got all the border radius set. That's all good for us, and we've got the color set. I think that's absolutely fine. I don't think we need to make any changes just at this moment, other than actually the actual padding. And you'll see why this is quite important actually, because when this actually gets displayed with inside the UI, we want this to kind of position itself off of the top and the right hand side of the actual application display. So within here, we're just going to delete that 20 out here. We're just going to put, say, 16 all the way around, just lock that in, and then you'll see that that's now just come off of the edges, which is kind of what we need. So now let's start putting our widgets within inside the actual container itself now. So let's put a column in there for starters. There we go. And then within inside our column, we've got two rows. So we've got the row for the actual header of the actual component itself, and then we've got another row which is going to be for our archived options. Okay, so let's just choose inside the row here. Let's just select row here. Let's just put another row in here just for good measure. So we've got the two rows in here, and then within inside that first row, we're just going to put a text widget in there first. So just put text in there, and then on the right hand side there's also going to be an icon button which is going to allow us to then close down this particular sort of drop down list. So let's just choose the little plus here. Let's go in here and just do a search for icon button. That's good, and that'll just position it here, and we'll just go and now set the properties of those particular widgets. So on the left hand side, let's just choose the text option. Let's go up to one of our styles here. Let's just select that, and let's choose the actual theme style body. We want to keep this quite small within inside the actual drop down. We don't want it to be too large. And then just on the left hand side here, let's just choose say 16, just to bring that off the edges here. Now of course, a good thing about the actual text option is we can actually expand that out. So let's just expand that out, and of course that will push our button out to the right hand side. And now we just need to set the alignment now with inside our text. So we just scroll down here. Let's just choose the text align to be to the left hand side, and then let's now move over to our button. So with inside our button, just choose that, and let's now make some adjustments. So let's just maybe just push this off the right hand side. Let's just choose 12 here, just to push that off the side, and let's now choose our icon. So just press the little add here. Now we're looking for a close icon, so we just want to do just a little X there. That's fine. We want to start setting some of these other particular values here because it looks pretty ugly like that. So first thing to do is let's move over to the button size here. Let's just choose 36. Let's just reduce the size of that. The fill color we don't actually want, so let's just clear that fill color. That makes it look a little bit better. And then on the border color, let's just choose that. We don't actually need that, so let's just clear that color as well. And then on the icon size, just want to reduce this down to 20. That just makes it a little bit smaller for us. So I think that is looking pretty good there. I'm actually just going to make a slight change up here. I'm going to move up to the top here. I'm not so crazy about that particular padding. So let's just drop that down to say 5 there. I'm just going to bring 5 off of the top as well. That's a little bit nicer for us. So now with inside the actual title itself, let's just change this now to goal filters, just like that there. I'm just going to select the text option here. And I'm just going to remove that particular padding there, because we'll sort ourselves out with the row just below on padding, just pushing that down a little bit. So that's looking pretty good. So now let's move over to our row now just down here. Let's now start working on that. So let's now add a checkbox in. So just choose checkbox here, just select that. And then the next one we're going to add in then is just another text field there. So just choose that there. So we just got our plain text, and we can now format that in just a moment. So let's work on our checkbox first, because that looks pretty ugly with inside the UI as well. So just choose the checkbox. On the right hand side here, let's now make some adjustments here. So secondary text is fine. The primary checked color, let's just change that to our secondary color. Okay, so you can see now it's got that sort of color that's just behind there, which is very similar to the other sort of buttons that we've actually got with inside the UI. And with the actual checked info color, let's just choose the primary option here, the primary button text. Just choose that, and we've now got that nice kind of white tick with inside our checkbox. We also need to just do some adjustments here on the padding. So let's just choose 12 here. Let's push that off. And on the right hand side, let's just choose 12 there. That just pushes our text slightly over. So we'll come back and we'll adjust the actual the binding of the checkbox value to the actual application state very shortly. But let's just finish with our styling here. Now with inside here, we just want to make a slight change on the theme style here. We're just going to choose a text style body as well. We're just going to remove the padding that's been introduced from the actual theme style that we got here. So we've got a kind of nice subtle sort of grey text, and let's just change this now to show archived goals, just like that. So that's looking pretty good, and we can just adjust the size of this as well. We don't quite need it that large there. Just give us a little bit more look to our panel itself. So finally then, on the actual row, let's just choose that. Let's just give this some padding from the top here. Let's just choose 16, and that just pops it down a little bit. So just adjust that down a little bit. There we go. So that's all looking pretty good for us. Let's now focus our attention on binding that checkbox now to the actual application state that we've actually created to track the changes. So now on the actual widget tree, let's just choose the actual checkbox now. So we're now going to set that to be the initial value. And incidentally, just so you got this as a preview, you can just kind of see the difference there between the actual checkbox value and what it looks like with inside the UI. So this is fine. We're just not going to worry too much about that for now. We can keep that on, but let's just choose this particular option here, and let's choose the checkbox initial value. And that's done really easy, because all we've got to do is we just got to hook onto our app state there to actually pull that value in. So just choose app state here, and then move down to filters, and then we're going to go down to select filter, and we're just going to simply choose archived and hit confirmed. Now we know that as soon as this now then gets displayed with inside the UI, it's going to look for that value. If it's true, it's going to mark it as checked. If it's false, it's going to be unchecked. So that's going to set the initial value. Now, of course, setting it is one thing, but we're actually going to want to now hook on to the fact of actually changing it. So as soon as we make those changes, we're then going to want to persist that value with inside the actual application state. And then once it's persisted, then of course the list view on the home page will then refresh and then show them the correct results from the database. So we can do that really easily again, and that's this moving now up to the actions. So with the actual checkbox selected, move up to this option up here for actions, open up the action flow editor, and this is where all of the magic will happen. So with inside here, we've got two events that we're looking for here. We've got the on toggle on-toggled on and on-toggled off. Now actually the actions within inside each of these are going to be exactly the same, except one is going to set the state to be then true, and one of them is going to set it to be false. So we can create it in one and then we can copy it to the other. So let's now create it on the on toggle on. So as soon as somebody hits a checkbox, actually hits the tick, we can then display we can then set the value, sorry. So on the add action, just choose add action. So all we need to do here is then go to the update app state. So just choose update app state here, and let's move up to where it says set fields. Just choose set fields, and we are going to want to choose the filters here. And then within inside the filters itself, we're then going to want to now move to the update type. So just going to choose that, and we're going to choose update fields. Okay, so just choose update fields, and this is where we now need to set the field value. So just choose add field. We're going to choose archive. That's the only one that we've got on here. Just choose archived, just choose it again, and then we're going to want to set that value. So we're going to set the actual value to, on this state, it's going to be true. So we just need to go to the set the value, and the quickest way to do this, if you scroll right down to the bottom here, you've got this option called constants. Just choose constants. Just scroll down again and you'll see that we've got one in here called true, false, or null. We're just going to want to choose the true option. So just hit the done there, and then that's all that we need to do. Now we're going to now copy this now and say copy action, move over to on toggled off, hit the little paste action option up here and choose paste. We're going to go back into this. We're going to go back into this section here. We're going to go back into this section here, and where it says archive, just choose that. And now we're going to select this, and then we're going to just edit the actual constant here. We're going to scroll down to the options we've got here for constants, and then select the false option, and then hit confirm. It's as simple and as easy as that. And that's all that we need to do with inside this particular actual filter option. So just hit close, and we're right back to where we were. Now what we need to do now is we just need to now dismiss this actual the actual drop down as well. So just choose the icon button up here. Let's go up to the actions, hit the add action here, and we can just select this one here called close dialog drawer. There we go. So that's all that we need to do. And of course, when we actually click away from this drop down that gets displayed within the UI, then the drop down will disappear itself as well. So let's add a little bit of animation also into this drop down, just to give it a little bit more UI attraction. Okay, so if you remember back on the actual final application, as soon as I hit the little option here, you can see here that the actual panel just sort of slides down there and fades in into the actual UI. So let's now add those animations into our application. So with the container selected here, just on the left hand side, we're going to move over to the animations option here, choose add animation. So this is going to be an on-page load animation. So choose add animation. So we're going to want to do a fade and we're going to want to do a slide. So let's focus on the slide first. Let's just choose slide. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to apply the same duration for both the animations that we're going to put here. So we're just going to toggle this on, and the animation is going to be 300 milliseconds. That's just enough there to give that kind of nice smooth sort of entrance into the UI. You could do it slightly quicker than that if you wanted 200 milliseconds. Have a little play and see what you like there, but 300 is how we're going to set it here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to focus on the slide. So of course it's not going to be horizontally sliding from either left or right. We're going to bring this down from the top. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to set the initial position to be -20. Okay, so we're just going to bring this -20 from the top, and you'll see that just play. If I hit the little preview here, you can just see it drop down there, which is just what we're looking for. And then of course now we're going to choose the add animation for the fade as well. So let's just choose fade, and we're going to keep this as 0 initially, and then out to 1. So we're going to go completely invisible to then fully visual onto the screen. Okay, so we just now move up to the top here. Let's just preview, and we've kind of got that look. And that's it. That's as simple as that, as what we need to do onto the actual drop down. So I think we're pretty well much complete now on this drop down. So let's now move back into the main home page, and let's get this drop down displayed with inside the UI. So here we are then back on the home page. Let's invoke that custom dialog box to open up, and we're going to select the icon button here, the filter icon button, go to the action flow editor, hit the open, and then we're going to make sure that we've got on tap as the event that we've got to trigger the dialog box. Hit the add action option here, and then on the right hand side we want to do a search for alert. So just do a little search for alert there, and we're going to say custom dialog. Okay, so just choose a custom dialog, and the component we're going to need to select is going to be the component that we just created called filter drop down. Just select that, and we're going to want to set some parameters in here as well. So we want to make sure we constrain the size of the custom dialog box, and of course if you added more filtering options in here you can then adjust the height and the width as you need to, but we're just going to put 260 in the width, and in the height we're going to keep it just as 150. Might be some little subtle adjustments we need to make, but that's what I'm going with at the moment, 150. And just scrolling down here, we've got some other options that we need to select as well, and that is align with the current widget. We're going to want to position the custom dialog box to appear around where the actual button is actually within inside the UI that we selected. So by saying align with current widget, that will allow us to do that. We're also going to want to choose this option here about avoiding the actual overflow itself as well. This is just to prevent the actual widget from sort of disappearing off of the screen or in an area which we do not want it to clash with anything else or anything like that. So just make sure that you got avoid overflow selected as well. So that's everything that we need to have set on that one there. I think we are looking in good shape. I think we can just now move on. Now there's one thing that we also need to do, and just to point out here that's quite important, is that this is going to be the alert dialog box is going to display this action flow will pause at that particular point. Once the dialog box is then dismissed, we're then going to want to refresh the database, the actual list view itself on the actual screen that this has been invoked from. So we can do that by just hitting the little plus here, say add action, and then we can say refresh database request. And of course, we're going to need to choose the list view on the home page, and that will allow us to do that there. So this is really, really important because depending on how you build your applications, by blocking the execution of this action flow at that particular point, that's where the non-blocking option remains to be turned off. If I was to actually turn that on, it means that what will happen is as soon as the actual dialog box then gets displayed, the execution of the events will carry on after it as well. So we want to make sure that we keep that one turned off, but of course it depends on how you want to use this in the future for any of your own applications. That's what the non-blocking option will allow you to do. So that's everything that we need to do there. So I think we can now fire this up now in the test mode, and let's see what happens. So here we are then in test mode. Let's hit the little filter option up here. Brilliant, our dialog displays quite nicely. Hit the show archived goals. I'm hoping that we'll click that away. We should see there it is. Brilliant, we're seeing the archive goal. That's exactly what we want. If I just hold this down here, of course, and just toggle the archives to be off there, hit update goal, and it should disappear, which is done. Excellent. I'll just click on the little filter here, take the little tick box off, close that down, and then there it is. So everything is looking like it's working perfectly for us. So we're now ready to move on to the next bit. So one final thing I want to do in this episode is add in the ability to actually delete a goal as well, and that can be done really easily by us updating the component that allows us to update a goal. So just choose update goal component on the left hand side, and we want to put our little delete button just to the right hand side of this sort of row here. So we just need to navigate down to the row, so just choose the row that's just there, and we're just going to add another option in here. So just click the add a child there, and we're going to choose an icon button here. Choose icon button, and we're going to want to style this icon button up, so just choose the theme style unset, choose the icon button standard, and we've now got that icon button displayed for us. So we just need to choose the actual icon button itself, which is selected, and we're just now going to add the action in to now perform the deletion. So let's choose the action up here, click open there, and let's now add the action that we need in. So just choose add action. We are going to just do a search for Supabase here, and we're going to want to choose the delete row option, choose delete row, and the table that we're going to be adjusting will be the goals themselves, and we're going to want to match on a particular ID. Okay, so this is the ID that we have available to us at this particular time with inside the actual bottom bar itself. So just choose the add filter. We're going to go to field name, and we're going to choose ID. We're going to go to relation, then of course it's going to be equal to, and then we're going to choose the value itself. And you can remember here, this is the component parameter. This is what's being passed in via to the actual bottom bar. Choose the goal, and the Supabase row field is going to be ID. So matching ID for ID, and that's all that we need to hit confirm, and that's all we need to do with the Supabase call. So one final thing we need to do is just close the actual bottom bar itself. So just choose the close dialog drawer, just hit that, and that's everything sorted for us. So let's now quickly just check this to see if the goal gets correctly deleted from our list. So let's now select the actual goal itself. To hold it down there, we've got the little button that's appeared here. If I just hit the little delete here, magically it's disappeared. So everything is running perfectly for us. We've got delete in there as well. So yeah, let's now move on. So just before we get then started and get into the meat of this particular episode, we are talking about Supabase triggers. Now, of course, what is a Supabase trigger? Well, we know that Supabase uses Postgres under the covers as a database platform, of course. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to be creating a series of functions within inside our application that will be then called and invoked by way of a trigger. So this is something like an insert or an update or a delete on the actual database itself. So, of course, when those events happen, then of course we're going to fire out to these particular functions to then do something with inside our application. So just by way of a little introduction there, a little bit of text there for you to follow. But now let's move on and let's now start getting into the meat of the episode. So here we are then with our application running as things stand at the moment. I've cleared all the data out. I've kept it really, really simple for this particular episode. You can see I've just got one goal created. There is no task behind this goal at this moment in time. So we've got a really, really clean database. Now, if you recall when we built this application in quite a number of episodes ago, we bound these particular values here. This is like this particular number here that is representing the number of tasks that we've got associated with our goal. And this number on the right hand side is the total number of tasks completed, and they've remained 0 throughout this particular series so far. We are now going to level up our application to start getting these numbers now working correctly, and we're not going to do that with inside FlutterFlow. We're going to actually do that within Supabase. We're going to sort of empower Supabase to keep those numbers in sync. Okay, so the good thing about that, of course, is we can take some of the complexity away from our actual application, and we can move it over to the database. So with inside FlutterFlow, we don't need to worry about it whatsoever. So let's move over to Supabase now and let's walk through that. So here we are then back in Supabase, and let's have a little quick recap of how things are set up. So on the left hand side here, you can see we're in the table editor, and we've got our two tables. We've got our goals and we've got our tasks, and here is the single goal that I've got created, the one that you've just seen with inside the application. There's nothing special about this particular goal. There's nothing set up in particular, but you can see here that we've got the number of tasks as 0, and we've got the number of tasks completed there set as 0 as well. So as we know, they currently do not update. So this is where we're going to start now working in Supabase world to sort of get those in sync. And in the task table, just have a look here, there's nothing being created at all. But of course, as you remember, our goal, we've got this kind of relationship between our tasks and our goal. We know that every goal can have many tasks associated with it. So let's get ourselves then ready then to start working on these so-called triggers, these triggers that's going to now start doing what we want them to do. So with inside Supabase, on the left-hand side, you've got this option called database. If you just select database, this will kind of give you kind of some options here on the left-hand side that's is kind of all like the interconnecting parts with the database. And on the left-hand side, you can see here we've got triggers and we've got functions and all this magic. We have been in some of these areas before, of course, earlier on in the series, but there's this particular area of functions and triggers that's of the most interest to us in this particular episode. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to create some logic with inside the function section that's going to allow us to then call out from that when certain database operations occur. So these are what triggers are. So a trigger is just, okay, well, as soon as something happens with inside the database that we're expecting, like an update of a record or an insert of a brand new record, then we want you to call out to a function, do something for us, and then you'll then should see the output of that particular function within inside the actual database. So just think of it like that. Don't think of it as programming code. When you're in the no code world and you're not a developer or anything like that, you've got no real skills in programming, then I want you to consider this as more as a configuration. Okay, now there's a little bit to learn, but don't worry about it. I'll try to walk that through, and if you're trying to then obviously play this out inside your own code, then hopefully you'll get an idea of how it all kind of hangs together. So let's have a look then at functions on the left hand side. Let's choose function. So at the moment we've got no functions at all within inside our database. We've got a really clean database. So what we can do is we can just hit that option there where it says create new function. Now on the right hand side here, this is where we can now start setting up some details about our function. So of course we've got the name that we're going to use, we've got some other various sort of parameters that we need, but this definition, this area here is the bit where we're going to have to get our hands dirty a little bit and actually write some SQL. So just think of it as SQL, it's just a syntax that we're going to use in order to do what we actually want it to actually do. Okay, so what we're going to do first with inside our database is that we're going to say that when we actually create a brand new task, we're going to want to update the number of tasks that are associated with the goals. We're going to start with part one. That's what we're going to do. We're going to focus on that bit first, and then we're going to then extend out to then do other things as well when tasks get kind of deleted and all that kind of stuff. So let's focus on that first. So I've typed in update goal task count. That's just up there. So update underscore goal underscore task count. We can call it whatever we like, but if you keep it to that for this particular series, if you're following along, then that will be really helpful when you see that reference elsewhere in the application. Now moving down here, we don't need to change any details down here. Everything we're doing here is public. The return type, of course, we do need to change now. Okay, we don't want to return void as in return nothing. We're actually going to want to return a trigger. So just make sure you've got trigger selected, and that's what you need for this particular type of function. Now we're not going to pass any arguments in, that's fine, we don't need to worry about that, but this is where we now need to move into the definition and then start now writing out this particular configuration that we're going to happen in our database. So what we're going to do is everything within inside the definition starts with a begin. Okay, so it's got a begin and it's got an end. So I encourage you to kind of type in begin, and then just down here just type in end. So we know everything inside that is what we're going to end up having to create. Now this is where we now start getting into more database kind of programming world. Okay, so what we're going to first do is we're going to check to see, is this an insert? Okay, are we actually inserting a row into our task database? So the way that we can do that is we can say if, and then we do an open bracket, and then what we do is we type in this this term as in TG underscore OP. And now what that basically is telling us is this is actually something that is local to a Postgres database. This is something that we can actually use to determine what type of operation is being performed within inside our database. So what we're going to do is we're going to say TG underscore OP, and we're going to say is equal, and we're going to do a single quote, and then type in insert. Okay, which represents the insert of a record. Okay, we're just going to need to move out of that. Let's just move out of the way here. Type in then, okay, and then just hit the enter. Okay, and then just down below this, we're just going to type in end if, and then just do a single colon there. Okay. So that's also everything we're now going to do is now going to be in between this. Okay, so if we know that if we've got an insert of a record, then we're now going to carry out this particular change to our database. So I'm just going to tab now, and I'm going to type in update. Okay, and then do goals. So all lowercase goals. So goals is the name of our database table. So we know we're going to want to update the goals, and then I'm just going to hit the enter here. Okay, and I'm going to do a set. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a number underscore task. So if you remember, that is the field that we've actually got within inside our table. That's the column that we have in our table. There's tracking the number of tasks that we've got. We're going to say is equal to the number of tasks again. And so what we're going to do is we're saying we're going to set the field name of number of tasks to be equal to the value that's currently in the task. So for example, if we had 5 tasks in there, that would be 5. But what we're going to then do is we're going to say plus 1. And that's all we simply need to do there. So we're going to say take the number of tasks we've got at the moment, add one to it because we're doing an insert, and that's good enough for what we need to do. And then on the next line, we then need to say where, and then we're going to do ID. So this is the ID of the actual record itself is equal to, and then this term called new. So this is going to be the actual new record that we've actually got created for us. Okay, so you've got old or you've got new, and on this occasion it's going to be new. We're doing an insert, so it's a brand new record. We're going to say new, and then we're going to say dot, and then we're going to say goal underscore ID. So we're going to add one to the tasks where the ID of the actual record is equal to the goal ID. Okay, so those two are going to need to match up. Okay, and then once they do, we then need to do return new, like that. Okay, so we're going to return, so what return new will do, that will return the new record that's just been created for us with that change that's been made. Okay, so once we are ready, we're ready now just to hit the little confirm option that's here just on the bottom right hand side. You just hit confirm, and hopefully with success there, you should see that we get an option that's just up there, that the little notification actually that says that everything is good. Now, of course, if you had an error and you can't quite figure it out, please do check the link in the description, because I've got links that will take you to the actual code examples where you can actually then paste those actually into that box. So hopefully everything should work out for you there. Now, our job is not done. We've created the function. That's the first thing that we need to do. So we have the statement that's there to be run. We now need to actually create the trigger, because the two don't know anything about each other. The database doesn't know nothing about the function yet. So we now need to create that trigger. So on the left hand side here, just choose triggers. So this screen will show some details here that we're not too worried about here. This is all kind of internal to Supabase, but we're going to create a new trigger that's up at the top right here. Hit the little create option, and we're just going to put our name in there. So just for simplicity, just keep the name the same as the actual function that we actually got created. Now the table that we're going to want to now make changes to here is to actually look for the actual task changes. Okay, so just choose task public. So we know that whenever there is any of the following events, which is going to be an insert, update, or delete, this is going to be specific to then the actual task table itself. Okay, so we're going to want to choose insert, update, and delete. So we're going to want to fire this function whenever we do any of these particular events, and the actual trigger type we're going to choose as after. Okay, so you can see here that the trigger fires after the operation has actually completed. So you've got a choice of either before or after. So we're going to do it after. So what's important there is that this will actually the actual trigger will fire once the record has actually been written to the database, of course. But you could do it before if you wanted to. But of course, it wouldn't make sense in our particular application. But the option is there depending on what you want to do in your own application. So everything else is the same here. The statement, though, we just need to change to a row. So this is going to be for every single row that actually takes place for this trigger. It's going to be, the trigger is going to be is going to fire whenever there is a row that is processed. Okay, so just make sure that you just choose a row there. Otherwise, if you don't choose row, you'll find that nothing will happen on the actual database itself. Just down here, we've got the function to trigger. Just choose the function, and we want to choose our update goal task count. So just choose that, and that should be everything that we need. We can just hit the confirm button just down here, and we've got a success message up there. So as you can see here, we've now got this entry that's now being created here. We've got this this function here that's going to be called, this trigger called update goal task count, that's going to fire this particular function, update goal task count here, and it's going to be on the table of tasks, and the events that it's going to fire is on the insert, the delete, and update. Now we have only configured our function to work on the insert at this moment in time. Okay, we're going to come back and do the delete very, very shortly. So let's now just quickly test this out now within inside FlutterFlow, just to see if we actually get that number incremented for us, and we'll come back, of course, in the database. We can see that in there as well. So here we are then in run mode in FlutterFlow. Let's press our goal. You can see we've got 0 down here. Let's press our goal. Let's create a brand new task. So let's just do test task 1. Let's just put some sample text in there. Hit create tasks, and then we've got our entry there. So everything is good there. Let's go back here, and hopefully we should see 1, which is exactly what we do. So let's have a quick look at the database, and let's just see that reflected in there as well. So let's go back here. Let's go back to the tables itself, go to the goals, and let's move across here just for good measure. And you can see here that we've got the number of tasks. Now, of course, if I was to go back into FlutterFlow now and actually try deleting that task, then this is going to remain as 1. So let's get that fixed up right now with inside our function. So let's move back over to the database option here. Let's go to functions and let's go to the right hand side here and choose the edit function option, and we're back into that familiar screen that you would have seen previously. Now this is where we need to make the change. So we know we're handling our insert, so we now need to just go onto the particular end of the semicolon there and just hit the enter, and let's now put another little check in here, and we're going to type in this. We're going to type in ELS as in for else, and then we're going to say if, okay, and then we're just going to do the open bracket again, and we're going to say TG underscore op. So we're going to look for this next operation, which is going to be then a delete. Okay, let's just move across here to the then and just type in then, and then we're just going to hit enter. And we're just now going to make some changes here. So of course, if we're now deleting, we're now going to want to do pretty well much the opposite. We're going to want to say set the number of tasks equal the number of tasks minus 1. So let's quickly type that code in now. Update goals, set the number of tasks equal number of tasks minus 1. Where ID equals, and we can say old here, okay, it doesn't really make any difference because we're going to be deleting the row anyway, so you can say old, and then we're just going to say ID, and that's all that we need to do. So we're going to say, and we're going to set the number of tasks equal number of tasks minus 1, where the ID of our record equals the goal ID. Okay, and that's all that we need to do. So I think that is pretty well much it. We can actually just here, we can just say return old. Actually, it's no problem at all. Just type in return old, and that should be all that we actually need to do now. So we can now hit the confirm as the option here. Just hit confirm. And that's good for us. Now we can actually go back into FlutterFlow now. We can actually try deleting that goal, and we should see that reduction. So let's give that a go now. So I'm in FlutterFlow here. Let's click on our test goal. Let's now actually delete it and go back, and we can see it's 0 0. So everything is kicked into life for us. We now are handling both insert and deletions, which is fantastic. But again, our work is not done. There's more work we need to do in Supabase. So let's go and do that now. So of course, we're now tracking the actual tasks themselves, but what about the completed tasks, of course? So we're inside FlutterFlow. When we actually then mark our task as completed, we're going to want to obviously say that we've got 1 of 1 or 2 of 2 completed. So in order for us to do that, we need to create some more functions and of course another trigger as well. So let's move back into Supabase here, and you can see I've got function selected here on the left hand side. Let's move up to create new function. So I've called this one update underscore goal underscore tasks underscore completed underscore count. Okay, so you want to try and keep the name the same if you're following along in this particular episode. And of course, down here, we're going to want to do the same thing we did before. We're going to want to return a trigger itself. And then in the definition, this is where we now need to start adding in some further details here. So as we did previously, we have a begin and an end always, and then with inside here, we're now going to do some various checks. So I'm just going to tap here. I'm going to say if, and then we're going to say TG underscore op, okay, equals single quote. And on this occasion, it's going to be an update, of course. So we did inserts and deletes previously. This is going to be an update. And then we just want to then put then, and then just go down here and just do an end if like that. We're just going to keep it like that for now. And now with inside here, we're now going to want to now carry out this this further change. So this time we need to do if, okay, again, and on this occasion we're going to say the new record, okay, so this is the new database update, we're going to say is complete, and if it's equal to true, so if we mark this as complete, we then need to do this. So just type in then, and then just down here, we're now going to just going to put an else here, so we're going to say else if. Okay, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. So we're going to go with inside here, and we're going to type in update goals, okay, and we're going to say we're going to set the number of tasks underscore completed. So this is our column within inside our database. Numbers task, oh, actually it's just called complete actually, equals then the number of tasks complete plus 1. Okay, and then we're going to do what we did before. We're going to say where ID equals the new record, and then we're going to say goal underscore ID. As simple as that. So we're going to say if this new record is marked as complete, we're going to then want to set the number of tasks complete to be equal to the number of tasks complete that we got there at that point plus 1. So we're just going to add additional 1 to it. Now we need to work on this little bit just below as well, on this else if. So it's very, very similar to this, and we're just going to be very descriptive here. So we're just going to say, with an open bracket again, we're going to say new dot complete, and on this time we're going to say false, and then we're going to say then, okay, and then just going to move down another line here, just press enter here, and we just need to just give ourselves some space here. I'm just going to choose and type in end if again, so we've got like an end if with inside an end if, and we're just going to do the opposite. Okay, so we're just going to probably just copy this. Actually, I can just do a control C or an Apple C on that, and I'm just going to paste that in there, and we're just going to do -1. Okay, so we're just going to reduce it. Okay, so if it's false, we're going to then set it to -1. And then down here, we just want to do then a return new. So we're going to return the new record. And of course, just down here as well, we're going to do a return new. So just to summarize then, what this is just doing is this is just going to look for an update, okay? And if it is an update, we're checking to see if we're passing in from FlutterFlow the actual value of complete is equal to true, for example. And then we're just going to increment the number of tasks that we got completed by 1. But of course, if we pass in a false, because sometimes in our user application, somebody might actually mark a task as incomplete. They may reverse it from being complete to incomplete. And of course, we're going to want to do the reverse of that as well. So that's all that we need to do for now. We will need to come back to this very, very shortly and make some more changes, but that pretty well much should get us up and running with inside our application. So just hit confirm, and hopefully, fingers crossed, there'll be no errors. There isn't. And then of course, we now need to now create that actual trigger itself. So let's just probably just copy this. Let's just copy this to the clipboard here, the name, because we're going to use that. We're going to go over to triggers, and we're going to go up to create new trigger. We're just going to paste that value in there. We're going to choose the table that we're interested in, which of course is tasks, just there. Now we are doing an update, so just choose update on its own. That's all we're going to be doing here. And we're going to do again the after. So after the actual database event has occurred, and we're going to go to orientation, we're going to choose row, and then here we're just going to simply choose the function that we've actually just created, which is this one here. Just choose that, and we can hit confirm. And then fingers crossed we have everything that we need. So we've got this particular one here, which is going to play out here. We've got, and although we're not doing anything with the update in here, it doesn't matter. We've got the update here as well, so we'll just follow on into this particular trigger as well, and then carry out that particular function. So I think we can now go back into FlutterFlow and try this out. So here we are then back in test mode. We've got our goal in here. It has no tasks associated with it. So let's just hit that. Let's create a quick test task here. Test task 1. Just put some rubbish in there. Let's add another one in there as well. Test task 2, just some more rubbish. Hit create task. We've got 2 tasks. If I go back here, we should see correctly that we have the 2 tasks. If I just go back here, let's now try completing this task. So just hit the little complete option, go back, and we've got 2 of 1. So we've got 1 completed. Fantastic. Let's just, for good measure, just mark that one as complete, and we have 2 of 2, which is great. Now, of course, we do. This is great. This is all playing out exactly as we would like it in a more of a happy day scenario. But of course, we would have some issues with our application now if we try kind of breaking some rules. So for example, if I click on this particular option here and I delete a completed task, so if I hit the little delete and go back, you're going to see that this now still says 2 with only 1 task in there. So the single task is correct, but we still are marking a completed task inside our inside our actual database. So that's not a behavior that we're going to want. So we're going to have to make some fixes with inside Supabase to support that. Now we're going to carry that out inside the next episode, because I'm sure that your minds are probably absolutely exploding this particular point. But if you've got this far and your application is working exactly how this is behaving, then fantastic. Well done for getting this far. So let's look at the first problem that we're going to solve then, as referenced in the previous episode. So of course, here I've got my test goal. Okay, so if I go in there, you can see I've got a couple of test tasks that I've actually created. If I mark the test task 1 and task 2 there as completed, if I go back, we correctly see that we've got 2 tasks and then we've got 2 which are completed. But the problem occurs, of course, now when I go back into this one and then I actually delete one of these out. If I delete that out and go back, you'll see here that I've still got 2 actually marked as completed, but of course I've only now got 1 task. So we need to go back over to Supabase now and we need to get that sorted. So let's do that now. So back in Supabase then, let's just make sure our database is correctly set up now, just for us to continue with this particular episode. So on the goals table here, I've just clicked on the table editor, gone to goals. If you have a look here, we just want to make sure that where it says number of task 1, we just want to make sure that we've got this set as 1 task of 1 complete, because in the task table, we know that we've got 1 task in there and it's marked as true there. So we just make sure that we've got the proper syncing of our goals with our tasks. And of course, if you've got multiple tasks in there and all that kind of stuff, then I recommend you kind of delete all of that out and just leave yourself then with 1 goal with 1 completed task. And that sets us up quite nicely then to continue the examples with inside the episode. Okay, so let's now focus on solving our problem. So on the left hand side, just make sure you've got database selected and you go down and choose functions. We're going to want to change this particular function within inside Supabase, because it's this function that handles the insert and the deletions of our tasks. And of course, this problem is occurring because we have a task marked as complete, but we're deleting the actual task itself. So what we need to do is, if we go over to the right hand side here, click the 3 dots there, click on the edit function, and then you'll be into this familiar territory that you've seen before with us now modifying the definition of the actual sort of function itself. So we know we're okay in the insert section. We know that we're as soon as we add a task in, that we're increasing the number of tasks. We know that we're inside the delete section. So this is the bit that we're going to need to make some changes to. Okay, so we're going to be deleting a task, but what we're going to need to do is we're now going to have to check to see, is that task completed? If that task is marked as completed, then we then got to reduce the number of tasks completed with inside our goals sort of record. Okay, so the way that we do that is we make some changes just in here. So where we've got this we just want to put some spaces in between here, and we're now going to put another if check in here. Okay, and we just want to check to see if the old record is marked as complete. And the way that we do that is this: we type in if, and then we just do the open brackets again, and we're going to say old.complete. So this is the old database record. Okay, is marked as complete. Then down here, we just then need to then I'll always put an end if in here as well, just because it just completes the set here. And this is where we need to then put in an additional update now to actually set the correct state of the database record. So we're going to do update goals, because that's what we're going to need to update. And if I just do that here, and we want to do set, okay, and the number of tasks complete, and then equal the number of tasks complete. And of course, we're going to want to reduce it. Okay, so we're just going to do -1 there. Okay, now that is that's important, and we also just need to mark this then as the where option as well. So just choose just type in where. Okay, and then we say ID equals the old record. So this is the record that we've got here at the moment, is then matched to the goal ID. So very, very similar to kind of what we have done previously, and we're just going to mark that then with a semicolon at the end. Now we've got just here, we want to make sure that we just bring that up there, so just keep it nice and complete, and that is all that we actually need to do. So what we're saying, just to recap then, if we have a record that is currently marked as complete, we're going into the actual goals table. We are then we're then setting the number of tasks complete to reduce by 1, because we're deleting that actual task in the first place. So that is all that we actually need to do. So if we just go down to confirm down here, just hit confirm, then we know that we get an update there, and that should work quite nicely for us. So let's pop back into FlutterFlow. Let's try carrying out that scenario again and making sure this works for us. We'll do that now. So here we are then with our running application, just as we were before. You can see here that we've got 2 tasks here where none are complete. So let's just click on that and you can see that represented here. Now, of course, I can then mark this one as complete. I can mark this one as complete. If I go back, you can see that is correctly now 2 of 2. Now let's try now carrying out that deletion and see if we get a reduction then on this value. This should say 1 and then this should say 1 as well. So let's just mark this. Let's go into the deletion option. We can go back. And there we go, 1 of 1. So we know that we've just solved that particular problem. We've got everything now nicely in step. Okay, so we're making really good progress so far, but yet we have another problem, and let me demonstrate it to you. Okay, so we go into the test goal here, and this is all looking pretty good. We've just demonstrated that we can, delete tasks, and we can do all of that good stuff. But the problem we've got, of course, is that we hear that we've got 2 of 2, which is correct. The current status is right. We've got 2 kind of completed tasks. The issue comes now, of course, when we go to try updating one of these. If I just hold this down here and then update the task here, I'll just put some more content in here and hit update task. Great, that's looking good. If I go back, we've got a problem. Okay, so we've got now 3 this now set. So we've got 3 completed tasks when actually we've only got 2. So what on earth is going on? Let's go back to Supabase and let's make a slight correction to stop that from happening. Okay, so then we're back in Supabase. So let's have a look at this particular problem and how we're going to solve it. So on the left-hand side here, I've got database selected. I've got functions, and here you can see that we've got now our 2 functions in view. We want to make a change to this particular function here. So just move over to the right-hand side and click the 3 dots and then click edit function, and that should get us back into this familiar view. Okay, so what is going on here then? So we know that every time that we do an update with our tasks, that this particular function is going to run. Okay, so what's happening is that we are, regardless whether we're just setting the completion status to either be complete or incomplete, which is true or false in our case, then this is always going to run. So of course, when we then go to do an update of some text, like the title or the description, it's going to drop into this function. And then it's going to carry out both of these particular tasks here. Now, we may not be changing the actual completion status when we're doing a title change or a description, but of course every time it's going to go in here and it's going to end up calling out to these particular updates. So that's why we're going to continually see this mismatch in the number of tasks complete. So how do we stop that from happening? Well, what we've got to do is we've got to tell this function to only perform an update when we are making a change to the actual complete value within inside the actual record itself. So whether we're just marking something as complete or incomplete. And the way that we do that is we have to put another some additional syntax in here, another condition to actually prevent this function from actually moving down into this area, and we do that really simply. Okay, so let's just put an and in here, and then I'm going to say that the new record dot complete, if it's not equal to the old dot complete, then what it will mean is that it will completely then not drop into here. So if we've made no change to the actual completion update, we've not made anything complete or incomplete, then it will not drop within inside this part of the actual function, which is exactly what we want to do. So if we can now just confirm this, that is now all updated for us, and we can now go back into FlutterFlow and we can now test that out. So here we are then back in FlutterFlow. As you can see, we're right back to where we were. We've got 2 tasks completed and 2 tasks in total. If I press on the goal itself, let's now manipulate these. Okay, so I'm just going to hold down the left mouse button here. I'm just going to make a change here. Let's just click update, and we should expect to still see 2 of 2, which we do. So we no longer have got that problem, which is great. So it looks like everything is now correctly configured in the use of triggers within inside our application. So let's move on to the next bit. So I've been receiving fantastic comments from everybody in terms of this series, and I really do appreciate that. There's one particular comment that actually stood out for me, and that was around the actual progress of the particular goals. So at the moment, as you know, if I just bring one of these up, you can see here that we've got this slider that represents the actual progress of an actual goal. And of course, that's represented up in this particular progress bar here and this particular percentage. But actually, there's a great idea from the community that actually said, well, instead of actually using that, why not actually calculate the percentage on the number of tasks that are being completed against the total number of tasks that you actually have got. So that is a fantastic idea. Let's go and change the application to use that now. Okay, so we need to make two changes within inside our application to now use the actual tasks as our indication for percentage. Now, of course, we've got the progress bar in the middle here, and then we've also got the kind of the text combination that we have here that kind of shows the equivalent value. Let's focus on changing the progress bar, and we're going to make some changes to the code expression itself. So if you just select the actual progress bar on the right hand side, click on code expression, and as you can see here, within inside the code expression, we're putting in the progress. This is the number that we're representing within inside our goal. We're going to have to remove this and then make some changes. So the first thing I'm going to do is hit the remove option, and I'm going to add an argument. Okay, we need to put two arguments in here, one to carry the total number of tasks that we've actually got, and of course the number of completed tasks that we've got. So within inside this, just choose the var on the top here. Let's make a change here, and let's say number tasks like that, and of course this is going to be an integer, and that's all that we need to do. And then in the value we need to set this, of course we're just going to choose the selector here, and we're going to go to the goals row, and we're going to scroll down here, and we're going to say a number of tasks. So just choose that, then move down to the add argument. On this particular one, let's just choose this one here, and we're just going to call this one completed tasks like that. And then within inside here, of course, it's going to be an integer, and we're just going to choose the selector here, and we're going to go to our goals row, and we're going to choose the number of completed tasks like that. So that's our arguments now all set up. We now just need to now make a change now to our actual expression. So if you recall, our expression at the moment is taking in what was the progress, and it was dividing it by 100 to give us our percentage, but we need to make a change here. So let's now delete this out, and let's now get a little bit more technical now with our expression, but do follow along. It might not be quite so simple to understand for people who aren't particularly familiar with coding, but hopefully it'd be quite self-explanatory once I tell you what's going on. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to say the number of tasks, okay, is going to be not equal to 0. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to check is are the number of tasks not equal to 0, so a positive value. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put a little question mark here, and this is basically going to say that if it's not equal to 0, then carry out the next part of the expression. Okay, so I'm just going to do a space and an open bracket, and I'm going to say completed. So, all right, completed tasks, and we can divide them, okay, by the number of tasks. Okay, and then I'm just going to close that off, and then I'm going to times it by 1.0. Okay, so of course we know that like 0.1 will represent 10%, 0.2 will represent 20%, etc., right up to 1.0, which will represent 100%. Okay, now of course, if our number of tasks here, all right, are not anything other than not equal to 0, so for example just 0 itself, then what we're going to do is we're then going to return, so I'll put a little colon here, and we're going to say 0.0, so that will represent 0%. Okay, so just always bear that one in mind, that we're saying here the number of tasks are not equal to 0, carry out this particular calculation. Of course, if it's 0 itself, then everything after the colon there is just return 0.0. And what's really the reason why that's really important that we do it like this is because, of course, we're trying to divide completed tasks by the number of tasks. And of course, if you try dividing 0 by 0, well, you're not going to get a result. So this is why we only carry out this particular part of the expression, of course, if number of tasks are not equal to 0. And of course, anything else, we just return the 0. So hopefully that is self-explanatory for you here. So I'm just going to hit the check errors option, and hopefully everything should look good for us, and I think we're in a good state, so we can just hit confirm. Now I'm pretty confident now if we actually run this application up that the progress bar will now represent the actual number of tasks. So let's give that a go now. So here I am then in test mode. Let's click on the actual test goal itself. So you can see here that we've got 2 tasks and we've got 0 that have been completed. And quite rightly here in this progress bar, we're seeing that this is not filled at all. So that feels about right for me here. So click on the actual goal itself. Let's now complete one of the tasks. Let's go back. And you'll see here that brilliant, the progress bar moves up to about halfway. And of course, we know that this is going to stay 0% because we haven't adjusted that yet. If I just go back here, let's just choose this here. Let's go back and we should see the progress bar move right across. So everything is looking great for us. Let's now focus our attention on modifying this percentage here because it's slightly different to what we just introduced on the progress bar. So let's go and do that now. So back then in the UI builder, let's make a change then to this particular text that we got here. The first thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to click on the actual progress bar itself, move over to the code expression, and let's just make a copy of it. So we can copy it to the clipboard and then we can then paste that back in and then make a few modifications. So just say copy variable and then move over to the text that we got here, move over to the text combination up to where it says progress. Let's hit the edit here. And then what we're going to want to do is just click on the little 3 dots there and say paste variable. That will replace everything that was there previously. We don't need to retype any of this stuff, which is really good. But what we need to do is need to make a little slight change here. Now we know that the number of tasks are not equal to 0. This is all absolutely fine. We're still going to carry out this particular calculation. But of course, what we're trying to do here is instead of the progress bar, which requires 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 up to 1.0, in our case, we're going to want to say 1%, 2%, 10%, 20%, etc. So we're going to want to change this. Instead of saying 1.0, let's just delete that off. Let's just say 100. Okay, so if we say check errors, that should all be pretty good for us, I think. There we go, no errors. That's exactly what we're looking for. But we need to make some additional modifications, of course. We need to do some formatting now because we don't want to see, 33.33% or 66.66% coming out. We're going to want to bring that down just to say 33% or 66%. So we need to do some custom formatting, okay. So down here, we just choose this and we're going to say number format on the formatting. Let's just scroll down here. And where it says number of format options, you can see here we've got a number of different types of formats available that we're actually looking for, but none of these are really what we want. I mean, this is not quite what we want, 23.4%. We just want it to be like 23% or something like that. So we're going to go down to custom and we're going to specify the format itself. So just choose this. And then in the actual custom format, we just need to add some additional detail in here. Okay, so I'm going to do hash and 0. Okay, now if you can see here, you can just see down the bottom here that we're seeing a representation down here of what it would actually be. So we'll say like 1, 2, 3, 4.56 is going to be 1, 2, 3, 5. Obviously, it's rounding it up, but this is kind of the number that we're looking for. Of course, you can put point in here and you can start seeing that we're starting to see different representations of the actual output that we need. So this for me is pretty well much giving us everything we need. And of course, you want to have a look at these custom formats. Just click on the little icon here. This will take you off then to a web page which will give you some examples of these type of formats and the sort of things that you can actually use in here. But this is all that we actually need. We're gonna put on the end of it the little percentage. You can just see it here. We're tacking this on the end. So this is good as everything that we need here. I don't think we need to put a default variable in there, but maybe just for good measure, let's just put a 0 in there and say confirm. There we go, that's everything that we need. Hit confirm again, and hopefully that expression now should work for us. So let's now pop back into the test mode and let's see if this now works for us. So here we are running the application. You can see almost instantly now I've done a reload here. You can see we've got 100% that's written there, but let's just test this. Let's just click on the actual goals here. Let's just take one of these off, hit back, and you see that it says 50%. And just to prove that it's all looking good at 0%, let's go down there and you can see that it's 0%. So you can see now that by making this particular change to the application, it's actually more useful. So what we now need to do is we now need to go away and we want to probably remove now that progress indicator that we've actually got to represent the goal. So let's quickly go back to the UI and let's just remove that out and get us back to using this as the final indication of our progress with our actual goals. Let's go and do that now. So here we are then back in Supabase, and I've clicked on the actual table editor over here and I've gone to goals, and as you can see here, this is the column that we no longer need anymore, so we're going to get rid of it. So it's quite simple to do that, and with inside here you can go down to the actual database section just here on the left hand side, choose that, and you've got your tables come up, and of course here are the two tables that we've created in a previous part of the series. So here's the goals one. Let's hit the little edit option just up here, and we can scroll down here and we can actually just strike off this particular progress row here. So just choose that, choose the X, and it's gone. Quite simple as that. Hit save and everything should be updated for us successfully. But our job is not done. We may have just got rid of the actual column of inside Supabase, but we need to go back to FlutterFlow now, and we need to update our project to no longer reference that particular column. So let's go back to FlutterFlow and do that now. So we are back in FlutterFlow on the home page, and of course everything is looking pretty good for us up there, of course, but if we tried running this application now, it would fail miserably on us because we've just gone and removed the column from the database. So when, of course, whenever you manipulate the database, you add columns or you remove columns or anything like that, you do need to go back into FlutterFlow and you do need to update the schemas. Okay, so as soon as we do that, of course, then our project's going to have lots of errors that we can go and correct. So let's move over to the actual little cog here on the left hand side here, the settings. Let's move down to the Supabase integration that we've got here. Now I'm going to say get schema here, choose get schema, and it's going to overwrite it, say yes, and with inside our actual goals you can see that the progress field has now disappeared, but of course up the top right here you can see that we've now got some issues that we now need to deal with, but of course we were expecting that. So let's move now over to the actual widget tree itself, and let's now start correcting these problems. Now they're going to be with inside our actual goal components here that we need to adjust, but you can just select this here. You can see that we've got some particular issues. So we can just click on these and it takes us right into where we have our first problem. Of course, it's taking me straight into one of the screens where we're trying to insert the row, and you can see here it says the field no longer exists. So just hit the remove option, and that should be good. We've got the little tick up here which says we've no longer got any issues in this particular action itself. So just hit close there. Let's now choose the next one. Let's just choose this again, and you can see we're right back in here as well, and we can just hit the little remove here and we know that we're all good. Hit close, and we've got one more left. Let's just have a look here, and it's talking about a property. So of course this particular slider is no longer needed anymore, so we can just select this, we can hit delete, and that's gone. And you can see we've got a little bit of a visual issue here. So within the actual goal status here, we can just put some padding on here. I think it was about 20, I think, that just brought it down a little bit more than 16. So that's pretty well much our project sorted. We just need to make sure that with inside the update, the actual create goal component, we've also got to remove the slide from here as well. We no longer need this anymore, so just choose that. Let's go up to the actual goal status here. Let's just choose 20, and that moves it down. So I'm pretty confident that if we fire up the application now, everything should be good. So I'm going to give that a quick check to make sure we're okay. So here we are in test mode. I think everything is looking pretty good for us here. No errors or anything like that. Let's just click on the actual task itself. Everything seems to be working as it does. Let's just try to update the actual progress itself. So let's change. Let's just say the test goal 2, and let's say not started, for example. Say update goal. Everything looks like it's working as expected, and obviously we've now no longer got that slider that we now need to manipulate. You can see probably we've got a bit of a gap here. We probably need to sort that out at some stage, but really that's just a case of just changing the size of the actual reference on the actual component on the bottom, the bar that actually loads up. Other than that, everything's looking in good shape, so we can move on to the next one. So let's have a look at the changes that we're going to make to our application. If I hold my left mouse button down on here, you can see here that we no longer have a status drop down which we can set completed, in progress, or not started. That's completely gone. We're going to use the power of Supabase to actually manage the updating of that status within inside each of our goals. Okay, and it's all going to be based on the completion of the actual task. So if I click on this particular goal here, if I mark this one as complete and go back, you can see here that the progress indicator quite rightly says 33% out of 3, but you can see now that we've got the kind of the amber band in this now appeared, which means that this goal is in progress. Of course, I can click on this, I can then carry on, I can mark these as all complete, I can go back, and you can see that now I'm green. So behind the scenes, with inside the database row, we've actually marked the goal as now completed. And of course, I can go back here, I can take these off, go back, and we're back into amber status. So of course, they're the changes that we're going to make to our application in this particular episode. So let's do that now. So here we are then back in Supabase, okay, and I'm on the home page of my database project. Let's just have a look at the actual table itself. So move over to table, let's go to goals, and let's explain a little bit about what we're going to do, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the value of inside this particular column called status, okay. So we're going to set this dependent on the values that we've actually got over here, okay. We're going to use, again, another Supabase trigger to make that happen. So let's move over and create the function first, and once we create the function, we then can create the actual trigger to carry out the update to the status column. So let's go and do that now. So firstly, let's click on the database option here on the left hand side. Let's go to functions, and as you can see, these are the two functions that we created previously in the series. Let's go up to create a new function, just choose that, and this is where we need to now put the title in. So let's call this one update goal completed, like that. Keep it the schema as public, and then the return type is going to be a trigger. And then down here, of course, in the definition, this is where we now need to start writing out exactly what's going to happen. So what I'll do is I'll type this out as I'm going along, and I'll try to explain what it's actually doing. So as we know already with a function, we need to give it a beginning and an end. So just type begin and end. I'm just going to tab over here, and the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do an if, okay. So we need to check for something, okay. So if the new record, okay, that is being kind of operated on, that's being created at that particular point, okay, the number of underscore tasks complete equals 0, okay, so no tasks at all, okay, we need to then, and then just down here, we then need to do a new dot status is then colon and then equal to, so we're going to use that expression there to actually set the actual value of the actual status column itself. So we're just going to say is not started, just like that. So really, really simple. If we have no tasks that are completed, we just want to then set the status as not started, okay. But of course, we're going to want to do more than that, okay. So just going to press carriage return down here, but we're going to also going to do an else, and ELS, and then if, and then of course we now need to write this out again. So the new record itself, the number of tasks complete is equal to the new record again to the number of tasks, okay, and then we just want to then say then, and then we're going to set the status down here to say new dot status, and then we're going to set that is equal to then, and we're going to say completed. Okay, so of course what we're saying here is if we got a match there between the number of tasks that have been completed to the total number of tasks that we've actually got, then it's going to be completed. So we've got 3 completed, 3 that we've actually set, so therefore it's completed. Okay, so that's good. There's also another condition that we have to set as well. So just another carriage return here. We're going to say else if again, and then open bracket, new dot, and again here we're saying number of tasks complete, and we're going to say is not equal to, okay, the new record again, and we're going to say the number of tasks, and of course we're then going to say then, and we're going to just hit enter down there, just tab across, new dot status is then colon equal to, and you can probably guess what this is going to be, okay. So the number of tasks are not equal to the number of tasks completed, so they don't match up. We're going to need to say that it's in progress, okay. So we're just going to say in progress as our, if I can spell it right, as our status, okay. And then we're just going to go down here, and this is where we need to do an end if, okay. We're going to do a semicolon, and then we're going to say return new, and then a semicolon there as well again. And we've also got our end down here, so let's just tidy that up a little bit. Let's just move up here. Let's just move that little space out here. So there we go then. So we're just basically saying, as a recap then, the new record that we got coming in, the number of tasks complete is 0. We're going to say it's not started. If the new record coming in is the number of tasks complete is equal to the total number of tasks we've actually got, then we mark it as completed. Otherwise, if the number of tasks of completed are not equal to the number of tasks, so there's no match there whatsoever, then we know that we must be in progress itself. And then what we do is down here is we then just return the new record back. So that's pretty well much it. That's all we need to do in our actual definition. And we just need to go down here now and just hit the confirm, and hopefully, fingers crossed. Oh, we've got a problem here. Let's have a look here. We must have made a little typo. Let's have a little look. Ah, yeah, I missed off the semicolon. So we just need to make sure that we put semicolons at the end of each of those there as well. Hit confirm. Well done if you spotted that. Oh, and we just got a little typo there as well. So just hit the confirm. That's it, brilliant. Our goal has been, our completed trigger function has now been created for us. Let's just clear those out of the way. So next up, we now need to create the actual trigger ourselves. So let's move over to the triggers option. And you can see here, these are the two that we got here. And we just need to create a new trigger. So just choose a create new trigger. Let's put the name in there, okay. And it's called update goal completed. Now the table that we're going to want to make changes to here is going to be the actual goals table itself. So just choose goals from the list. And then down here, the actual event that we need to look for is going to be the actual update, okay. So whenever there's an update to this particular row, this is when that trigger is going to fire itself. So just click on the update. Now, something slightly different here. On this particular one, we don't want to actually choose an after, it's going to be before. So what we're going to do is, before the actual database change is actually committed, okay, before the actual row change is being committed to the actual database, we're going to want to manipulate it before it's actually saved, okay. So that's why on the trigger type, we're going to choose before the event, okay, because if in this situation, if we did it afterwards, we could get into some loops, because what we'd be doing is whenever we make a change to the update, to the actual goal itself, we could then be triggering a continuous cycle of updates, which we don't want to do. We want to do it before we actually persist it to the actual database itself. So that's really, really important. So just make sure you choose before the event. And then down here, it's not going to be a statement here, it's going to be a row. So we're going to be handling this at row level. And then of course down here, we need to actually choose then the function that we're going to want to trigger. So of course, we're just going to choose the update goal completed. And then that's all that we need to do. So we can just hit confirm. And then you can see here that we've now got the actual trigger created itself called update goal completed. It's going to operate on the goals table. It's going to call this particular function, and it's going to be before that we actually do the update. So that's really, really important. Okay, so that's pretty well much it. We can now go back into FlutterFlow. We can actually go back into the test, and let's actually see this actually working in action. So here we go then, fired up the test app. We've got one goal in here which has two uncompleted tasks. Okay, so click on that. You can see here that we've got task 1. If I just select that, hopefully I'll see the amber. Yes, I do. I see the amber, so we know our status is set to in progress. I'll just choose that task there. We've got them all completed and we've got the green. So everything is looking like it's working perfectly for us, which is absolutely fantastic. So that is the power of triggers. Please do consider using them as one option to pass some of the heavy work back to the server itself. Let the server do all the talking when it comes to making these type of checks and updating your database behind the scenes as well. So next up, we now need to then focus on modifying our application. We need to start removing out some of this stuff. We don't need any of this anymore. We can remove that from our apps. Let's go and quickly do that now. So here we are then back in FlutterFlow on the widget tree. Let's have a look here on the left hand side. We want to remove them from the create goals. We don't need the actual progress itself. So let's just delete that. So that's gone. We're just going to put some padding here just on that there, so we just can move that down a little bit. The container on the top there, we're going to want to probably reduce its size. I currently set to 500. Let's try 380. Okay, that's just about right here, so that's looking good for us. And then we need to do the same thing as well on the update. In fact, we've got a little error up here. Let's sort this one out first here. Let's just go into here, select the actual error itself, and we're going to want to remove the status. Okay, we're no longer going to be setting that, so let's just hit remove, and then the error should all go away for us, which is great. Let's move over to the update goal. Let's choose the status. Let's just delete that, and then again on this goal description, let's just put a bottom padding here of 20, and on the container itself, just scroll up here, let's just select that, and we can then also choose 380 there, so that just brings it a little bit smaller. So that's good. So that's pretty well much set for us. Oh, we've got the error up here, we've got to remove that as well, of course. Go back in here, let's just remove the status from there, so that's gone. Let's close that. We should have our tick there. That's again, so now what we need to do is we need to just make sure that within inside our home page itself, that we actually make sure we adjust the height that we're actually opening up that bottom bar. So let's just choose the container here. Let's just scroll up here onto the goals container that we've got here, and let's go to the actions, open up the action flow editor, and on the long press, we're going to want to change the bottom sheet. Okay, so just select that, and we're going to choose the height, and we're just going to say 380 because that's the size that we've got. So just close that, and we're also going to want to do the same here on the fab button. Just select that, go to the actions, go to the action flow editor here, and then just take 500 out of there and just type in 380, and that should be good. So let's have a quick little test in the actual test mode here. Let's do instant reload. So there we go. Let's create a new goal. So that's great. So there we go. Nice height now that we've got the progress has now disappeared. So test goal 3. Just put some rubbish in there. Hit create. Okay, so just created the goal there, and I've just spotted that actually it hasn't actually appeared. Okay, so I think I know what the problem is. I think what's happening is we're not actually doing a refresh. So let's go and sort that out now. Let's go back into FlutterFlow. Let's go to the actual, we're actually calling the create, which is just here. So this is the floating action button here. Go back to action flow editor, and you can see here we've just got one, we've actually just got this single call to the bottom sheet. Okay, we need to actually do a refresh behind this. So just hit the little plus, had an action, and we just need to do a search for refresh here, refresh database request, and we want to choose the list view. So just choose that, and that should be all that we need to do. Now, if I go back to our application, just to an instant reload, we'll see that goal that will probably appear now. But we'll just quickly try creating another one just to make sure that that goal does appear. Now, you may have noticed that actually during the actual series, I hadn't actually spotted that myself, that was actually a problem. So well done if you've corrected your code to sort that one out. Let's just hit the little plus here. Let's just create a test goal 4, just put some rubbish in here, hit create goal, and there we go. We've got the refresh that's now happening, which is perfect. So within test goal 4, let's just check that. Let's just create a quick task here, test task 1, just hit the button there to create, and you can see there if I go back, everything is looking pretty good. If I just mark that one as completed and go back, then we've got the full completion that's set on the status. So everything is working perfectly with inside our application. So let's move on to the next bit. So here we are back in the final application. I just wanted to do some corrections in this particular section on the actual animation that actually appears here, because actually at the moment with inside the actual application we don't actually have any animations that's applied to the actual goal. If I click on here and then go back, you can see that we've got this little slide effect that's happening on the actual goal container. So what's kind of happening is we've got the stack that's animating, and we've actually got the container on top that's actually animating itself as well. So let's go and add those into the application now. So here we are then back in the widget tree. I'm on the home page. Let's first add the animation to the actual stack. So the actual stack is what is going to contain the whole of our goal. So this is just going to slide the stack down just very, very slightly. Okay, so let's select the stack on the left hand side. So if you just choose that with inside the list view, move over to the animations here, and we're going to want to do an on page load, hit the add animation, and we're going to want to do a slide. Now what we need to do here is we're going to set the duration to be 200 milliseconds. So really just a fraction of a second there. That should be super fast for us. We're going to put no delay in, so we're going to want it to happen straight away. And then we're going to want to also then move down to the initial position and just put -5 here. Okay, so that's going to move this down by 5 pixels from the position that it starts with. So which is 0 and it's -5. If I just do a little preview here, you can just see it sort of drops downwards when I hit the preview. So that's the overall stack. We now need to animate the actual goals container now with inside. Now with the goals container, we're going to move this down very, very slightly because we want it to then reveal the actual priority of the actual container status that's just behind. Okay, so just choose goals container, move over to the actual animation, choose add animation once again. It's going to be a slide, and this time we're just going to want to choose the actual duration here of 200 once more. Okay, so we know that we've got a 200, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to delay by 200. So we're just going to give it a chance for the stack animation to play out before we actually then play out the actual slide. So it's going to look like we've got that little bit of a sliding effect. So the stack gets animated first, and then 200 milliseconds, this particular animation then kicks in for the actual container, the actual goals container itself. So of course we're going to want to do the final position of 2, so we're just going to bring this down by sort of 2 pixels. If I now preview, you might not see it very well here, but you can just see that we've got a bit of a 2 container that's being shown. But let's move this now back into the actual test mode, and let's try this out and see what it looks like. So here we are then in the test mode. You can see here that actually our border is looking a little bit thicker than what we need it to. If I just click into one of these and then go back, you can see that we're getting a slide effect, but it's looking a little bit thick. And the reason why that is the case is because we've still got some padding on the actual container itself, on this particular container, which we need to reduce and actually remove, set it back to 0. So let's move back to FlutterFlow. Let's sort that now. So let's move over to the goals container. Let's move over to the actual properties. And you can see here that I've got a padding of 2, so it's just bringing it down just a little bit too far. We don't need that now because we've got the animation that's going to do that for us. Okay, so just removing that. Let's go back to the actual test mode. Let's do a quick instant reload. There we go. So we've now got a much thinner line now. So if I just click back here, move back, you can see now it just slowly reveals it, which looks really nice actually inside our UI. But one little correction we now need to make, of course, is that our task animation is moving in the opposite direction. So just for completeness, let's reverse that animation and let's make this also go down as well. So let's go and quickly do that. So back into the widget tree, let's choose the actual task page itself. Let's click on the actual animation. So we're going to look for it here. We know that we've got the little symbol here. This is an on page. So just choose the actual container itself. Move over to the animations. Let's just press on the little arrow there to remove it out for us. We're now going to want to now swap these over. Okay, so we've got the initial position is 5, but actually want to bring the initial position to 0, and the final position is going to be 5 itself. Let's just preview that. And you can see here now that we're just sliding down now, which will give us the same. So let's have a quick look now in the test mode. So here we are, they're back in test mode. Let's choose test goal here. I've got a couple of tasks here. And as you can see, they're just sliding down from the top there. It just gives it a little bit more consistency than with the actual other screen itself. So that's pretty well much most of our animations that we need to perfect with inside our application. So next up, since recording one of the original videos from many episodes ago, we use conditional visibility to display the kind of the check here, and also as well the kind of the strike through of the text. We were doing a conditional visibility check on whether the actual task was complete or not. Well, since that time, the FlutterFlow team have introduced the conditional builder widget, and I think it's well worth now replacing the conditional visibility with the conditional builder widget in our own application. And of course, it'd be well worth you also introducing that into your own applications in the future. So let's go back into FlutterFlow and let's go and do that now. So if you're new to the conditional builder widget, what the idea of it is that it allows you to show and hide a number of different widgets based on a particular condition or not. So in our case, on our goals task, we know that we have a complete of either true or false. And what we need to do is we're going to replace our conditional visibility that we've actually added here to these particular sections here. And we're going to actually now group those now into using the conditional builder widget, which will make it just much more nicer to use. And of course, the great thing about the conditional builder widget is you can have many different conditions. And of course, in our application here, we've only actually got 2, or whether something is complete or not. But of course, if you're trying to check for multiple conditions and you want to display and hide something, then the conditional builder widget is a fantastic addition to your toolkit. So let's now go and make that change now. So as you can see here, we've got the row itself, we've got the icon complete and not complete, and then we've got this other row which encapsulates either the title that's not complete or the actual text which is complete here. So now let's group these now using the conditional builder widget. So within the row, we're going to keep the row there, but what we're going to do is we're going to hit the little plus and we're going to do a search for conditional and just choose the conditional builder widget here, and you'll see that it's just been dropped down here. So let's just going to move this up to here. Let's drop that in there so you can see it's the first one in the row. Now you're not going to visually see too much here, but we're going to sort of drag and drop various bits actually into this conditional builder widget from what we've already got here. So let's now start off with then the actual conditional builder. So we've got this condition here is if something is true, then we're going to display some widgets in here. If it's not, if anything else, then we're going to display widgets here. This little I is representing that everything that we do with inside the actual UI now is going to be the widgets that we're going to be actually editing. But of course, with the conditional builder selected, we can move over to the right hand side here. We can actually then click on this little option here where it says show UI builder, and it means any widgets that I now apply will be within inside this actual else. If I just drop that down here, will actually be just here. Okay, so just toggle which one that you want on. We're going to first start with the first one, so just choose show UI builder. So the first widget I'm going to add in here will be a row in itself. Okay, so just hit the little plus option here on here and just choose the row. So just select the row, and then within inside this particular row, this condition is going to be for everything that is actually going to be complete. So in our case, it's going to show the little tick and it's going to show the strike through title. Okay, so we need to now grab those widgets and then drag that into the actual row itself. So you can see the icon complete. That's quite straightforward. Let's just drag that into the actual row. So there it is. And then we also now need to find the text. So it's going to be that one there. Let's now drag that into the row as well. So just drop that in there, and you can see that we've now got those two together. And then within the else, if we go up to the conditional builder, let's choose the show UI builder option here, and let's also do the same here as well. So let's just choose the row. So if I just hit the little here and just choose a row, and then inside here, the first one we're going to do is drag the icon into the row so you can see it's down there, and then we're going to move also as well the text there just underneath. Now we can actually now delete this row. We're not actually interested in this row, so let's just delete that out. We don't need that for now. We'll sort out the other details in just a second. The icon is the trash can icon has moved over, but we'll sort that out in just a moment. So let's now move up to this first condition here. So just choose the conditional builder and let's work on this particular condition itself. So let's just choose that, and you can see here that we know that we're actually need to choose an if condition. Okay, so just choose the condition, and we're going to say a single condition. So we're going to want to check to say, is this actual task complete or not? Okay, so if you just choose this and then actually go down to the task row and then choose and just scroll down to complete, we're going to say is equal to, and then just move that down here and say specific value and then say true. So we know that all the widgets that's going to be displayed with inside this block here is going to be of the true condition. Everything else is just going to be down into this particular row. So a little tip for you, something that I found as I've been using sort of FlutterFlow more, and I've been using the conditional builder more, it's this here is the first widget that will actually get shown with inside each of those conditions. And the habit that I've now started to adopt is I've started to actually name the actual widgets that gets displayed here, so I can see at a glance. If you're building up lots and lots of these conditions, by naming the first widget here, it's just easier to see at a glance it's kind of the actual widget that's going to be displayed. And you just simply need to go over to the row here. So I'm just going to just change this to say complete row, just like that. And then down here, I'm just going to go down to this particular one here, and I'm just going to edit that, and I'm going to say not complete row, just like that. And you can see now, if I go back to the conditional builder, you can just see at a glance, I can see the name of the actual widget that's going to get displayed. So it's just a handy thing to do there. So just click on the Show UI Builder. We're going to go now back to the actual complete condition. You can see here that we've got a little bit of a problem with inside the UI. So we just need to put some padding in there as well. Things are a little bit sort of tight. So let's just put an 8 in there. Let's just move that over. And we're going to want to go back to the conditional builder. And we're going to want to say Show in UI Builder, this one here, and then just down onto this particular icon here, we just want to do the same thing as well. Let's just put an 8 on the right padding. So that's looking good for us now. So the final thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to move the actual sort of the trash icon to the right hand side. We just simply need to go to this particular row here, and we just need to actually just choose this option here, space between. So just choose that, and you'll find that actually pushes everything across. So the space is right in between this here. That should be good enough for us. So that's pretty well much everything that we actually need. There's just one more thing we need to do. Actually, we need to also remove the conditional visibilities that's actually being applied here. You can see the little eye icon here. That's representing all of the individual kind of visibility. So if you just choose this bit, so if I did go to the conditional builder here, sorry, let me just say Show in UI Builder. Let's just choose the first one. Go to icon complete. We can now turn all of these off because we don't need to handle these actually individually. So let's just choose those off. Let's go back to the conditional builder. Let's say Show in UI Builder, and then means we can go down to these ones here, and we can also turn those off as well. So you can see here it keeps it nice and tidy. So there we go. So that's the conditional builder. Really a fantastic addition. I really recommend that you use that. Certainly if you're dealing with lots and lots of different additions, you want to display lots of different widgets depending on certain conditions within inside your application, then the conditional builder widget is going to be your friend. So let's now fire this up just to make sure that everything is working for us. So we are back in test mode. Let's choose this particular one here. You can see that the conditional builder must be working okay in this situation, because you can see here that we've actually got everything that looks like it's being displayed correctly based on the complete condition. So that's perfect. Let's move on to the next bit. So that's it. If you've got this far and you've been watching right the way through the series, well done. You've come to the end of this particular version of the application. Of course, if you would like me to improve this application, if you'd like me to add more features into it, please do leave those comments and I will be more than happy to follow up on a future video. And of course, I've done that on other videos as well on my channel itself. Please do like this video. Please do subscribe to my channel if you love learning FlutterFlow. And of course, I'll be covering more Supabase in the future as well, because it is just a fantastic platform for you to build your no-code applications on top of. It's awesome. I love it. And there'll be so much more coming in the future. Please do subscribe to the channel, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video or the next series. Thanks for watching.